Chapter 25-22. The giant wolf hastily moved his body. However, Chu Hui's horsetail whisk came again. The giant wolf had no choice but to wave his Fangtian halberd again. Just as he was distracted, the drop of innate primordial water landed on his feet. A series of sizzling sounds rang out, and black light and light smoke appeared on the giant wolf's feet. However, this light smoke was unable to withstand the Xiantian true water, and was instantly corroded. After a short while, the light and smoke finally disappeared, and the giant wolf's eyes flashed with shock and pain. Then, the giant wolf looked around and felt regretful. If it wasn't for the killing intent in his heart, he would have escaped from this karst cave a long time ago. At this moment, the innate primordial water had trapped him, and the young man who controlled the water was on the other side. Even if he wanted to kill the young man, it would be impossible. Just now, he was thinking about how to kill Chu Hui. Now, he was thinking about how to escape. The giant wolf was a beast cultivator. However, he didn't have Li Chengxu's protective talisman, and he didn't have the hands of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Facing Chu Hui's attack and Xiao Hua's innate primordial water, he was helpless. After Chu Hui disturbed him a few more times, and a few drops of innate primordial water corroded his body, the giant wolf's eyes flashed with desperation. Woo! The giant wolf raised his head and howled. His body started to emit a black brilliance and light smoke. When the brilliance covered him, a giant wolf shape appeared in midair. Before the innate primordial water landed, the giant wolf opened his mouth and spat out a black pearl the size of a thumb. As soon as the pearl appeared, it stirred up a huge gust of wind. However, the gust of wind only raged within the innate primordial water. Once it touched the innate primordial water, it turned invisible. The gust of wind stirred around the giant wolf shape and supported the innate primordial water. Although the innate primordial water was slowly pressing down, it was able to maintain the giant wolf shape and prevent it from being corroded. Oh! Although Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, he wasn't too surprised. He still formed a Buddhist seal and urged the innate primordial water to attack the giant wolf's gust of wind. As for Xia Hui, he looked a little embarrassed. However, he also used his horsetail whisk to hit the wind again and again. Boom! Under the joint attack of the two, the giant wolf could no longer endure it. Its slight hesitation was also shattered. The thumb-sized pearl suddenly exploded, and an all-like hurricane was formed from the pearl, piercing straight into the primordial water. Oh! This time, Xiao Hua was truly astonished. That hurricane seemed to have materialized. It was sharp and extremely fast, piercing through the innate true water that he had set up. Moreover, the tail of the hurricane, where it was rotating, was also rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded into a hurricane passage that was several feet wide. Roar! The giant wolf let out a low roar, and its body flashed with light. At the same time, it rapidly shrank and rushed into the hurricane passage. Xiao Hua hurriedly activated his true water and tried his best to shatter the passageway. However, this hurricane passage was abnormally tough. Although Xiao Hua had shrunk the passage by a bit, it was still impossible to shatter it. Damn it! At this time, Xiao Hua was also regretting. He had placed the giant wolf and Xia Hui together while he hid in another place. The path that the giant wolf rushed out of was in the opposite direction of him. If he was close, he could have used the wishful staff to kill the giant wolf. Unfortunately, he was not close. Open, Xiao Hua shouted. He saw that the innate primordial water near Xia Hui had a crack that led to the outside of the karst cave. Xia Hui really wanted to use his horsetail whisk to hit the giant wolf's tail. When he saw that, he immediately activated his magical treasure and rushed out of the innate primordial water. He rushed in the direction that the giant wolf had flown out of the innate primordial water. He wanted to stop the giant wolf before it rushed out of the innate primordial water. However, he was still too slow. When he caught up with it, the giant wolf had already rushed out of the innate primordial water and rushed into one of the karst caves. Xia Hui did not hesitate. He did not even turn his head and chased after it. Looking at his speed, he was still faster than the giant wolf that had lost its inner core. If there were no accidents, killing the giant wolf would not be a problem. Seeing that Xia Hui had chased after the giant wolf, Xiao Hua waved his hand and activated a spell. The innate primordial water was slowly sucked into the innate primordial water. Big brother, Xiao Mao saw that the azure innate primordial water was slowly decreasing. He quickly said in a low voice, "What is it?" Xiao Hua replied, Is this really innate primordial water?" Xiao Mao hesitated. Why? Is it useful to you? Xiao Hua did not answer and asked directly. And yes, Xiao Mao said honestly. Little brother has a water attribute body. Master has a magical power that can only be cultivated by absorbing innate primordial water. Little brother has been looking for the whereabouts of this innate primordial water. I did not expect. N. Xiao Hua nodded. How much do you need? 749 drops, Xiao Mao replied in a low voice. After all, this was a huge number. His master said that he only needed 7 drops to learn the magical power. N. Xiao Hua nodded. He knew clearly that most of the magical powers on the Xiaoyu continent had 6 as the limit. The water magical power taught by Xuanyan actually had 7 levels. It was obviously not bad. Where is your magical weapon? Xiao Hua pointed with his finger. A thin stream of innate primordial water flew out and landed in front of Xiao Mao. Here. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out a square jade bottle. Xiao Hua saw this, and his expression did not change. The thin stream of innate primordial water slowly fell into the jade bottle. After a while, the thin stream of innate primordial water stopped. Xiao Hua said, "This is 98 drops. Take it back and give it to your master." Yes, thank you, big brother. Xiao Mao's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly took out a strange yellow talisman and pasted it on the jade bottle. A yellow light flashed, and the jade bottle returned to its normal appearance. Xiao Mao carefully kept it in his storage pouch. Big brotherly, do you want it? Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao with a smile. I don't have it. Li Zongbao swung the immortal piercing whip in his hand. Golden light shot out in all directions. I only need this immortal piercing whip. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. He kept all the innate primordial water into the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and suddenly said, I'm afraid you have too many tricks up your sleeve. You must not have too many tricks up your sleeve. Thank you, big brotherly. Xiao Hua bowed and said, I know what I'm doing. N. Although Li Zongbao said N. He shook his head slightly and said, I have to reconsider your words. Ha ha ha, big brotherly, do whatever you want. Xiao Hua laughed and said. Then he looked at the direction Xia Hui went and asked, Do we still need to chase after him? No need. Li Zongbao said indifferently. That beast cultivator spat out his inner core and exploded it. What other tricks can he have? If martial uncle Xia, we can't even deal with this. As he was speaking, he saw a divine perception sweep over from afar. It was Xia Hui who flew over excitedly. Greetings, martial uncle Xia Hui. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly bowed. Get up. Xia Hui waved his hand. He didn't have the attitude of a senior and hurriedly returned the greeting. I still have to thank you today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill Liang Qi. I would have been lucky if I could have escaped safely. I don't dare. Xiao Hua still had some impression of Xia Hui. He smiled apologetically and said, It's all martial uncle's credit. I don't dare to take credit for it. Hee, little friend Xiao, that day in Taiching Sex Hao realm, I already knew that you would have great achievements in the future. Today, I see that it's true. It's only been a few years. Not only have you reached the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, your methods are also very powerful. You scared the giant away with great strength, and even used a rare method to force the wolf cultivator to explode his inner core. Even my Zongbao can't achieve this. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Martial uncle is overpraising me. It's all thanks to martial brother Li Zongbao. If he didn't have the secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to combine his and Xiao Mao's magic power. I wouldn't have been able to have such great strength. That was a giant with the strength of an illusory sword. I wouldn't have fought it head-on. When Xia Hui saw Li Zongbao's expression, he smiled and extended his hand. In his hand was a storage pouch. He passed it to Xiao Hua and said, This is Liang Qi's storage pouch. It should belong to little friend Xiao. No need. Xiao Hua looked around at the supreme grade spirit stones and said with a smile, It's great that I have this. Haha. Xia Hui passed the storage pouch to Xiao Hua and said, Take a look at it first. Oh, Xiao Hua was stunned. He took the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, So this giant wolf didn't fight for nothing. The spirit stones inside should have been collected in the flowing ice valley. You can take it. Xia Hui waved his hand and said, If I take it, I will feel uneasy. How about this? Xiaohua waved his hand and took half of the water-type spirit stones and the sky piercer. He smiled and said, "The demonic weapon is useless to Martial Uncle, so I'll take it. The rest are Martial Uncle's. If Martial Uncle didn't fight with this wolf cultivator, I wouldn't have been able to kill him." All right. Xiaohui didn't decline anymore. He took the storage pouch and looked at Li Zongbao worriedly. He said in a low voice, "Zongbao, success depends on the celestial piercing whip. Failure depends on the celestial piercing whip. This celestial piercing whip is a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. Your cultivation level hasn't reached that level yet. Don't use it by force. If the celestial piercing whip backfires, you will have a hard time." "Yes, I understand." Li Zongbao bowed and said, "Master has already given me the secret technique. It should be able to restrain the celestial piercing whip's backfire. Sai, that senior brother Hung Feng of mine. Sometimes he is too headstrong and cares about his face too much." Xiaohui sighed and said, You have to know that those who are too headstrong break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Sometimes you can't be too headstrong." Li Zongbao was silent. He didn't reply like before. "All right." Chu Hui shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head slightly, as if he was listening to something. Immediately after, joy appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, "Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo actually killed Black Phoenix, Sword Sex LV Jing. Right now, he's teaming up with Chongbai Sex Li Feiyu to hunt down Void Heaven Sword Sex Qin Mu Ming. This old man chased away that unknown giant and killed Gorilla Mountain's Liang Qi. Once this old man and the two Dao friends kill Qin Mu Ming, our Dao Sex Flowing Ice Valley battle will be a great victory." "That's right. What about the battle between the Foundation Establishment cultivators?" Chapter 25-23. Only then did Chu Hui remember those Foundation Establishment disciples. "All right, Senior Uncle knows. We will also win." Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. "Great." Chu Hui clapped his hands and said, "You all can return for now. After we kill Qin Mu, I will send you a message." With that, Chu Hui's face was filled with joy. He executed his flying technique and flew in one direction. "Let's go." Li Zongbao took a look and flew back to the karst cave. "Tsk tisk." Xiaohua smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Li, there are so many supreme-grade spirit stones here. Don't you? Hee, you can harvest as much as you want." Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows and stood in midair. "I will wait for you here." "All right." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Xiao Mao, go." "Yes." Xiao Mao heard and quickly flew to the front of the stone wall. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already taken out his wishful staff and smashed it on the side of the supreme-grade spirit stone. Xiao Mao knew that time was tight and did not dare to delay. He also took out his universe ring and smashed it on the side of the supreme-grade spirit stone. However, when he had just harvested 2 spirit stones, he realized that something was wrong. It turned out that other than the spirit stones on the surface, there was nothing deeper. Even when he smashed a few feet with his universe ring, it was still empty. "This." Xiao Mao hurriedly raised his head. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Xiaohua's gloomy face. Xiaohua had excavated the jade essence in Spring Gold Mountain. He had just harvested a piece and realized that something was wrong. He had also smashed a deep hole. The spirit stone veins in Flowing Ice Valley have long been excavated. There are only a few pieces left. That's why Sky Patrol City reported this place to the meeting hall like 7 Extremes Mountain and Spring Gold Mountain. Li Zongbao said calmly, "Before we came, Master had already explained the pros and cons. This place is just to kill. Yes, to test the strength of the swordsmen in Flowing Ice Valley. It would be best if we could kill all of them. As for the spirit stones, this is an abandoned vein. Even if Junior Brother harvested all the spirit stones here, I'm afraid it would not be comparable to the spirit stones in the storage bag. Although a fly is small, it's still meat." Xiaohua looked at the sparkling spirit stone with reluctance and said with a groan, "A fly is meat, but if there is a big piece of fat meat outside, this fly can't be considered as fat meat." Li Zongbao said coldly, "That's right." Xiaohua slaps his forehead. "Those sword cultivators' storage pouches definitely have more spirit stones than the ones here. Quick, Xiao Mao, let's chase after him." AI, Li Zongbao looked at Xiaohua excitedly flying around and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Although spirit stones weren't bad, to treat spirit stones so seriously, it really didn't match Xiaohua's cultivation. Then Li Zongbao was a little envious. It seemed that having such a hobby was better than having no hobby at all. Okay. However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately killed. The parting feelings treasure mirror really needed to be parting feelings. These rather mundane hobbies had long been cleaned up by Li Zongbao. Xiaohua excitedly rushed out of the karst cave, but immediately stopped at the entrance with a bitter expression. Not to mention finding those cultivators who were chasing after the swordsman, Xiaohua didn't even have a clue how to return to the karst cave from before. In front of him, the tangled and complicated karst cave that was like a spider web was simply 100 times, 1,000 times more ferocious than those giants and wolf cultivators. Senior Marshal Brotherly, please go first. Xiaohua very politely stood in midair and raised his hand, inviting Li Zongbao to go first. Humph, the corners of Li Zongbao's mouth faintly curled into a smile. Although he was extremely unwilling to secretly laugh in his heart, he still couldn't help but laugh. Which cultivator who could step into the Qi refinement realm wasn't an outstanding figure among the mundane world? Moreover, since they were able to cultivate into the Foundation establishment realm, they were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. Their aptitude and insight made it difficult for others to catch up to them. Not to mention the ability to remember things with a single glance, this ability to recognize directions. Even a slightly intelligent child could do it. However, Xiaohua, who was able to easily kill a middle-stage core formation cultivator, was actually so weak in this aspect that it was hard to believe. This guy's divine sense is no small matter. If it wasn't for the fact that divine sense can't be used here, I'm afraid he would have already run away. A trace of emotion flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. After carefully identifying for a moment, he flew in a certain direction without hesitation. Xiao Mao, look at the direction Senior Marshal Brother Li is flying in. Is there anything special? Xiaohua really couldn't see the difference between this karst cave and other karst caves, so he couldn't help but ask. Xiao Mao smiled and said, "This little brother also doesn't know. However, this little brother remembers the path we came from. Although this karst cave doesn't lead to the direction we came from, I feel that it should lead to the direction the swordsman fled in." Really? Xiaohua looked at the endless stalactites in disbelief. No matter what, he couldn't see any difference. Damn it, this young master has the hand of karma. Xiaohua was extremely indignant. This young master can even sense the karma of the world. There's no reason why this young master can't understand this, right? However, Xiaohua, who could sense his own crisis, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's crisis, and even Xiao Mao's crisis, couldn't make sense of these minor details. Sure enough, after flying for less than an hour, under Li Zongbao's lead, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, and sometimes down, there was a rumbling sound in their ears. Moreover, the rich water element heaven-earth Ling Qi in the karst cave also became more and more viscous, making people's skin feel moist. Hearing the sound, Xiaohua really admired Li Zongbao from the bottom of his heart. For him, this absolutely couldn't be so easy. It was like letting Li Zongbao kill that wolf cultivator Liang Qi. Just as he was thinking, several third-grade swordsmen fled in panic from the front. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing this, Li Zongbao's figure floated up, and the immortal piercing whip in his hand was about to wave again. Unfortunately, when those swordsmen saw Xiaohua and the others, they immediately turned pale with fright. Their figures turned, and they fled toward a fork in the karst cave, simply faster than a shooting star. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, as if sword cultivators should be like this when they see him. Just as he was about to chase after them, a dozen or so utmost happiness faction disciples rushed over from where the sword cultivators came from. When those disciples saw Li Zongbao, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Most of them cupped their hands and chased after those sword cultivators. There were also 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who stayed behind. They stepped forward and greeted, "Senior Brotherly." "I don't dare." Li Zongbao hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "I've only just reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. How can I be addressed by 3 senior brothers like this?" Alas, if we're talking about age, we're naturally Senior Brother Li's senior brothers. However, even if we've already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, compared to Senior Brother Li's magical powers, we're really ashamed. If you don't deserve the title of Senior Brother, then we can only call you Marshal Uncle. The oldest-looking old man said very sincerely. That's right. Another old man also stepped forward and cupped his hands. Previously, we were still thinking that if it weren't for the help of senior brother Li and these two fellow cultivators, I'm afraid that over 10,000 of U.S. disciples would have been buried in this flowing ice valley one by one. Greetings to the two junior brothers Xiao. The third disciple stepped forward with a smile and said to Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao, we disciples will always remember the help of the two fellow cultivators in our hearts. Hee, this is all senior brother Li's credit. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hands. With his special permission from the conference hall, I was able to get together with junior brother Xiao Mao. Even coming to Flowing Ice Valley was under senior brother Li's command. We dare not claim credit. This disciple was a disciple of the Utopia faction. When he saw that Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan Order were so humble and did not compete with Li Zongbao for credit, he was even more delighted. No matter how he looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye. You two fellow cultivators don't need to be humble. The joint attack of the two of you and senior brother Li was not only seen by the disciples of the Utopia faction, but also by the disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley. If there's a contribution from the disciples of the Utopia faction, then there's definitely a contribution from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyan Order. When we return to the Sky Patrol City, we'll definitely report the truth. This great contribution will definitely belong to the three of you. Xiao Mao was overjoyed and bowed. Senior brother, you're praising us too much. As they spoke, Li Zongbao had more or less understood the situation of the battle. Just as he thought, the sword cultivators were defeated like a landslide. Under the pursuit of the Taoist sect cultivators, they could only rely on their familiarity with the terrain of Flowing Ice Valley to escape the fate of total annihilation. But even so, when Xiao Hua chased the giant away, Chu Hui killed Liang Qi, and found this place, nearly 30% of the sword cultivators were killed. 30% of the sword cultivators, that was close to 4,000 people. It was inevitable that the elder of the Utopia faction was excited. Hee, not bad. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded. Junior brothers, you've worked hard. I just came over from Uncle Chu Hui's place. Uncle Chu Hui fought against the giant and the wolf cultivator alone. Just when we lured the giant away, Uncle Chu Hui unleashed his invincible power and killed the wolf cultivator Liang Qi. In addition, when the giant saw that things were not going well, he was so scared that he fled in panic. Great! When the three disciples heard this, their faces lit up with joy. At this time, several disciples in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage flew over. They were the disciples of the Taibai faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. When they met, they exchanged pleasantries and expressed their gratitude. However, it was obvious that after the disciples of the two factions greeted Li Zongbao, they were more affectionate with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. They even, in their words, they gave the credit to Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He knew that the two factions didn't want the Utopia faction to take all the credit. However, he just smiled and pushed Xiao Mao forward. Although Xiao Mao's reputation was not as good as Li Zongbao's, he was also smooth in dealing with people, almost similar to Cui Hongshan. In just a moment, he had gradually become the focus of everyone's attention. Oh! At this time, Li Zongbao suddenly raised his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, please be quiet." Chapter 25-24. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. Li Zongbao suddenly flew several feet to the side. He clapped his hands and took out a strange-looking jade pendant. Under the influence of his magic power, the jade pendant turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Martial Uncle Chu Hui seems to have sent a message, but because this place is too far away. Xiao Mao explained. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, 2 streams of light flew back from afar and landed in Li Zongbao's hands. When Li Zongbao's spiritual sense entered the flying message talisman, he suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the eager crowd. He smiled and said, "The battle of Flowing Ice Valley has ended. Martial Uncle Chu Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu of Changbai Sect, and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley joined forces and killed Qin Mu Ming of Void Heaven Sword School. However, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu was killed by Qin Mu Ming's last attack." When everyone heard the first half of the sentence, they were about to cheer. However, the last sentence destroyed their excited expressions. Everyone from Changbai Sect showed anger on their faces. Let's go. We'll kill the remaining sword cultivators and avenge Martial Uncle Lee. Okay. All the disciples of Changbai sect agreed in unison and sent out requests to the disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley. Let's go. Kill the sword cultivators. The disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley were duty-bound. However, at this moment, a faint rumbling sound came from afar. At first, it was extremely soft, like the sound of thunder in the sky, but this sound was continuous, one sound after another, coming closer and closer from afar. What was special was that the vibration spread very quickly. It had long been affected by the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rich water spiritual energy trembled rapidly. As the sound and sound approached, it almost exploded. This is bad. Others might not know the depth of the sound, but Xiaohua came out from the spiritual stone vein of Spring Gold Mountain. His first reaction was that someone had activated the defensive array of the spiritual stone vein of Flowing Ice Valley. Spring Gold Mountain. Xiaohua's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and shouted these 3 words. Xiaohua didn't need to explain too much. Everyone's face turned ashen. Everyone present, who didn't know about the tens of thousands of sword cultivators and sword cultivators that died at Spring Gold Mountain. Quick! Everyone no longer talked about taking revenge for Li Feiyu. They all ran towards the place they thought was the safest. Don't rush. Li Zongbao climbed up and shouted, "Panic is the most important thing right now. If you trust me, the 3 of you will follow behind us." After saying that, he didn't care about what the others thought and took the lead to rush out. The bystanders were in a state of panic. While they were deciding between themselves and Li Zongbao, Xiaohua did not hesitate to follow Li Zongbao. Since Xiaohua had left, even if Xiao Mao didn't trust Li Zongbao, he trusted Xiaohua. Naturally, he would fly away. The battle between the 3 of them was so eye-catching that it left a deep impression on the onlookers. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't panic and rushed into a karst cave, the disciples of the Utopia faction also followed them. Then no one left. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also followed them closely. Everyone tried their best to activate their true core strength. Their magic power was completely spent on the flying technique. They wanted to leave this underground mine as soon as possible. However, although they were flying extremely fast, the sound of the explosion was even faster. It was just like Xiaohua's thunder riding technique in the sky earlier. The crackling sound and the rumbling sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking quickly caught up to them. Seeing a huge impact catching up to them from behind, even though they had already expected it and had already activated their protective spells to resist, there was a loud whoop sound. The impact threw everyone high up into the cave. The true essence in everyone's meridians suddenly condensed for a moment, and they couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of magic power. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. The true core strength could flow smoothly again. Everyone struggled to stand in midair. Even Xiaohua was astonished. The impact was really too big. Even with his cultivation, he was also struggling to resist it. Just as they were struggling to stand, a violent rumbling sound came from all around them. It was as if a pair of big hands were shaking the 1,000-kilometer flowing ice valley. Xiaohua and the others, who had just stabilized their bodies, were once again affected by the violent tremors. One by one, they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Fortunately, although these cultivators' bodies hadn't been specially tempered, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. They didn't have to worry about being injured. Pa, 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 a series of explosions sounded in the air, following the violent tremors. However, the tremors were really strong, making it easy for everyone to ignore them. Xiaohua also fell to the ground. A light blue brilliance just happened to flash above his head. The pop sound was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw it. He was very shocked and whispered in a low voice. Li Zongbao was right next to Xiaohua. His eyes also lit up. He immediately raised his head and looked left and right. He saw that the pop sound was continuous. At the same time, the violent tremors continued forward. Even in the rock wall 100 feet away, the light blue brilliance and the pa sound were also produced in the rock wall. What puzzled everyone was that after the frightening tremors and the impact that pushed all the cultivators down from the sky, it was as if nothing had happened. Everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the rumbling sounds in the distance and the fact that everyone fell to the ground in a sorry state, everyone would think that it was just a dream. What's going on? Xiao Hua scratched his head. He didn't believe that such a huge thing would have no effect. It was actually not a plot against the cultivators. Seniorly, Xiao Mao was also surprised. He crawled up from the ground and whispered, "Was the movement just now flowing Ice Valley's forbidden technique?" Li Zongbao shook his head slightly and said, "This flowing Ice Valley has been in the hands of the enemy for many years. Even if there was a forbidden technique, it would have been destroyed by the swordsman long ago. So, this forbidden technique must be targeted at the cultivators of our Dao sect?" Xiao Mao's eyebrows knitted together. It should be, right? Li Zongbao activated his true core strength. When the true core strength circulated in his meridians, he didn't see any abnormalities. This was indeed abnormal, so he couldn't help but answer with some hesitation. "Oh no!" Xiao Hua suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "Juniorly, what did you think of?" Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao asked hurriedly. Xiao Hua's expression changed. "The guarding disciples of this flowing Ice Valley are from the Void Heaven Sword faction and the Black Phoenix Sword faction. Isn't Qin Jian from the Void Heaven Sword faction? Qin Mu Ming, who was just killed by martial uncle Chu Hui, should be Qin Jian's blood relative, right?" Xiao Hua explained. "Yes, so what?" Li Zongbao still didn't understand. The other disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also gathered around. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. That day, Tu Hong from the Sky Patrol City killed tens of thousands of people at Golden Spring Mountain. His reputation spread, and he became the #1 hero of our Dao sect. He suppressed Qin Jian's fame. Seniorly, think about it. How could Qin Jian, who cherishes his reputation, let go of such an excellent opportunity? Since he could break into our Sky Patrol City and kill Tu Hong, I'm afraid he could turn this flowing Ice Valley into the second Golden Spring Mountain. Killing tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators should be his goal in this battle, right?" Hiss. Li Zongbao hadn't experienced Golden Spring Mountain, so he definitely didn't think as deeply as Xiao Hua. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, he immediately gasped. "That's right, this flowing Ice Valley has been in Qin Jian's hands for many years. He had already arranged everything. He was just waiting for the cultivators of our Dao sect to come and snatch it. As long as they snatched it, he could take advantage of the situation and kill the cultivators of our Dao sect, and those swordsmen in the underground of the flowing Ice Valley. In this way, not only could he kill Tu Hong, but he would also have more achievements than Tu Hong. Wouldn't he be more famous than before?" "But Big Brother, seniorly," Xiao Mao said in a low voice, "we didn't do anything wrong. This guy must be guarding the exit." Li Zongbao's expression changed drastically. "I'm afraid he destroyed all the karst caves just now and wanted to bury us here alive." "Quick!" The disciples of the Utopia faction heard this and became anxious. "Let's quickly find the exit. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must rush out. Let's go!" The disciples of the Changbai sect hurriedly activated their flying spell and rushed in the direction that Li Zongbao had flown to. Li Zongbao only hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No matter what, let's find the exit first." "Yes." Xiao Hua nodded, but he felt a little relieved. Others might not have the 5 elements escape spell or the ground escape spell, but he was not afraid. Even if there was a restrictive spell, he could use the rabbit spiritual talisman to break it. Even if this place was deep underground in the flowing Ice Valley, he could still escape underground. At most, he would knock Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao out. Everyone flew in a panic for a moment, and there were even more cultivators who were like headless flies scurrying around. When they saw Li Zongbao and the others, they were immediately overjoyed and flew up together with them. As the number of people gradually increased, everyone calmed down. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. The karst cave did not seem to have any changes, let alone collapse. However, just when everyone had calmed down, someone suddenly said in surprise, Not good. I's true core strength is about to be used up. Haha, you're just a foundation establishment stage cultivator." A cultivator from the Cool Breeze Valley laughed. He was about to mock I, but when he said that, he turned pale with fright and said, "Not good, as expected. My true core strength is also rapidly depleting." "Stop quickly." Li Zongbao checked a little, and his face changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted. As Li Zongbao stopped in midair, the crowd of about hundreds of people also stopped in midair. "It's not working, Senior Li," Xiao Mao said bitterly. "Even if we stop in midair, our true core strength is still depleting." Chapter 25. Seeing this, Xiaohua landed on the ground without hesitation and said happily, "Everyone come down quickly. If you don't use your magic power, your true core strength won't disappear mysteriously." As expected, when Li Zongbao and the others landed on the ground, the true core strength in their meridians stopped disappearing. "Let's meditate quickly," Li Zongbao hurriedly ordered. "Not good," a disciple of the Utopia faction shouted. "We can't use our skills. If we do, our true core strength will disappear after the spiritual qi of heaven and earth enters our bodies." Spiritual qi of heaven and earth? Xiaohua suddenly realized and shouted, "Senior Brother Li, do you still remember the blue brilliance just now? I'm afraid the secret is here. In this karst cave, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth under the spirit stone vein can't be refined." Sure enough, although Xiaohua didn't dare to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the dense and almost moist water vapor from before had dried up a lot. "Qin Jian, that guy is really cunning." Li Zongbao sighed. "He used this method to prevent us from using our magic power and absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. How can we be a match for a sword cultivator? He can kill a cultivator and protect a swordsman. His method is 100 times better than Tu Hong's." At this moment, Xiaohua, who was originally confident, was no longer confident in his heart. Since Qin Jian was after the cultivator's true core strength and not burying the karst cave, he might not be able to escape. Xiaohua's meridians were tough and wide, and his true core strength was absolutely incomparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. When he was flying just now, the true core strength he used was also extremely small, so he didn't notice it at that time. However, although the amount was small, it couldn't be produced by using his skills. If he used it little by little, it would be digested sooner or later. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and was about to take out the green spirit pill. However, a depressed voice was heard again. "Using the pill also doesn't work. It seems that when we were flying just now, we had already absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Now, using the pill can't produce true core strength at all. And when we used our skills, the true core strength in our meridians disappeared again." Damn it! Xiaohua bit his lips. This news indeed made him feel very helpless. The water element heaven and earth spirit qi in this flowing ice valley is poisonous. A disciple shouted loudly, his voice sounding somewhat hysterical. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the foundation of a Tao sect cultivator's cultivation. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and all their spells relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as their true yuan. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was poisonous, wouldn't that be a drastic measure? Even if they had miraculous spells and incomparable divine abilities, they were all like the moon in the water, flowers in the mirror. Qin Jian's arrangements are so vicious. Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. This move was definitely more powerful than Tu Hong's that day. It directly knocked the Tao sect's cultivators down from the clouds and turned them into lambs waiting to be slaughtered by swordsmen. Fellow Taoists, let's hurry up and find the exit while we still have dermic powers in our bodies. Maybe we can escape. A Cool Breeze Valley disciple hurriedly shouted. He himself also wanted to rush into the air regardless of anything. Stop, Li Zongbao berated. If you want to live, then wait here first. Right now, the most important thing is to stay calm. Senior Brother Li, that Cool Breeze Valley disciple sneered. We don't have Senior Brother Li's dermic powers. We can't hold on for a long time. When I's dermic powers are exhausted, then I'll be no different from a mortal. A sword cultivator can kill us with just a flick of his finger. How is your cultivation compared to a golden core master's? Li Zongbao suddenly asked. That disciple was stunned and somewhat baffled. He asked in confusion, how can I compare to a golden core master? Yes, if a golden core master was here, wouldn't their dermic powers be affected? Li Zongbao said coldly. The golden core master's true yuan comes out from their golden core. That disciple hesitated for a moment before answering. Even if they absorb this poisonous water element heaven and earth spirit qi into their bodies, as long as their golden core doesn't release true yuan, they shouldn't be affected, right? What does Senior Brotherly mean? And this junior brother is right. Li Zongbao nodded. A golden core master's golden core master must have a defense against this kind of poison. Even if they can't resist it, their dermic powers should be enough to support them to find the exit. However, Since Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School used such a method, wouldn't he wait at the exit? This logic wasn't too profound, but everyone was too frightened to think about it. They only wanted to rush out, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Not only that, even if Qin Jian didn't wait at the exit of the flowing ice valley, those swordsmen who had been beaten to a pulp by them would still be dead. Senior Brotherly, since we can't go to the exit, then what should we do? That Cool Breeze Valley disciple immediately asked for help. His eyes were as eager as the other disciples. In fact, most of the time, the so-called wise men or leaders were just like ordinary people, and no one could see anything unusual about them. It was only in such extreme situations, when others were panicking and losing their minds, that these people would show the difference. Xiaohua was calm, but that was because he had the strength. Even if everyone in front of him had to die, he would definitely be the last one. He was even confident that he could rush to the exit under Li Zongbao's lead. However, if he had to lead this group of cultivators to rush out, he was a little hesitant. At this moment, a voice came from beside Xiaohua. In my opinion, the most important thing for us is to avoid the danger and escape from Qin Jian's trap. We shouldn't look for the exit of the flowing ice valley. Xiaohua looked to the side and saw Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was biting his lips slightly. Although he looked confident, his eyes were still looking at Li Zongbao and Xiaohua. Obviously, he was still worried. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, Junior Brother Xiao is right. As long as we don't use our dermic powers, our true essence won't disappear. Even if swordsmen come, we won't be afraid for a while. There's no reason for us to walk into a trap. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, Xiao Mao received Li Zongbao's encouragement and said with courage, those swordsmen are scattered after being chased by us. They are also terrified. They might not dare to come to us, and can only wait at the exit. We aren't in any danger right now. Not only that, Xiaohua said with a smile, I even suspect that the swordsmen in the flowing ice valley don't know about Qin Jian's trap. Those swordsmen who were chased by us are still running away. The swordsmen guarding the exit are from the Void Heaven Sword School. Li Zongbao was also surprised. However, he immediately realized and nodded. That's true. If those swordsmen knew about such a powerful backup plan, how could they fight so fiercely with us? They were also kept in the dark. Yes, everyone looked at Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao with admiration. Only Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been bait at Jingquan Mountain, how could he have seen it so clearly? Although Qin Jian wasn't as generous as Tu Hong, he wasn't lacking in scheming. We will first find a safe place. The disciple of the utmost happiness faction shouted, Senior Brother Li, we will listen to your arrangements. We will go wherever you say. Good. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, we will only walk on the ground and don't use our true core strength. As he spoke, Li Zongbao looked in the direction and walked toward a karst cave. However, at this moment, Xiaohua grabbed Li Zongbao and said with a smile, Senior Brother Li, if you want to find a way out, I will definitely listen to you. However, if you want to find a dead end, Senior Brother Li, you can't compare to this little brother. Oh. Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to step forward. He didn't even try to identify him as he walked towards another cave. Li Zongbao only thought for a moment and followed Xiaohua without hesitation. When the others saw this, although they didn't trust Xiaohua, they still followed. What made everyone stunned was that in just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they saw Xiaohua calmly walk straight. He was leading them to a dead end. Everyone looked at the karst cave that was thousands of feet in size. Except for a small entrance, there was no other way out. Everyone was really speechless. Big brother, you are really tall. Xiao Mao looked back at the karst cave entrance that was only about the height of a person. Compared to the other karst caves that were tens of feet in size, even if a swordsman passed by, he might not be able to see it. Hee. Xiaohua was embarrassed and said shyly, Big brother can only do so much. The rest will depend on you guys. Yes. Xiao Mao nodded. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be safe here for the next few days. Even if a swordsman finds this place, we have the ability to resist. However, this is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. In my opinion, the second thing is to detoxify the poison. We need to find the poison in this water-type heaven and earth spirit qi. I agree with Junior Brother Xiao. Li Zongbao nodded and looked at the others. Junior brother Xiao is right. A Changbai sect disciple agreed. However, whether there is something wrong with the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, or whether there is poison in the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, we are all guessing. Even whether it is Qin Jian lying in ambush outside is also our guess. Who cares if it is true or not? As long as we can find the reason for the disappearance of the true Yuan. The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said impatiently. Yes, which fellow Taoist knows how to detoxify and use poison? Li Zongbao raised his voice. I am not good at this, and I have never heard of such a strange method. Seeing that everyone was silent, Xiaohua said, Senior Brotherly, regarding detoxification, I have some insights. You? Li Zongbao was really stunned. If it was anyone else who said that they knew how to use poison, Li Zongbao would not be surprised. However, it was Xiaohua who said it. He could not help but be surprised. He almost grabbed Xiaohua's hand and asked, Junior brother Xiao, other than giving birth, what else can you not do? Chapter 25-26. Great. A disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction hurriedly said, How does senior brother Xiao explain this poison? I won't hide it from everyone. Xiaohua raised his voice. Just now, I've already taken the antidote pill, but it's useless. Of course, I have other ways to detoxify the poison that I haven't tried yet, so I can't say that it will definitely detoxify the poison, but I feel that this poison, I'm afraid it won't be easy to detoxify it, or even, this might not be the same poison. When Xiaohua's words came out, everyone was depressed, but there was still someone who hurriedly said, Senior brother Xiao, if you have other ways, please try it quickly. It would be best if it works. Okay, I'll try it myself first. As Xiaohua spoke, he looked up at the cave entrance that was taller than a person and asked, Which fellow cultivator has a concealment array? How about covering this cave entrance? Xiaohua asked 3 times in a row, then a disciple of the Cool Breeze Valley whispered, I do have an array, but it's very crude, it might not be of any use. And fellow cultivator, please give me the array talisman and array disc. I'll set up the array for you. Xiaohua knew what that cultivator meant and said, That's great. When that disciple heard this, he hurriedly took out a few array talismans and array disc and handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took them, looked at the jade slip, slightly pondered, and urged his magic power to set the array talisman down. He pointed his finger at the array disc, but with a flash of brilliance, the cave entrance was indeed blocked by the array, but Xiaohua's true core strength was also consumed a lot. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, waved his hand, and took out the green python's poison, preparing to use the antidote secret technique to fight poison with poison. However, when he was about to cast the spell on the snake poison, he hesitated again. Fighting poison with poison, you have to have poison in your body first. If you don't have poison and take the snake poison yourself, isn't that just courting death? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua sighed and put away the snake poison. What that disciple of the Cool Breeze Valley said was reasonable. It might not be poisonous. How could he fight poison with poison? However, Xiaohua still didn't get up, slowly urging his cultivation method, carefully observing the changes in his true core strength. True core strength followed the urging of his cultivation method and slowly flowed in his meridians. Just as it started to flow, the true core strength in his body disappeared. There was no sign at all, or any other special situation. How strange. Xiaohua frowned as he pondered. It was not like he had never encountered anything that could devour true qi. Wasn't Mo Bao extremely powerful in the Mo Zhao Black Forest? Once the ink sand entered the meridians, it immediately blocked them. Even if it entered the dantian, the gold core would be corroded by the ink sand. However, the ink sand was a tangible object after all. How could it be like today? There were no clues at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the cave. It sounded like there were quite a number of people. Junior brother Xiao, open the cave entrance. These footsteps belong to my Dao sect's disciples. Let them in. The more of us, the better. Li Zongbao and the others were in a predicament. No one knew what the poison was. The entire cave was quiet, and it was easy to hear the footsteps outside. Yes. Xiaohua took out the formation plate and activated his magic power. With a flash of brilliance, the entrance to the cave was revealed. Hey, there's a cave entrance here. A burst of noise immediately came over. Fellow cultivators, come in. Xiaohua walked out of the cave and saw a group of hundreds of people. He called out in a low voice, "Senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect." The sharp-eyed crowd immediately recognized Xiaohua, who had just fought with Li Zongbao against the enemy, and their faces showed joy. Immediately after, when everyone had entered the cave, Xiaohua once again covered the entrance of the cave. However, with this opening and closing of the cave, a lot of true essence disappeared. Alas, what kind of poison is this? When Xiaohua used the magic art, he was very careful to check it. However, he did not see anything unusual. The hundreds of people were the same as Xiaohua and the others. They were also a mix of the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Moreover, their thoughts were the same as Xiaohua and the others. However, they did not have any purpose and had not found a suitable place to hide. Alas, don't say that others are stupid. This world has never lacked smart people. Xiaohua sighed and sat down again. He held his chin and pondered. The jade slips he obtained from the 10,000 Poisons sect were limited. That Shangcheng was not a particularly famous person in the 10,000 Poisons sect. He could not find any useful clues. Oh! Xiaohua suddenly realized something. He slightly opened his left hand and opened his illusion breaker Dharma eye. This time, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire karst cave was like a sea of blue. A sea of blue. That usually extremely light blue water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been thickened by ink. The color was much heavier. Moreover, this color dyed the inside of the cave. What he saw with his magic eye seemed to be what he saw at the bottom of the sea. Xiaohua quietly looked inside the stone wall again. It was the same deep blue, as if the whole world was this blue. "Xiao Mao, come here for a moment." Xiaohua called Xiao Mao over and said in a low voice, "You exercise a little bit, okay?" Xiao Mao was very puzzled by Xiaohua's words. However, he still exercised his true core strength. In his magic eye, he saw that Xiao Mao was not in a human form. There were only a few azure veins that looked similar to meridians. As Xiao Mao exercised his true core strength, the azure veins moved slightly. Other than these azure veins, the other places were only light blue. However, this light blue was slowly becoming heavier. It should be that this special water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gradually seeping into Xiao Mao's body. "Yes, it's done," Xiaohua said in a low voice. Xiao Mao looked at Xiaohua and wanted to ask, but when he saw Xiaohua frowning and looking pensive, he didn't speak and returned to the crowd. "Fellow Taoists, we've already discussed it. The most important thing now is to find what exactly caused our true core strength to disappear. I wonder which of the new fellow Taoists knows." Li Zongbao asked after greeting the crowd of cultivators. Unfortunately, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction answered in a low voice, "Senior brother Li, we've also discussed this matter on the way here. None of us have heard of such a strange thing. Our 3 kingdoms of cultivation admittedly also have this kind of poisonous thing, but it's definitely not as mysterious as this thing. It can cause us to be poisoned without us noticing at all. We feel that this might not be the doing of a poisonous thing. It might be some kind of sword cultivator's secret technique." "Yes," Li Zongbao nodded and declined to comment. "However, as long as we don't use our magic power, we'll be fine for now. Let's wait for a while. Maybe there's a chance of survival?" The disciples' plan seemed to be similar to that of Xiaohua and the others. "Senior brotherly," Xiaohua sent a message to Li Zongbao. "In my opinion, our previous plan might not work. Junior brother, what did you find?" Li Zongbao was slightly surprised. He knew Xiaohua was afraid that the others would panic, so he also sent a message to Li Zongbao. "This karst cave is the same as the outside world. The water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth is polluted." Xiaohua explained, "Although we don't move, our bodies are surrounded by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The poisonous thing keeps entering our bodies. After a long time, we don't know what will happen. Moreover, according to Qin Jian's calculation, he wouldn't have guessed that we were hiding here. He must have some other poisonous trick to force us out, and even kill us here." Hiss, Li Zongbao also took a deep breath and sighed. What Junior Brother said is really reasonable. Compared to Qin Jian, we're really too far apart. Not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of scheming. Haha, Senior Brotherly, how can you boost others' prestige and destroy your own spirit? Xiaohua said with a smile. This is just my guess. It can't be taken seriously. Yes, what are your plans? Li Zongbao didn't say much and asked, "You wait here to discuss. I'll go out for a walk. Firstly, I'll see if I can gather more disciples. Secondly, I'll see if I can find a golden core master." Xiaohua replied, "Of course, if I can meet a golden core master, that would be the best. Alas, I have a secret technique with martial uncle. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is polluted. Not only can I not use the secret technique, but even if I could, I wouldn't dare to use it." Li Zongbao sighed. "However, I don't agree with Junior Brother's idea. After all, although your magic power is profound, your true essence will disappear and can't be replenished." Hearing this, Xiaohua also extinguished the idea of asking Li Zongbao for the secret technique. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I have some confidence. If it doesn't work, I'll come back again." "All right." Li Zongbao sighed and watched Xiaohua open the restriction and take the array disc. "Senior brother Xiao, what are you doing?" A Cool Breeze Valley disciple asked hurriedly. "Oh, I'll go out and see if I can find other senior brothers or find another way out." Xiaohua didn't hide anything and said, "That's great. I also have the same idea. I wonder if I can go with senior brother?" The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said happily. Xiaohua glanced at him and said coldly, "If you want to go out, none of us will stop you. However, I don't plan to go with others." After saying this, he turned around and left. Cough cough, Li Zongbao saw this and looked at the thousands of cultivators in the cave. He said, "We're hiding here for the sake of expediency. We need to work together. If any of you have your own ideas like Xiaohua, you can go out now. I also hope that you can find a suitable way. Of course, for our safety, you only have one chance. If any of you want to go out, you can leave now. In the future, I'll be in charge of this array disc. Only others can come in, and no one can go out unless we all leave together." "All right, I'll go out and try my luck." The Cool Breeze Valley disciple cupped his hands and was about to leave. "Wait!" A Changbai sect disciple stopped him and said coldly, "You can go out, but you have to swear a blood oath that you can't reveal our location. Otherwise, I won't be at ease letting you go out." "But," Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder sect just left. Why didn't you make him swear a blood oath?" The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said angrily. Chapter 25-27. How can you compare to Senior Brother Xiao? Senior Brother Xiao defeated tens of thousands of sword cultivators with Senior Brother Li. Of course, he's going out for us. I'm not worried. The Changbai sect disciple replied without hesitation. That's right. Any disciple who wants to leave must first make a blood oath. The group of disciples came to their senses and said, "Oh, okay." The Cool Breeze Valley disciple was quick to make a blood oath and hurriedly left. Then another dozen disciples left. There were disciples from the Cool Breeze Valley and the Utmost Happiness faction. However, none of the Changbai sect disciples left. Not to mention the other disciples' motives for leaving. Xiaohua didn't activate his magic power when he came out of the cave. Instead, he used the ethereal steps. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the flying technique, it was still much faster than an ordinary person. He floated out of the cave like a wisp of smoke. After waiting for a few breaths, Xiaohua slightly checked his true essence. There was also some consumption, but it was much less than when he used the flying technique. It seems that the blue thing in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth isn't as simple as I thought. If it accumulates in my body for a long time, even a slight movement will devour my true essence, right? Xiaohua thought. His body slowed down again. As he walked slowly, he released his divine sense. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with his divine sense. It could even go a little farther. At this time, the cave was dead silent. Only the sound of Xiaohua's footsteps could be heard. There was no one else in sight. Presumably, the other cultivators had the same idea as Xiaohua and the others. Here it is. Xiaohua looked left and right. His body flew up and rushed toward the stone wall. When the stone wall was near, he used the earth escape technique and entered the stone wall. Oh, this stone wall is also strange. As soon as Xiaohua entered the stone wall, he immediately felt a great resistance. It was not as easy as before when he used the earth escape technique. After a few dozen feet, he felt like he was wading through a quagmire. Even the true essence in his body was greatly consumed. He didn't dare to go any further and hurriedly retreated from the stone wall. Landing in the cave, Xiaohua's expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the stone wall above his head, he lightly bit his lips. The last hope in his heart had also dissipated. Looks like if I can't find a thin enough stone wall, this young master's fa won't be enough. Humph, if this vicious scheme wasn't done by Qin Jian, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Qin Jian's face appeared in Xiaohua's mind. He really wanted to stab Qin Jian's face a few times. Sigh, this guy mainly schemed against those few golden core cultivators, but he didn't expect to trap me as well. Xiaohua sighed. Although his magic power was profound and was comparable to late-stage golden core, he was also helpless when encountering this thing that consumed true essence. Let's find where the stone walls are thin first. Xiaohua thought as he opened his left hand and looked at the 4 walls of the karst cave. However, he only knew the name of the Dharma Eye. He didn't know the origin of the Dharma Eye at all, and there was no need to talk about any cultivation. Everything depended on the instincts of the Dharma Eye. Normally, when looking for the flaws of the Dharma Eye was right in front of him, and he could look at it. However, at this time, he had to look further and deeper. All of a sudden, Xiaohua was stumped. He didn't know how to look deeper, how to find where the stone walls were the shallowest. Even if I can't find it, then I still have to find it. Xiaohua knew that this was the only way for him, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and the others to survive. He could only grit his teeth and slowly explore. The stone walls were filled with azure. It was no different from the other places in the karst cave. However, as Xiaohua wandered aimlessly, he gradually discovered a difference. The azure within the karst cave was just like that. It was like a clear sky, and it felt as if it stretched as far as the eye could see. However, the stone walls seemed to be mottled, and the brightness of the azure was somewhat different. It was as if some of the clouds in the sky were blocking the azure color. The inside of the stone walls are all rock layers, and there is also water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If the stone walls are thicker, there will be more spiritual energy contained, and this azure color will be bright. Xiaohua inwardly pondered. If the stone walls are thinner, there will be less spiritual energy contained, and the azure color will naturally be dim. I only need to find where the color is the dimmest, and also the place that can be broken through the most. Then, I can use the overturning C seal to break through this layer. Wouldn't I be able to escape? This place is definitely beyond the expectations of a sword cultivator, right? As it turned out, Xiaohua wanted to use the overturning C seal to break through the layer and create a passage. However, Xiaohua didn't know how thick this rock layer was, and how much spiritual energy he would need to use to break through it. Therefore, he could only try his best to find where the azure color was the dimmest. Every time he found a place that looked similar, Xiaohua would use his Buddhist awareness to make a mark, and then continue to walk down. It was the same as when he left the karst cave. He also used his Buddhist awareness to make a mark. He didn't have the confidence that he could successfully find Li Zongbao and the others again. After searching for several hours, Xiaohua felt that he had walked more than 10 li. He had also made over 100 marks. Unfortunately, these marks were all similar, and there wasn't a particularly obvious dimness. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed slightly. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard movement in front of him. Cunning cultivator, where are you going? And the voice was getting closer and closer. Oh! Xiaohua heard that a cultivator was being chased by a sword cultivator. How could he ignore it? He hurriedly walked a few steps, and just as he was about to go over to take a look, he saw a few sword lights in the distance flying towards him. Ah? Since when did Changbai sect cultivators understand sword cultivator flying swords? Seeing a Changbai sect disciple in Taoist robes desperately escaping on a flying sword with 3 sword cultivators chasing behind him, Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. But just a moment later, Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, since this young master can practice the flying sword techniques of sword cultivators, the Changbai sect has disciples who practice flying swords. There is no reason not to practice the flying sword techniques of sword cultivators. Senior brother Xiao, save me. That Changbai sect disciple wasn't fated to die. When he saw Xiaohua from afar, he was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Even if Xiaohua didn't want to save him, he couldn't escape now. Fortunately, Xiaohua's awe-inspiring aura from before was still present. When the 3 swordsmen saw that it was actually this fiend, their expressions changed and they immediately turned to flee, afraid that Xiaohua would catch up to them. Haha! Xiaohua's little tail also stood up when he saw how mighty he was. Little did he know that the sword cultivators who had escaped were all curling their lips as they whispered in unison. Just let this guy be free for a while. After this round of killing, he will know the methods of us sword cultivators." The Changbai sect disciple landed and bowed respectfully with lingering fear. Junior brother Niu Ming from Changbai sect greets senior brother Xiao. "Thank you, senior brother, for saving my life." "Don't mention it." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I didn't even lift my hand. What life-saving grace is there?" "Hee, it's all because of senior brother's awe-inspiring reputation. You were much more powerful than anyone else when you raised your hand." Niu Ming flattered. Then he looked behind Xiao Hua and asked curiously, "Senior brother Li Zongbao and junior brother Xiao Mao. They hid like the other disciples. Why didn't you hide?" Xiao Hua didn't directly tell him where Li Zongbao and the others were hiding and asked him a question instead. "Sai, junior brother feels that just hiding isn't the best strategy. We should find a place to break through before the sword cultivators make their next move. Otherwise, we can only be slaughtered by the sword cultivators." Niu Ming didn't hide anything and said. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "Did you find anything?" "Sai, if it was so easy to find, then the sword cultivators' preparations over the past few years would have been in vain." Niu Ming sighed. Junior brother only searched for 2 hours and saw that the number of sword cultivators in the cave gradually increased. "They must have come out to kill us." Junior brother tried to hide, but I was still discovered by several sword cultivators. If it wasn't for senior brother Xiao, junior brother probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Xiao Hua didn't comment. He looked at Niu Ming and narrowed his eyes. Niu Ming didn't understand. He looked at himself in surprise and then looked around. When he saw the flying sword in his hand, his expression changed slightly. "Hee," Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Junior brother Niu, since you already found something wrong, do you still need me to say it?" "Senior brother Xiao," Niu Ming hurriedly smiled apologetically. "I am indeed a disciple of the Changbai sect. I'm definitely not a sword cultivator. This flying sword. Sai, since I've reached this level, I don't dare to hide it. However, when I was practicing the secret technique, I already swore a blood oath that I couldn't reveal a single word. I hope senior brother Xiao can understand. The disciples of the Changbai sect are good at flying swords. It's normal for them to practice the flying sword technique of sword cultivators." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "But the restriction of the Sky Patrol City is specially designed to check the sword origin. How did you escape?" "Of course, there's a secret technique." Niu Ming smiled bitterly. "Obviously, this involved a blood oath. But I'm really curious. I also want to prove that you're not a sword cultivator." Xiao Hua continued to ask, "Although there are jade slips in my storage bag, if senior brother Xiao forces me, I'd rather die together with you." Niu Ming said sternly. Whoosh! It was Xiao Hua's Taoist robe swaying. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand without hesitation and grabbed Niu Ming's throat like a flash of lightning. "Ah!" Niu Ming was shocked. Although he was prepared, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so fast. The strangest thing was that there didn't seem to be any spiritual power fluctuations. However, he was only shocked when Xiao Hua pressed his thumb on his neck. His vision turned black, and he fainted. "Haha!" Xiao Hua looked at Niu Ming, who had fallen to the ground, then reached out and took his storage pouch. He opened it and looked carefully. There weren't many jade slips inside, so he didn't look at them carefully. He copied them one by one and put them back into his storage pouch. Then, he put the storage bag in Niu Ming's arms. He took the jade slips and checked them one by one. Chapter 25-28. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua was proficient in the art of flying swords. He only needed to read it once to understand. Some of the Changbai sect's disciples have been nurturing swords since they were young, but these disciples were specially selected. Their primordial spirits are strong enough to withstand the division. It seems that Reverend Brightsword left some of his secret techniques in the Changbai sect. These disciples have both vital essence and sword essence in their bodies. They usually use vital essence to drive ordinary flying swords and use secret techniques to conceal sword essence. But now they don't use vital essence and only use sword essence. Of course, they won't be affected by the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the Changbai sect doesn't allow this secret technique to be publicized, so these disciples don't dare to use it easily. Moreover, with sword cultivation alone, these disciples who are in the foundation stage can only fall into the realm of nurturing swords. They are no match for sword cultivators, so... Xiao Hua pinched his chin and pondered. Senior brother Xiao, what happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint? Niuming slowly woke up and asked in surprise. You were being chased by sword cultivators just now. Maybe your qi and blood surged. Xiaohua collected his thoughts and said with a smile. So that's how it is. Niuming nodded. Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for looking after me. Well, do you want to go by yourself now? Or do you want to go by yourself? Xiaohua asked. What? Xiaohua's question stunned Niuming. Then he came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, Since I've already come out, there's no reason to turn back. I'd better find a way out myself. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and pointed in a direction. Senior brother Li Zongbao and the others are there. You can go there and find them. If there's a chance, you can go by yourself. If not, we'll be together and take care of each other. Oh, right, there are hundreds of your sect's disciples there. Hearing this, Niuming's eyes lit up. He bowed again and said, Thank you, senior brother Xiao, for your advice. I understand. I'll go now. Senior brother, you have to be careful too. Well, go. Xiaohua waved his hand and watched Niuming leave on his flying sword. Damn it, the Chongbai sect is indeed powerful. Why didn't I think of this? They actually concealed sword essence. Xiaohua turned around and walked in Niuming's direction. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and carefully examined it. His dream executioner and mountain splitter had been successfully nurtured into swords, and he had been using dream executioner for a long time. However, he had never deliberately cultivated the flying sword arts of sword cultivators. He had always used his original spiritual sense to control the flying sword, which was no different from using a magic treasure. However, such a flying sword could only be a magic treasure and not a true flying sword, even if it had a sword spirit. Although he had recently begun to comprehend the sword arts of ordinary sword cultivators, he was still hesitant. Sword cultivation was different from the Buddhist sect. Sword essence could be easily seen by cultivators. Moreover, in the midst of a great sword Dao battle, he was already afraid that he would be discovered by others. How could he dare to cultivate sword essence? When he thought of sword origin, Xiaohua understood why his 7-star Great Formation was not as powerful as Ling Yunwu's 7-star Great Formation. Not only did he control it through his sword pouch, not only did his 7-star Great Formation consist of 7 flying swords transformed from illusory swords, but most importantly, it should be sword origin, right? And the reason why his flying sword could not produce sword intent was probably because of sword origin, right? But Reverend Brightsword's jade slip did not mention that one must cultivate sword origin. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. But how could Reverend Brightsword's flying sword have sword intent? Unfortunately, Reverend Brightsword had already fallen. Xiaohua was dead and could not testify. Forget it, let's wait and see. If it can really conceal sword origin, this young master will also give it a try. Xiaohua secretly made up his mind. Moreover, this Niuming's jade slip also has the sword arts of nurturing sword and drawing sword. If he can cultivate it, then this young master can naturally cultivate it too. Where is this? Xiaohua originally went back the way he came, but when his mind relaxed slightly, he immediately showed his instincts. He actually walked to a dead end, a place similar to the karst cave Xiaohua first found. Xiaohua only looked and was about to turn around, but at this moment he casually raised his hand again. Io, the brilliance here is very dim. After Xiaohua saw it with his Dharma eye, he could not help but be overjoyed. It's here. Xiaohua did not hesitate to use his Buddhist sense to make an imprint, hurriedly walked out, and then walked back. The way back was naturally not as easy as before. Xiaohua easily found several dead ends, and these dead ends without exception. The walls of the karst cave looked extremely thin. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. If that's the case, then the first karst cave this young master found was the thinnest place, right? Didn't this young master's efforts go in vain? Oh, that's not right. At that time, I already saw it in the karst cave. It was not like that. Xiaohua immediately shook his head again. But fortunately, Xiaohua had other Buddhist sense marks along the way. Although he spent a lot of effort, he finally found the way back. Not far from the karst cave where Li Zongbao and the others were hiding, Xiaohua found another karst cave. This karst cave was smaller than the previous one, but it looked darker than the others. Moreover, Xiaohua also gradually fumbled around. The smaller the karst cave on the dead end, the thinner the walls. Like the one he found before, the walls were naturally thick. After Xiaohua removed his Buddhist sense imprint and hammered the walls a few times, Li Zongbao noticed the movement and opened the restriction, letting Xiaohua in. Seeing Xiaohua come back safely, Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaohua's eyes swept the karst cave, and he could not help but be stunned. Before he left, there were only a few hundred people in this karst cave, not 1,000. But now, the inside of the karst cave was dark. At a glance, there were thousands of people, perhaps tens of thousands. Why are there so many people? Xiaohua felt inconceivable. After all, it was only a dozen or so hours. Most importantly, he only met that cultivator, Niu Ming, along the way. However, Xiaohua immediately understood. It was not that there was no one in this karst cave, but everyone was looking for a way out. Only he could not find a way out. He was looking for a dead end, and on this dead end, he could only meet Niu Ming, who was also forced into a dead end. Damn it, is this young master so unlucky? Xiaohua rubbed his nose, almost touching the phoenix talisman on his chest. Hee, it's like this. How could Li Zongbao know that Xiaohua suddenly raised this matter to countless heights? He explained, after junior brother Xiao left, we discussed for a long time, but we did not have any ideas. We did not even have the slightest clue about this strange poison. We thought that we could not just sit and wait for death, and put all our hopes on junior brother. Therefore, we chose a few disciples with profound magic power from each sect, and asked them to go out and find the disciples of other sects. So it's like this. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That's the best. Junior brother also felt that the weight on his shoulders was very heavy, and I was afraid that I could not bear it. I just don't know how the discussion went. Sai, what the hell? Li Zongbao also cursed. There are nearly 10,000 cultivators in my Dao sect, but none of them have seen this poison before. They say that it is a strange poison that can devour one's vital energy. Also, a few disciples have some antidote pills on them, but they are all useless. Even a disciple lost his life because of it. Fight poison with poison. This idea immediately appeared in Xiaohua's mind. He was very glad that he did not use it forcefully before. While they were talking, there were some fluctuations of magic power at the entrance of the cave. Li Zongbao did not even think and wanted to activate the formation plate. Junior brother should do it. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. In such a dangerous place, one more bit of true essence is one more bit of guarantee. With a flash of his hand, Xiaohua took the formation plate that Li Zongbao did not want to return to him. He pointed his hand and a green light slowly flew towards the entrance of the cave. After the array flashed, it revealed close to 100 Changbai sect disciples at the entrance of the cave. Senior brother Li, senior brother Xiao. These disciples clearly recognized Xiaohua and Li Zongbao. They cupped their hands and quickly walked in. All right, senior brothers, please come in. Behind Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had already arrived. However, when he saw Li Zongbao talking to Xiaohua, he did not greet them. Instead, he stepped forward and nodded slightly at Xiaohua, and was about to lead the Changbai sect disciples in. Senior brother Li. A Changbai sect disciple at the front said softly, I have an older senior brother who seems to have some understanding of this strange poison. I did not dare to delay and quickly brought them over. Oh, is that so? That's great. Li Zongbao was overjoyed. He turned around and said to Xiao Mao, invite senior brother Yi Bei from Changbai sect and senior brother Jian Boming from Qingfeng Valley over. We will discuss this together. Yes. Xiao Mao hastily turned around. Before long, two white-haired late-stage foundation building old men quickly walked over. Both of them greeted Xiaohua. Then the 100 or so Changbai sect disciples left with Xiao Mao. A short and wrinkled middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator stayed behind. However, Yi Bei from Changbai sect saw that this elder was unfamiliar. He cupped his hands and said, forgive me for not recognizing you, but I don't think I've seen you in the sect before? Haha, senior brother Yi. I'm only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I'm just a good-for-nothing disciple of the Changbai sect. How could the sect catch your eye? The old man smacked his dry lips and smiled apologetically. That's true. Yi Bei nodded. Changbai sect has many foundation establishment disciples. There are also many disciples from the 18 Sword Peaks. There are too many that I haven't seen before. How should I address you, junior brother? I'm Bai Fei. The elder was slightly surprised as he replied. All right, junior brother Bai, what do you know? If you can help with the detoxification this time, our lives will be saved by you. This is a great contribution. I will definitely ask for a reward for you. Chapter 25-29. This. Bai Fei bit his lips and his eyes flickered. Oh, what's wrong? Yibei was slightly stunned and asked curiously, could it be that you have some concerns? Hearing this, Li Zongbao and the others unconsciously took a few steps back. If Bai Fei said yes, they would retreat immediately. However, Bai Fei smiled and said in a low voice, of course not. Although this thing is very old, it is far from being a secret. Moreover, this matter is very important. I naturally won't have any concerns. Yibei's expression softened, and he nodded. This matter concerns the lives of tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 sections. Even if it is a secret of the Changbai sect, we can't not reveal it. Just say it. If there is anything wrong, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Jian will bear witness. I will bear all responsibility. Hee. Actually, it is not as secret as Senior Brother said. Bai Fei smiled and finally spoke. I don't want any special rewards. I just want to ask Senior Brother Yi for a cultivation method. Oh, you don't want this amazing merit? When Yibei heard this, he instantly felt that something was amiss. However, he still said, if your information is effective and can save the lives of these 10,000 people, not to mention the rewards from the sect, even the gratitude of these 10,000 people would be more useful than any cultivation technique. With this, won't the sect reward you with a cultivation method? Hee. Senior Brother Ye's words are naturally reasonable. Bai Fei smiled apologetically. However, these merit are all needed by Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Shao, Senior Brother Yi, and Senior Brother Jian. Why would you want merit from a nobody like me? It's not as practical as some of the sect's secret techniques. Yibei looked at Li Zongbao and bit his lips hard. If I can't take out this cultivation method, you will not save them? Will you let these disciples be killed by sword cultivators? Don't forget, Bai Fei, you've also been poisoned by this strange poison. If you say it out loud, who among us has a way out? Do you still have a way out? Jian Boming could not bear to watch any longer and said in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Bai Fei swept his gaze over Jian Boming and sneered. Senior Apprentice Brother Jian is probably a direct disciple of Cool Breeze Valley, right? You don't know the suffering of us low-level disciples. There are some secret techniques that we have long coveted, but no matter what kind of contributions we make, they will not be rewarded. Even if I reveal this information today, even if tens of thousands of disciples are saved, most of the battle merits will belong to others. How much will I lose? Even if I have these merits, I may not be able to give you the secret technique I want. Why can't I just ask for it? Are you sure that I know the secret technique you want? Yibei asked thoughtfully. Aren't you afraid that I will search your soul? Jian Boming asked coldly. Hee, of course I'm scared. Bai Fei wasn't afraid at all. However, do you think the other disciples of the Changbai sect will just stand by and watch you perform a soul search for no reason? Do you think you'll be able to soul search the things you know? Do you think that I don't have any other fellow apprentices that I'm close to? Even so, I still want to try. Jian Boming narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Bai Fei, what secret technique do you want? Yibei glanced at Jian Boming and asked in a low voice. Bai Fei ignored Jian Boming and said to Yibei, I want that sword. At this point, Bai Fei glanced at Xiaohua and the others and said a few words through voice transmission. Obviously, Yibei's expression didn't change when he heard this. Only the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. It was obvious that this request wasn't out of his expectations, but this request really put him in a difficult position. Of course, if Senior Apprentice Brother Yi doesn't agree, then I'll pretend that I never said this. Bai Fei said confidently. Haha, why wouldn't I agree? Yibei only thought for a moment before he clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He copied one of them and handed it to Bai Fei. He said, if it's for the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples of the 3 sects and the thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect, my blood oath is nothing. Good. Xiaohua's blood boiled as he watched this. He clapped his hands and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, just based on what you said, the heavens will definitely not let that bullshit blood oath take effect. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Apprentice Brother Shao. Yibei sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that at this critical moment, there would be a disciple of his sect like Bai Fei who would ask for a price using a jade slip. He despised and hated Bai Fei in his heart, but he had no choice but to listen to him. After all, this was the lives of tens of thousands of disciples. Wait, Jian Boming said anxiously. Bai Fei, what if the information you take out isn't related to this exotic poison? Hee, I'm in this karst cave. If the information is wrong, you can take the jade slip away at any time. Bai Fei's face was distorted with joy. He stared at the glowing jade slip in Yi Bei's hand. Give it to me. Yi Bei's expression didn't change as he stretched out his other hand. Yes. Bai Fei wasn't afraid that Yi Bei would change his mind. He opened his hand and a broken jade slip was handed over. However, when he let go of it, his other hand took the jade slip from Yi Bei's hand first. After Bai Fei read it with his divine sense, he bowed deeply and said, Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yi. Humph. Yi Bei snorted and ignored him. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and read it. However, when he first looked at it, his face was still filled with joy, but gradually, it changed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Everyone was surprised, but they waited quietly. After a while, Yi Bei handed the jade slip to Li Zongbao with a bitter smile and said, Senior apprentice brotherly, take a look. What's wrong? Is the information Bai Fei gave wrong? Isn't it this exotic poison? Jian Boming said fiercely, If that's the case, even if he's a disciple of your Changbai sect, I won't forgive him. Sigh. Yi Bei shook his head and smiled bitterly. What Bai Fei gave is indeed correct. We were poisoned by the spirit-binding juice mentioned in his jade slip. However, even if we know this item and the method to detoxify this item, I'm afraid it's useless. Oh, is that so? Even Xiaohua was stunned when he heard this. Sure enough, after Li Zongbao finished reading, his face darkened. It was obvious that what Yi Bei said was true. Li Zongbao raised his hand to hand the jade slip to Jian Boming, but Jian Boming hurriedly stepped back and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it for a moment. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. He handed the jade slip back to Jian Boming and looked at Bai Fei, who had already sneaked into the Changbai sect disciples in the distance. He shook his head vigorously. It turned out that according to the records in the jade slip, this so-called spirit-binding juice was once used in the sword battle 10,000 years ago. That battle was participated by the nascent soul masters. It was a sword array set up in a water-based place near the sword tomb. At that time, one nascent soul cultivator, 10 golden core cultivators, and thousands of foundation establishment cultivators were ambushed. They barely escaped after losing 8 golden core cultivators and 2,000 foundation establishment cultivators. This incident caused a huge sensation at that time. Everyone in the Sky Patrol City was in a state of panic. Everyone was very afraid that they would encounter such a terrifying sword array one day. However, after the nascent soul cultivator recovered his spiritual power and discussed with many other nascent soul cultivators, he discovered that although this spirit-binding juice was powerful, it also had a huge drawback. This spirit-binding juice could only be used in water-based places with rich spiritual power. Moreover, it was only effective for 3 days. After these 3 days, the spirit-binding juice would lose its effect, and the cultivator's spiritual power would gradually recover. The most ridiculous thing was that this spirit-binding juice did not require any antidote. As long as the cultivator who was affected by the spirit-binding juice left the range of water-based spiritual power and was blown by a strong wind in midair, the spirit-binding juice in his body would immediately disappear. Of course, after the spirit-binding juice disappeared, there were still side effects. However, the jade slip only mentioned it occasionally and did not go into detail. That day, the nascent soul cultivator persevered for 3 days before he defeated the sword array and broke out with the remaining disciples. Even those disciples with cultivation in the early stage of foundation establishment did not take any antidote, and their spiritual power was also restored. It was also this spirit-binding juice that relied on the element of surprise to kill 8 gold core cultivators and 2,000 foundation establishment cultivators. Later on, the sword cultivator used it several times, but it did not have any effect, so he did not use it again. Therefore, there were only a few records in the ancient books of many sections. By now, it had probably been forgotten by others. This Bai Fei had probably obtained the jade amulet from somewhere by chance. Only then did he know the reason for the spirit-binding juice. No wonder that Bai Fei did not want any battle merits or rewards. It's fine if others don't know about this thing, but if they do, the things on the jade slip are really not worth half a spirit stone. How can the conference hall give him battle merits? Xiaohua sighed and said, He might as well take this opportunity to ask for some secret method of the sect. Sigh. Jian Boming also sighed when he saw this. Now that we know the origin of the spirit-binding juice, but it's useless. It's useful. Xiao Mao smiled and said, we only need to persevere for 2 more days and this spirit-binding juice will be removed. It's a pity that Qin Jian won't give us 2 more days. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. With Qin Jian's cunning, how could he let them recover their spiritual power? Xiaohua even felt that gathering tens of thousands of people here might be Qin Jian's arrangement to catch them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Li Zongbao nodded. I think we'll be able to. Woo-woo. A faint sound like a cow mooing came from afar, followed by the sound of water dripping into everyone's ears. This is... Xiaohua's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of the river he saw in Flowing Ice Valley and immediately understood. He said anxiously, not good. Qin Jian poured the river water of Flowing Ice Valley into the karst cave. Of course, the entrance of Flowing Ice Valley's spirit stone vein was in the river. It was easy to pour the river water in. Besides, Qin Jian had already made arrangements. There were probably more than 10 entrances to the river. Chapter 2530. Under normal circumstances, these foundation-building cultivators and even aura-refining cultivators wouldn't pay attention to this surging river water. But what about now? The river water would definitely stimulate the effect of the spirit-binding juice, and cultivators would also have to use their magic power to avoid the river water. No matter how one looked at it, pouring the river water was the most poisonous trick. That's right, it was the river water. Soon, the sound of the surging river water and waves hitting the karst cave quickly spread over. Of course, many cultivators began to panic. Follow me. At this moment, Xiaohua made up his mind and waved his hand. I have a way. Oh, junior martial brother Xiao? Li Zongbao was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed because Xiaohua had never disappointed him. Li Zongbao hastily flew into the air and shouted, Disciples of all sects, get into formation and follow us out. Junior martial brother Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect has already found a way out. Thank you, senior martial brother Xiao. Thank you, senior martial brother Li. Everyone cheered loudly, and a few aura-refining disciples were almost crying tears of joy. Seeing Li Zongbao's momentum, Xiaohua said anxiously, Senior martial brother Li, I only have a way. I don't dare to say it'll be completely useful. As long as it's a way, it might be useful. Li Zongbao answered indifferently. If it's not like this, they'll be in chaos first. How will we defend against the enemy? How will we contend against the river water? Xiaohua nodded, feeling his shoulders immediately become heavy again. Not daring to be negligent, Xiaohua hastily flew out of the karst cave, closed his eyes, released his Buddhist sense, and flew towards the place marked previously. Xiaohua muttered as he flew, secretly praying that he wouldn't lose it this time. Perhaps Xiaohua's prayer was effective, or perhaps Xiaohua's Buddhist sense was effective. In short, after a while, Xiaohua successfully found the karst cave marked last. It's here. Xiaohua heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. There's a way out here? Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and saw another karst cave without a way out. Beside him, Xiao Mao was also surprised. There's no way out now, but this little brother will soon find a way out. Xiaohua flew into the cave and clapped his hands. The seal of overturning sea landed in his hands. With a tap of his hand, the seal of overturning sea rapidly expanded. Seal of overturning the sea? Li Zongbao exclaimed in shock. Where did you get it from? You actually recognize him? Xiaohua was speechless. According to Ji Yi, this thing had disappeared for thousands of years. How could Li Zongbao from the Utmost Happiness faction recognize it? Li Zongbao frowned as if he thought of something and said, I know a thing or two about the famous magic treasures of the various sections. The seal of the Changbai sect is also famous in Meng. How can I not know? Although he had mysteriously disappeared for 1,000 years, to think that he had fallen into the hands of a sword cultivator. I have no other choice. Xiaohua pointed at the rock wall and said, I can only rely on the magic power in my body to activate the seal of overturning the sea to break through this place. Other than that, there is indeed no other way. Good brother. Li Zongbao nodded. Go ahead and do it. This thing is given to you by me. Ugh. Xiaohua shook his head. I'm afraid this place, This reason is not very useful. Li Zongbao came to his senses and looked outside the karst cave. He said, I will go out now and ask many disciples to set up a defense in front of the karst cave. First, they will block the river water. Second, they will block the sword cultivators. I will not let them in. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. As he spoke, Xiaohua activated his magic power. The seal of overturning the sea emitted a yellow brilliance. Spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered like a swarm of bees. Lines of jade appeared on the seal of overturning the sea. Go! Xiaohua shouted. He grasped the seal of overturning the sea with his bare hands and used his strength to smash it at the place he had chosen earlier. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire karst cave shook. A hole of several feet in size and several feet deep was smashed out by the seal of overturning the sea. Countless stones fell down from the sky with a crackling sound. When Li Zongbao saw that Xiaohua had taken action, he didn't have time to ask why he had chosen this place. He hurriedly flew out of the karst cave. Li Zongbao raised the divine piercing whip in his hand and shouted, Disciples, listen to my command. Whoever dares to use his divine sense to spy on the karst cave, whoever dares to take half a step into the karst cave will be killed by me. Disciples of the Utopia faction, set up a defense in the center. Disciples of the Taibai faction, set up a defense in the left. Disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley, set up a defense in the right. The terrain here is very high. We will release our magic weapons to block the river water. Don't let the river water rush into the karst cave. As long as we hold on for a few breaths, the river water will naturally flow to another place. Yes, we understand. Although the disciples didn't know what Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao were doing in the karst cave, they saw that only Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao came out. Xiaohua must be doing something inside. At this time, the loud rumbling sound had already reached everyone's ears. Those who were smart already knew what Xiaohua was thinking. Although Xiaohua's action was really the stupidest method, at this time, what other methods did they have? Although Xiaohua's method was the stupidest, it was the most effective. As long as the path was opened, they could rush out of the underground. Then the sword cultivators and the spirit-binding juice would be turned into smoke. Therefore, these disciples were very obedient to Li Zongbao's arrangement. They took out their magic weapons and lined up in a formation. With their backs to the karst cave, they quietly waited for the river water to come. Of course, they didn't dare to use their divine sense to spy on the karst cave. They were afraid that Li Zongbao's divine piercing whip would fall on their bodies. However, in the formation of the Changbai sect, the disciple Bai Fei, who had just exchanged the spirit-binding juice jade pendant for one of Yi Bei's secret arts of the Changbai sect, was shocked again. He took out his flying sword and waited for the river water to come. At the same time, he listened carefully. The sound of Xiaohua hitting the rock wall with the seal of the tumbling sea came again and again. First, it was like an earthquake. Then the sound became softer and softer, but the vibration was still there. After listening for a while, Bai Fei's face suddenly showed astonishment. Then joy appeared in his eyes. Then Bai Fei turned and flew towards the karst cave. Bai Fei, what are you doing? Yi Bei was behind the Changbai sect disciples. Seeing Bai Fei's strange behavior, he shouted angrily. All right, Senior Brother Yi, this little brother has something to tell Senior Brother Xiao Huaxiao. Bai Fei shouted. It's important, it's absolutely important. Stop. Yi Bei sneered. What other shady business do you want to do? Don't take advantage of our kindness. I wouldn't dare. Bai Fei smiled bitterly. This matter is really important. It's definitely different from before. If there's any falsehood this time, I'll let Senior Brother Xiao punish me. Yi Bei was a bit embarrassed and looked at Li Zongbao. Come here. Li Zongbao originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about how this guy actually had a jade talisman that recorded a poison like the spirit-binding juice from 10,000 years ago, he knew that he definitely had something else. Bai Fei arrived in front of Li Zongbao and stole a glance at the karst cave. He transmitted his voice. I'll be frank. Did Senior Brother Xiao Hua use my Changbai sect's cloud-suppressing seal or ocean-overturning seal to break through the walls? How do you know? Li Zongbao's expression didn't change. I judged it from the sound. Bai Fei didn't hide it. I have the secret technique to use these two items. I'm willing to give it to you. Oh! Li Zongbao was moved. He knew that even if Xiao Hua had the ocean-overturning seal, he might not have the complete method to refine and use it. I don't know whether it's these two treasures or not, Li Zongbao said coldly. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this rare oddity in a Dao cultivator battle. Then, I'll have to ask Senior Brother Li. This concerns my life. I can't just sit back and do nothing, Bai Fei said with deep emotion. Oh, so, you're willing to give it out for free? Li Zongbao looked at Bai Fei strangely. He really didn't believe it. Hee, of course I can't give it out for free. Bai Fei smiled apologetically. However, my condition is very simple. I'm sure Senior Brother Li can fulfill it. Tell me. Li Zongbao didn't ask for the jade slip at all. He just asked for the conditions first. It's nothing. Just two conditions. Bai Fei's eyes were filled with hope. Say it. Li Zongbao replied indifferently. The first condition is very simple. If this passage is broken through, I hope to pass through after Senior Brother Li and the two senior brothers Shao. Or if the three senior brothers don't take the lead, then I'll be the fourth. Bai Fei bit his lips and smiled apologetically. The second condition. The second condition is also very simple. I need a cultivation method and a flying sword. The cultivation method is for sword cultivators. It can be cultivated all the way to the 3rd grade of illusory sword. The flying sword is for illusory swordsmen. What? Li Zongbao was stunned. You're a Changbai sect disciple and a Taoist sect cultivator. What do you need the flying sword and cultivation method for? Senior Brother Li, you don't have to worry about this. Bai Fei smiled embarrassedly. Senior Brother Li and the two senior brothers Shao are so brave. They must have this item in their storage pouches. As long as Senior Brother Li agrees, this little brother will immediately give Senior Brother Shao the secret technique of refining and using the seal. I don't have what you want. Li Zongbao waved his sleeves and shook his head. What about the other Senior Brother Shao? As he spoke, Bai Fei looked at Xiao Mao. However, he had been transmitting his voice to Li Zongbao. Xiao Mao didn't know at all. When he saw the white-haired old man looking at him, he was rather surprised. What he didn't know was that he had been promoted to senior brother in this old man's words. Forget it, Li Zongbao said indifferently. You wait. I'll ask Junior Brother Shao first. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Bai Fei's lips curled into a smile. He was very sure that his ears didn't mishear. Xiaohua would definitely exchange with him. Sure enough, when Xiaohua heard Li Zongbao's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. What? Bai Fei can actually hear with his own ears that I'm using the seal of overturning the sea? How can this be? It seems like it's true. Li Zongbao nodded. This guy is also a genius. If he used his mind on the righteous path, he should have achieved great success. However, his methods are somewhat despicable. In my opinion, his future achievements will be limited. Chapter 2531. Xiaohua said with a smile, That's your opinion. Bai Fei might not think so. Moreover, he deliberately searched for every opportunity to cultivate. Every step was calculated by him. His achievements might not be inferior to yours and mine. So much so that he'll far surpass us in the future. Heaven rewards the diligent, but heaven doesn't reward despicable people. Even if his cultivation far surpasses mine and his methods are contemptible, I still don't think highly of him. He doesn't need you to think highly of him. Xiaohua angrily responded to Li Zongbao. Alas, that's true. Li Zongbao actually understood in his heart. He sighed. Everyone has their own way of cultivating. Everyone has their own way of living. Why should I impose my own way of thinking on others? Moreover, Bai Fei's plan is really common on Dawn Rain Continent, and it's also really effective. Now, which cultivator doesn't look at immediate benefits and place the great Tao at the bottom of cultivation advancement? That's right. Seeing Li Zongbao sigh with emotion, Xiaohua smiled. Go get his jade slip. If it's useful, I'll agree to his conditions. I'll go right away, Li Zongbao said and was about to turn back. But at this time, Xiaohua stopped Li Zongbao again and said, Also, Senior Brother Li, the river is about to arrive, but the swordsmen haven't attacked yet. Blocking the river doesn't require so many people, right? Let the remaining disciples come over. Each of them will consume 10% of their magic power to help me open up the passage. There are thousands of disciples here. Even if each of them opens up 3 feet, those 3 will still be 10 feet. If everyone works hard, it'll be close to 2,000 feet, almost a dozen miles. It's much more effective than me doing it myself. Li Zongbao looked at the passage that Xiaohua opened up and shook his head slightly. Human strength is sometimes limited. You can think of borrowing the power of other cultivators at this juncture. It's really praiseworthy. However, even if you say so, it might not work. Just now, I also thought about this. Among the thousands of disciples, at most 60% will have suitable treasures. Among these 60% will be at the mid or late foundation establishment stage. In fact, less than 40% will be able to come out. Also, the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Even the inner layer of restrictions is not something we can break. That formation also consumes a lot of magic power, so don't be too optimistic. That's indeed the case. Xiaohua also nodded. Just now, when I was circulating my energy, I was already thinking about it. However, I might not be able to clear it by myself. Only with the help of these disciples will we be able to succeed. Li Zongbao nodded and instructed, "All right, expand the passageway a little more. When the passageway gets deeper, one disciple will enter, and the other will follow. Don't waste time." "Got it. Also, tell them to put the broken stones into their storage bags." "Don't worry, everyone knows about such details," Li Zongbao said disapprovingly. "Yes, little brother will expand the passageway right now." Xiaohua agreed. Swinging his arms, he started to work hard. Not long after, Li Zongbao came back with an old jade pendant, which was similar to the one that Bai Fei had given to Yi Bei. Xiaohua looked at it with his divine thought, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Bai Fei was right. This is indeed the secret art of refining and using the cloud-suppressing seal, the sea-overturning seal, and the mountain-crushing seal. It's absolutely correct. This Bai Fei, what's his background? How could he have so many secret arts of the Changbai sect? Who cares who he is?" Li Zongbao sneered. "He's just a disciple in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He's not from the Utopia faction. He can do whatever he wants." "All right," Xiaohua said, and took out a sword slip and a flying sword from the space and gave them to Li Zongbao. He said, "Give this to Bai Fei. Little brother will go to the side to refine the sea-overturning seal. I still need to comprehend the secret art of using it. You let the other disciples come in and open the passageway." Li Zongbao didn't say anything. He took the sword slip and the flying sword and walked out. Not long after, the disciples of the Utopia faction came in first. One by one, they rushed into the passageway that Xiaohua had already opened, which was more than 10 feet long. At this time, the rumbling sound of waves could be heard from outside. The torrential river water had already rushed into the karst cave with a huge amount of ice. According to Li Zongbao's previous arrangement, the disciples of the three factions each stood in a place and took out their magic weapons. The magic weapons emitted a bright brilliance, like a barrier blocking the river water. Everyone looked at the different magic weapons in the river water. The magic power in their bodies was like the river water, and disappeared very quickly. They were terrified. If it weren't for the calm disciples like Li Zongbao, and the support of the disciples like Xiaohua who could find a way to escape, they really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to them if they were alone in the river water. Disciples, if more than half of your magic power is consumed, immediately withdraw and let the disciples behind you support you. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood behind the crowd. Li Zongbao arranged for the disciples to enter the karst cave to open the passageway. Xiao Mao saw the light curtain in front of him faintly flickering and immediately shouted, "Yes, we understand." The crowd of disciples shouted. Their voices rushed into the karst cave and echoed back and forth. The momentum was like a rainbow, suppressing the torrential river water. The river water seemed to be endless. In one breath, it poured in for less than half an hour. Although the cultivators guarding in front of them had changed dozens of times, the river water still continued to surge. The waves in front of the light curtain were several feet long. Looking inside the karst cave, the disciples of the Utopia faction had all entered. Li Zongbao roughly estimated that there were less than 2,000 people. Moreover, he had already asked the disciples who fell in the passageway. Their magic weapons were not suitable for them, and the rock wall was incomparably hard. Each person could only open about 2 feet of the wall, and they were powerless to do more. However, even so, Li Zongbao estimated that there should be a distance of 3 to 4 miles. Moreover, as the height increased, the disciples flew up and down, which consumed a lot of magic power. Originally, they entered the passageway one by one, But now the passageway, which was more than 3 miles long, accommodated nearly 40 disciples of the Utopia faction. Alas, how deep is this karst cave? Li Zongbao sighed. When I came in, I didn't think it was so deep. Oh no! Senior Li. While Li Zongbao was thinking, Xiaomao flew in and said hurriedly, the river water has gradually stopped, but the sword cultivators are attacking again. There are also thousands of them. Hearing this, Li Zongbao was a little surprised, but it was not beyond his expectations. He waved his hand and said, Disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my order. We will go out to meet the enemy. Let the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley come in. Yes. The rest of the disciples of the Utopia faction flew out, and the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley outside the karst cave lined up and flew in again. At this time, the river water had stopped flowing. However, in front of the defensive light curtain, nearly 3 feet of river water gathered and did not recede. Looking into the distance, there was a black mass of sword cultivators crossing the river water on their flying swords and rushing over. Good. My fellow cultivators, now is the key to our survival. The cultivators inside are breaking through the rock wall. We only need to hold on to the end, and we will be able to escape from here. Li Zongbao flew in the air and said coldly as his holy whip emitted a faint golden light. Senior Li. Yi Bei of the Changbai sect saluted and said, Now that we have reached the most critical moment, we disciples of the Changbai sect do not dare to hide anything anymore. In this battle, we disciples of the Changbai sect will take the lead, and the disciples of the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley will help us on both sides. What do you think? Great. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, I want to see the secret arts of the Changbai sect. All right. Yi Bei raised his hand and said loudly, Junior brothers, we've been forced to a dead end now, and we've fulfilled our blood oath. Since it's like this, then let's allow those damnable sword cultivators to see who's the true cultivator of the sword. Kill. Then, nearly 3,000 disciples of the Changbai sect flew up. About 40% of the disciples were standing on flying swords like the sword cultivators, and all kinds of sword lights were shining. The other 60% of the disciples were using the flying technique, and they were holding the usual Taoist flying swords. However, they were all charging towards the sword cultivators without hesitation. Li Zongbao was stunned at first, but then he understood. He waved his hand and said, Disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my command, kill. Kill. Nearly 2,000 disciples of the Utopia faction flew up and activated their magic weapons to fight against the enemies. Just as Li Zongbao flew up, an old man said hurriedly, Senior Li, don't fight against the enemies. You still need to stay in the middle and guard the karst cave. This karst cave is the key to our escape. Li Zongbao stopped in the air and thought for a while. Then he bowed and said, Thank you, junior brother. Okay. The old man had already flown up and rushed into the battle. Then, Li Zongbao looked at the 2,000 disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley and said a few words to Jian Boming. Jian Boming waved his hand and said, Disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley, listen to my command. We will split into 2 groups. One group will fly into the karst cave as soon as possible and open up the passage. Then we will immediately get into formation to fight against the enemies. The other group will follow me to fight against the enemies. Yes. Naturally, the 1,000 disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley who stayed behind turned around and flew into the air under Jian Boming's command. They formed a formation and rushed towards the sword cultivators. Suddenly, the karst cave that had been silent for a day and a night was filled with the sounds of killing again. However, the fight this time was different from the previous one. The sword cultivators were clearly delaying. They would either form a sword formation to attack the cultivators, or they would fight the cultivators on their flying swords. Whenever there was danger, they would immediately retreat. They did not fight to the death with the cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators were stingy with their magic power and did not dare to forcefully chase after them. The flying techniques of the swordsmen were originally faster than that of the cultivators. As a result, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, although there were many screams, most of them were cultivators who died. The number of swordsmen who fell into the river was even fewer. Of course, it was good that the cultivators today were not afraid of the sword cultivators. They still had some strength left in them, so it seemed that they were not in a bad situation. Chapter 2532. Very quickly, another hour passed. Half of the Cool Breeze Valley disciples had entered the tunnel, but the progress of the tunnel was even more severe. After asking, Li Zongbao knew that the tunnel was less than 2 miles long. When the second batch of Cool Breeze Valley disciples prepared to enter the karst cave, another problem occurred. After an hour of fighting, not to mention the casualties, even the returning disciples had expended more than half of their spiritual power. They flew up the tunnel, used their spiritual power again, and flew back to the karst cave. The amount of spiritual power they could use was even less. When they entered the battle again, the situation was even more dangerous. In other words, these disciples could either stay here and kill sword cultivators or enter the cave to open the tunnel. If they did both, their lives would be in danger. Li Zongbao was a bit anxious, but he had no choice. This tunnel could not be opened by Xiaohua alone. He could only let the Cool Breeze Valley disciples open the tunnel as much as possible. Looking at the sword cultivator disciples, they saw that the cultivators who were fighting with them had suddenly retreated and lined up to retreat into the karst cave in the distance. Seeing that there were other disciples coming out of the karst cave, they naturally felt strange. After a while, the swordsmen who were in charge immediately realized that something was amiss. On one hand, they changed their tactics and tried their best to encourage the swordsmen to fight, while on the other hand, they hurriedly sent out swordsmen to report. Seeing this, Li Zongbao was even more anxious. At this time, it was the drawing sword and the nurturing sword disciples who were fighting. Not a single illusory swordsman had appeared. Even so, all the Dao sect cultivators should only have half of their dermic powers left in their bodies, right? As time passed, the spirit-binding juice continued to devour his magic power. His previous thought of persevering for another 2 days and 2 nights was absolutely wishful thinking. All the paths were blocked, and he could only hope that the tunnel in the cave behind him would open up in time. The swordsmen changed their tactics and their morale soared. The cultivators were completely suppressed, and many of the disciples fell from the sky, never to emerge from the river again. Looking at the Changbai sect disciples at the front, they activated their sword energy and stepped on their flying swords to meet the swordsmen. Their flying swords were filled with sword intent and sword chi. They were no different from the flying swords of the sword cultivators. The sword cultivators were shocked at first, but then they sneered and skillfully controlled their flying swords to fight against the Changbai sect disciples. At first, the two sides were evenly matched and the Changbai sect disciples even had a slight advantage. But in just the time it took to eat a meal, the Changbai sect disciples were at a disadvantage. After all, they were used to using magic to control their swords. At first, they could still concentrate, but as the danger increased, they started to make mistakes. As a result, naturally, many Changbai sect disciples used sword energy to fly on their swords, while using their vital essence to activate their flying swords to fight against the swordsmen. This was supposed to be the best choice between the two sections. It should have been effective. However, after a short while, many disciples of the Changbai sect showed signs of pain. It seemed that there was a problem with the flying sword. After a long time, several disciples even fell into the river for no apparent reason. Therefore, the Changbai sect disciples were forced to take back their sword cultivator flying swords and focus on channeling their magic power to use their Dao sect flying swords to fight the enemy. Of course, even so, the Changbai sect disciples used the least amount of magic power. In this battle, they were the main force against the sword cultivators. Seeing the situation, Li Zongbao wanted to call the Changbai sect disciples back and prepare to enter the tunnel, but he gave up. Opening the tunnel was important, but they could not underestimate the enemy. If the Changbai sect disciples were to retreat, the sword cultivators would be able to reach the karst cave. Not to mention the tunnel could not be opened. All the cultivators would die. Senior Brotherly, what's the situation? Xiaohua quietly appeared behind Li Zongbao. Not good. Li Zongbao's face was dark. If we can't open the tunnel in an hour, when the thousands of disciples run out of magic power, we will all be souls under the sword of the sword cultivators. Sigh. Xiaohua also sighed. He did not know how long the tunnel would be, but he knew that Li Zongbao was right. Even if he rushed up now, it would be like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. His magic power would not be able to resist many sword cultivators. I will follow the Cool Breeze Valley disciples to open the tunnel. The other disciples do not need to come. Xiaohua looked at the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who were still waiting to enter the karst cave and said, Okay, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded slightly. I will leave this matter to junior brother Xiao. We will definitely stall for time and leave you some time. Haha, let's pray that the rock wall is not too deep. Xiao Hua smiled. I only have so much magic power. If I run out of magic power and still can't open the rock wall, it will be useless no matter how much time we have. Then by Fei's secret technique. Li Zongbao did not forget to ask as he turned around. It's the real deal. Xiao Hua only answered with 4 words and then followed behind a Cool Breeze Valley disciple. Under Jian Boming's arrangement, the remaining Cool Breeze Valley disciples charged into the Dao sect cultivators who had already fallen into a declining battle. Xiao Hua had already flown to an extremely deep passageway when he saw a disciple flying out, followed by another disciple flying in. He then used his divine perception to scan the Cool Breeze Valley's disciples who stopped every 10 feet or so in the passageway. He sighed with emotion. There's strength in numbers, there's no mistake about that. Previously, I thought that I could open the tunnel by myself, but now that I see it, I really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. How many miles have we gone? I'm afraid it's 6 to 7 miles. I haven't reached the end yet. If I were to open the tunnel by myself, I'm afraid that 1 mile would be the limit, right? However, if Xiao Hua's 1 mile was heard by others, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 1 mile was 150 feet. Other cultivators could only shoot out 1 or 2 feet, and that was already not bad. This guy directly shot out 100 feet. How could others live with this? As the Cool Breeze Valley disciples flew out one by one, Xiao Hua also flew into the tunnel. At this time, the tunnel was a few feet wide, barely enough for the two of them to brush past each other. Just as Xiao Hua was calculating where to go, a disciple above him transmitted a message, reporting to senior brother Xiao. The senior brother in front has encountered a restriction. He is unable to break the formation. Please give us your orders. Haha. Great. Hearing this, Xiao Hua could not help but be overjoyed. Since they had reached the formation, how far could the surface be? You all can go out. I will take care of the rest. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. You all send a message to senior brother Li. If there are no accidents, an hour should be enough. Yes. That disciple passed the message to his superiors. He immediately cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and flew down, saying, Thank you for everything, senior brother Xiao. I will never forget this great favor. I don't dare. Xiao Hua was all smiles as he watched that disciple land. However, who would have thought that the remaining disciples seemed to have made an agreement? Each of them said one sentence after another with such sincerity that Xiao Hua really could not bear it. After waiting for the 40 disciples to leave, Xiao Hua also flew to the top of the passage. He saw that there was a layer of restriction that was surging with blue light. The blue brilliance was like rippling water. If there were some fish swimming in it, it would definitely be like seawater. Hiss, Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and took a deep breath. He said curiously, This is clearly the formation of a Dao sect cultivator. It is not a sword cultivator's sword formation. Then, Xiao Hua used his Dharma eyes to look for a moment and found that the spirit-binding juice had fused with this formation. Moreover, it was now dispersing into the rock wall along with the formation from time to time. And I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Since I can understand Buddhism, and the Changbai sect disciples can practice the flying swords of sword cultivators, why can't sword cultivators practice my Dao sect's spells and formations? This flowing ice valley formation probably did not have any special changes, and it was used by that bastard Qin Jian. Fine. I don't care what kind of formation it is. Even if it is a sword formation, in my hands, it is just a piece of paper. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the rabbit spirit talisman. He opened his Dharma eye and examined it. Then he placed the spirit talisman on the weak point of the array. Immediately after, he grabbed the spirit talisman with his hand. The spirit talisman flashed with brilliance, and several small dots began to vibrate within the blue brilliance. All of the brilliance slowly overlapped, and slowly linked together. Finally, it formed a rapid whirlpool. When the whirlpool spun faster and faster, a hole several feet in size appeared within the array. I don't dare to touch you now. In a moment, I will show you how powerful I am. Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and threw 2 fire talismans at the hole in the rock wall. Then, he took a deep breath and activated his Dharma powers. With a slap of his hand, the yellow overturn ocean seal flew out. Quick! Xiaohua chanted and his hands formed a seal. The Dharma powers in his body surged and rushed into his fingertips. As the Dharma powers entered the Overturn Ocean Seal, the Overturn Ocean Seal didn't expand like before. Instead, it suddenly sucked in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and emitted a fierce flicker. Roar. Then, the dragon head coiled around the Overturn Ocean Seal suddenly raised and actually let out a dragon roar. Moreover, the dragon body coiled around the Overturn Ocean Seal also began to move. Attack! Xiaohua knew that his time was limited and didn't dare to be negligent. He pointed his finger again and saw the coiling dragon fly away from the Overturn Ocean Seal. It opened its mouth in midair and actually sucked the Overturn Ocean Seal into its mouth. Woo! A thunderous sound reverberated. The coiling dragon held the Overturn Ocean Seal in its mouth and charged straight into the rock wall. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the tunnel was opened by nearly 10 feet. Damn it, it is indeed powerful. The Dharma powers used are much less than before, but the effect is several times more. A complete Dharma treasure is indeed powerful. Although Xiaohua was looking forward to it, the result was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good if he could push it out 30 to 40 feet. Who knew that it would actually be close to 10 feet? A secret technique is indeed a secret technique. A secret technique combined with a Dharma treasure is even more powerful. Xiaohua pondered. That Bai Fei took this opportunity to blackmail me. But every cultivator carries a humble heart to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Every cultivator racked their brains to find a 1 in 10,000 chance to raise their cultivation. Perhaps Bai Fei didn't have a chance like me. I'm afraid that he could only use this chance to thicken his face and ask me for a sword cultivator's sword technique. Forget it, who cares about him? I will benefit even more from this. Chapter 2533. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's view of Bai Fei gradually improved. Ignoring everything else, he urged his Fa Li to activate the seal of the overturning sea in one go. That earthen yellow dragon shape rushed out from Xiaohua's hand again, and each time it penetrated deeper into the earth. Xiaohua was secretly delighted. He understood that this layer of earth was about to reach its end. However, Xiaohua was still happy too early. The seal of the overturning sea was a complete magic treasure. The amount of Fa Li required to activate it was definitely not ordinary. Xiaohua was already much more careful, but seeing that the true yuan in his body was gradually drying up, the front was still pitch black, and there were no signs of it reaching its end. Granny, I won't fail, right? Xiaohua was somewhat restless. How about this young master uses the wishful staff again? Secretly taking a deep breath, Xiaohua very naturally activated his cultivation technique. Just as he activated it, he immediately came to a realization and hurriedly stopped his cultivation technique. This was because this was drinking poison to quench thirst. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly flashed with a bolt of lightning. This young master is confused. That Qin Jian used the flowing ice valleys array to activate the spirit binding juice. Even if there is spirit binding juice on top of this forbidden technique, but most of it should be facing downwards. This place is already close to the top of the cliff. How could there be a lot of spirit binding juice? Thus, Xiaohua impatiently opened his eyes. Sure enough, the azure color near him was very faint. It was not even different from what he usually saw. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a few pills entered his mouth. A wave of pure heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed into Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua took advantage of this to activate his cultivation technique. The long-lost true yuan immediately began to circulate. Although some true yuan suddenly disappeared, compared to the newly formed true yuan, it was still a bit less. This young master understands now. This spirit-binding juice was probably left in this young master's body before. Didn't that Bai Fei's jade amulet say that it was good? It can be removed with just a blow of the wind. There's no wind here, so I'll let it have wind. Xiaohua waved his hand and several more elixirs entered his mouth. Immediately after, the immortal body bestowment technique and dragon transformation art circulated once more. The surrounding world spirit qi turned into tiny hurricanes and poured into Xiaohua's body. Within his meridians and body, the amount of true origin that was regenerated increased. Very quickly, it exceeded the amount of true origin that was disappearing. Clearly, as the world spirit qi poured into Xiaohua's body, The spirit-binding juice in Xiaohua's body was gradually removed. Watch me. With true essence, what was there for Xiaohua to be afraid of? He roared and no longer held back on his magic power. Almost all of his magic power was channeled into the sea-overturning seal. Roar! The yellow dragon on the sea-overturning seal was also as excited as Xiaohua. It roared and held the seal in its mouth as it rushed into the soil again and again. Rumble! Xiaohua had actually forcefully activated the seal of overturning sea to attack the passageway for nearly the time it took to eat a meal. He reckoned that he had probably opened up another several kilometers of passageway. This time, he heard a loud noise, and a strand of starlight was reflected in his eyes. Soon after, a gust of cold wind blew into the passageway. Great! Xiaohua hastily withdrew his magic power and put away the sea-overturning seal, afraid that it would attract the attention of the sword cultivators. He also didn't delay in the slightest. He took a few pills, turned around, and used the awakening lightning escape technique to fly into the cave. The battle inside the cave was really tragic. Every cultivator fought until the very last moment. The magic power in their bodies could only support them for a few breaths of time. Many people's gazes looked towards the cave from time to time. Everyone's figure also involuntarily gathered towards the cave. Li Zongbao and Xiaohua had agreed on an hour. However, this hour had already passed, and he still hadn't received any message from Xiaohua. I'm afraid that today will be the day of my fall. Li Zongbao urged his magic power. The immortal piercing whip drew a golden whip shadow and repelled a sword cultivator. Li Zongbao sighed and habitually looked towards the cave. Unfortunately, this time, it was still the same. There was no figure that surprised him. Eat my whip. Looking at the sword cultivator who was repelled by him flying towards him again, Li Zongbao was angry. When he was about to urge his magic power again, he saw a crimson-red messaging charm flying in front of his eyes. Xiaohua! Li Zongbao almost cried with joy. There were too many surprises in this world. How could he, who practiced the parting love treasure mirror, endure? When he took the messaging charm and scanned it with his divine thought, he immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivators, Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect has opened the passage. We will act according to the previous discussion." Seniorly, not far away, Bai Fei was still alive. He hurriedly said, "Don't forget about me. You're the first to go out." Li Zongbao was extremely disdainful and pointed with his finger. "Thank you, seniorly," Bai Fei shouted. He left his opponent and immediately rushed into the cave. Seeing Bai Fei run away, the disciples were a little confused. "Don't panic. Disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my command. Turn the formation outward, and let the disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley go first." "Yes." The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted loudly and responded. "Ha, ha, ha, Senior Li, you've underestimated the disciples of the Changbai sect." Yi Bei was injured, but he shouted straightforwardly, "I will lead the disciples of the Changbai sect to accompany the fellow cultivators of the Utopia faction. Let the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley go first." "Good. A friend in need is a friend indeed." Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, "Junior Yi, you're my friend. There's also me." Jian Boming's injuries were more serious, but he was also full of pride. He flew into the air and said, "Let the injured disciples and those who don't have enough magic power go first. We'll bring up the rear." "Ha ha ha ha, there's also me." Xiao Mao was also injured, but he also flew to stand beside Li Zongbao. "Good," everyone laughed heartily. However, their divine senses scanned the surroundings vigilantly. When the disciples of the three factions heard the words of the three people, even though they had a strong desire to live, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Not to mention, there were many disciples who stood in front of Li Zongbao and the others, ready to fight to the death. In fact, the situation was as such. The passage could only allow 2 people to go out at the same time. If they left early, they could escape. But if they left late, or even slightly late, how could they escape? Don't forget, there were thousands of swordsmen. How could they let the cultivators escape so easily? Li Zongbao, Yi Bei, and Jian Boming's words were their final plan. They knew in their hearts that among the 6,000 cultivators, there were about 2,000 who would not be able to escape. The 3 of them would be the last 3, hoping that they could save more cultivators by fighting to the death. The injured disciples rushed into the karst cave in an orderly manner, but it was troublesome to enter the passageway. Under everyone's command, the entrance to the passageway was a mess. Many disciples rushed in, causing chaos. Xiao Mao, you go and command them. Li Zongbao pointed and shouted. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao received the order and hurriedly flew to the entrance of the karst cave. Li Zongbao's voice rang in his ears again. Xiaohua entrusted you to me, so I have to think for you. When the time is right, enter the passage. Xiao Mao bit his lips slightly and did not reply. He only flew to the entrance of the passage and scolded. Don't rush. You go first. You follow behind. Alas, this is a real man. Li Zongbao saw that Xiao Mao did not respond and knew what Xiao Mao was thinking. He secretly shook his head and waved the holy piercing whip again to command the disciples of the Utopia faction to resist the crazy attacks of the swordsmen. As long as one was a human, there would always be competition in their hearts. Even cultivators were the same. If there was no one to lead them and they saw someone else enter the passage before them, they would definitely mutter, "Why is it you and not me? When will I be able to enter the passage?" But if there was someone to command first, the cultivator had a rule in his heart. He knew that it would be his turn soon, so he would listen to the command of others. Not to mention that Xiao Mao was now famous for his fighting prowess. Everyone was very convinced by him. When Xiao Mao came to mediate, order was quickly restored. More and more people left and fewer people stayed. However, the attacks of the swordsmen did not stop. In fact, they were even more ferocious. Li Zongbao and the others could not hold on any longer. Seeing that there were still more than 3,000 people left, Li Zongbao sighed and looked up. Tens of thousands of swordsmen activated their flying swords. Every time they would take away a life. Every drop of blood sprinkled into the river, to be able to save 3,000 people, is already good enough. Li Zongbao thought to himself and shouted again, "Fellow cultivator Jian, fellow cultivator Yi, you and the others should also prepare to leave. We will leave as many as we can. Let the disciples closest to the karst cave retreat." Yi Bei saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the karst cave and shouted loudly, "Ha! Damn it! You're squeezing me to death." Just when Li Zongbao was about to agree, he heard a bright laughter in the small karst cave. "Senior Brother Xiao is here, Senior Brother Xiao is back." Everyone in the karst cave cheered loudly, as if they had suddenly found a pillar of support. "Xiaohua, why did you come back?" Li Zongbao's heart warmed, and he actually complained secretly. "Big brother." Xiao Mao was also very surprised. "Walk slowly, don't be anxious." Xiaohua glanced at the somewhat messy karst cave and said coldly, "Since this Xiao is here, all of you can leave. Don't worry, no one will be left behind." Yes. A few disciples who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the passage immediately calmed down. "You command here." Xiaohua instructed Xiao Mao. "Whoever dares to act recklessly, directly kill them." "Yes," Xiao Mao replied loudly. "Fellow cultivators, you and the others slowly retreat. Don't mess up the formation." Xiaohua saw that the situation was urgent and didn't say much. He slowly flew out of the karst cave and stood in midair like a proud god. His voice slowly rippled in the karst cave without any hint of panic. It was as if in Xiaohua's eyes, these thousands of swordsmen were just dust. "Yes, we understand." Nearly 3,000 disciples shouted in unison, and their morale immediately surged. Although Xiaohua was only standing in midair and had only spoken a few words, his appearance was actually more powerful than any magic treasure or divine ability. Not only did the hearts of the Dao sect disciples stabilize, even the sword cultivators were somewhat afraid, and their momentum of attack actually slowed down. Chapter 2534. A moment later, many cultivators slowly retreated, and there were fewer enemies in front of them. The sword cultivators clamored again. Seeing this, Xiaohua slowly flew to the front of the cultivators. "Junior Brother Xiao," Li Zongbao called out worriedly. "Senior Brother Li, tell Junior Brother Jian and Junior Brother Yi to prepare to retreat. I'll be here to block them." Xiaohua said confidently, "However, quickly send a message to them. When I count to 5, immediately close your eyes and use your divine sense to retreat to the cave. Don't open your eyes and don't use your divine sense to look at me. Whoever dares to, don't kill them." "Yes, I know." Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Knowing that Xiaohua had another method, he hurriedly sent a message to Jian Boming and Yi Bei. Xiaohua waved his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. He actually stood there and began to count. The sword cultivators were all stunned. They didn't know what Xiaohua was doing. Several sword lights attacked Xiaohua, but they were all easily defeated by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. When Xiaohua counted to 5, all the Dao sect cultivators closed their eyes together and released their divine sense with great ease, retreating towards the cave. Xiaohua pointed his finger, and a wave of Xiantian true water surged out like a blue wave, engulfing many of the sword cultivators closest to the cultivators. Moreover, the Xiantian true water separated the sword cultivators from the cultivators. I forgot. Xiaohua suddenly realized. If I use this Xiantian true water, I'm afraid I can directly kill these sword cultivators. Why do I have to use so much strength to open the passage? Moreover, this Xiantian true water may also be able to eliminate the spirit-binding juice? But then, the screams of the swordsmen could be heard. Hundreds of swordsmen lost their primordial spirits and fell from the sky like puppets. However, many of the other swordsmen had strong primordial spirits. They struggled to break free from the illusion and screamed in fear as they flew into the distance. Hee, the sword cultivators are all flying away. Who will I kill? Xiaohua laughed. Moreover, I don't dare to use this true water casually. Who knows how to eliminate the spirit-binding juice? Of course, among the thousands of sword cultivators, there were still many sword cultivators with brilliant methods. They each used their secret techniques to resist the true water. At the same time, they used their flying swords to attack the true water, wanting to kill Xiaohua after he exhausted his magic power. Unfortunately, they were wrong again. Xiaohua's true water. Junior brother Xiao, how is it? Li Zongbao naturally did not dare to open his eyes, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that most of the cultivators in the karst cave were gone, he sent a voice transmission. Senior brother Li, if you want to wait, you can stay. Let's go out together. Xiaohua indifferently replied. Good. Li Zongbao was very happy. He knew that he was right to call Xiaohua over on a whim. After Li Zongbao urged Jian Boming, Yi Bei, and the others to leave, he called for Xiao Mao and Xiaohua. Xiaohua slowly withdrew the innate primordial water and looked at the dozen or so disciples of the 3 sects who stood there like puppets not far from him. He coldly smiled and said, In this world there are always some people who think that other people's words are all lies. Then, he ignored them and flew to the tunnel. Let's go. You and I are the last 3. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Mao will go first. Xiaohua will bring up the rear. Li Zongbao instructed. Xiao Mao didn't refuse. He flew into the tunnel and used his last bit of magic power to rush to the cave entrance. Xiaohua waited for Li Zongbao to fly into the tunnel. He turned around and looked at the sword cultivators who also rushed into the cave. He stretched out his hand and curled his fingers, as if he was calling them over. Xiaohua's actions scared the sword cultivators into retreating a few steps. They waited until Xiaohua's figure disappeared. Then they gathered their courage and flew in. Everyone looked and discussed for a moment. Like the cultivators of the Dao sect, a portion of the disciples flew into the tunnel on their flying swords. The other disciples flew out of the cave. However, in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, within this passageway, there was a continuous rumbling sound of explosions. The fire talismans that Xiaohua left in the passageway exploded one after another, killing all the swordsmen that were blocked by the restriction of the flowing ice valley within the passageway. Even the restriction of flowing ice valley and all the passageways above it were destroyed without a trace by the fire talisman. Above flowing ice valley, the thin crescent moon was like a willow eyebrow on a branch. It was indiscernible and boundless. It couldn't compare to the stars in the night sky. The rushing river water created waves. The sound of waves drifted endlessly in the valley. However, the noise of the night sky couldn't hide the slaughter in the mortal world. Countless screams, sounds of collisions, and the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding could be heard without end. At a mountain stream not far away from this massacre, under a protruding eagle-like beak, a series of black shadows suddenly rushed out. These black shadows seemed to be really intertwined with each other, but when these black shadows rushed into the air, they immediately fell on the protruding walls between the cliffs with a plop-plop sound. These black shadows appeared in a flash. However, the falling black shadows were continuous. When the last thin and tall black shadow appeared in the air with 2 black shadows in his hands, There were actually over 100 black shadows that fell onto the cliffs. Haha! That thin and tall black shadow was Xiaohua. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao on his left and right and laughed. If it wasn't for this little brother having some strength, I'm afraid that senior brother, Li, would be the first cultivator to fall to his death. I'm afraid I won't fall to my death. I'll be crushed to death. It was rare for Li Zongbao to joke. It was actually quite amusing. That's right. Xiaohua flew out from the passage. How could he have known that many cultivators who flew out from the passage already had no magic power left in their bodies? Even if they used flying techniques, they couldn't. Fortunately, Xiaohua flew at the end and had enough strength. Only then was he able to push over 100 cultivators out. At this moment, behind Xiaohua, there was a series of rumbling explosions. The entire mountain rock was shaking. Senior brotherly, fellow Taoists. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. He already knew that the cultivators who flew out earlier were either hiding nearby or flying out to meet the enemy. He immediately shouted, this place was originally hidden. However, with so many disciples flying out earlier, I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of sword cultivators. Moreover, I destroyed the passage and attracted the swordsmen. You all have already taken medicinal pills, and your true essence has been regenerated. Don't wait any longer. Quickly leave Flowing Ice Valley. As for the next step, it won't be too late for us to discuss it later. Alright. After flying out of the restriction, Li Zongbao also took medicinal pills in succession. Currently, true essence was slowly being regenerated in his meridians. It was naturally impossible for him to fight, but it was enough for him to fly. Quick, there are fleeing Dao sect cultivators here. Several hundred feet away, there was an extremely ear-piercing sword cry. Dozens of divine senses quickly swept over. Let's go! Li Zongbao struggled to fly into the air. With a wave of his hand, he determined the direction and flew in a certain direction. Jian Boming and Yi Bei also flew up. They each organized the disciples of their respective sects and flew behind Li Zongbao and the other two. Looking at the pitch-black night sky and sweeping it with his divine sense, Xiaohua didn't feel that there was anything special about the place Li Zongbao was heading to. However, when he thought about the strangeness of not meeting a second Dao sect disciple in the underground cave, Xiaohua didn't have any other thoughts. He would just follow Li Zongbao. Where do you think you're going? After flying for less than half an incense stick's worth of time, a sword cry soared into the sky from Xiaohua's right hand, followed by an angry roar that reverberated in the night sky. A beautiful sword light flickered, letting out a roar like a wild beast, the night wind, the sword cry, and soon after, a rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. Quick! Amidst the thunderous roar, there was a light shout. A rainbow was born from the opposite side of the sword light. In an instant, it seemed to have traversed hundreds of feet and rushed into the sword light. Crackle! Crackle! It sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. At the same time, there was another deep voice. Beside the rainbow, thousands of golden threads streaked across the sky and rushed into the sword light. They let out an extremely sharp sieve sound. Roar! The sword light let out a strange sword cry. It was like the cries of thousands of birds and the roars of hundreds of beasts. It covered the sound of the rainbow and the golden threads. Even the sword light, which was several hundred feet in size, suppressed the rainbow and the golden threads. Rumble! After the sword cry, there was the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding and colliding. The sound waves and air waves washed away the mountain rocks and the river water. Countless lights and shadows swayed and illuminated several hundred feet in the sky. After seeing the sword light, a tall swordsman wearing a red sword suit appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Jian, whose portrait was hung all over the Sky Patrol City? The figure behind the rainbow was a white-haired female cultivator wearing a Taoist robe from the Cool Breeze Valley. As for behind the golden threads, it was the cultivator from the Utopia faction, Chu Hui, whom Xiaohua and the others were familiar with. However, when Xiaohua and the others saw it, it was after the brilliance flashed. Two blood-curdling screams rang out at almost the same time. Hundreds of sword lights broke through the rainbow and golden threads, rapidly piercing through the bodies of the two people. The almost invisible protective golden light flickered, unable to block the sharp sword lights. After the sword lights pierced through their bodies, the two cultivators' corpses fell into the river water. Uncle Chu Hui. Li Zongbao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Uncle Su Bo. Jian Boming also sighed. Let's go. Xiaohua saw Qin Jian's divine thought sweep over here and was very anxious. He had already seen clearly that when the flying swords entered Su Bo and Chu Hui's bodies, the protective golden light didn't have much effect. He knew that their magic power hadn't recovered. They must have rushed out from the exit of the flowing ice valley. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Qin Jian's, so it wasn't strange that they both died. Qin Jian, Li Zongbao's eyes were red and his magic power was surging. He wanted to rush over. What's wrong with you? Xiaohua saw this and pulled Li Zongbao back. He poured magic power into Li Zongbao's meridians and sealed Li Zongbao's true core strength. How can you be his opponent? Xiaohua grabbed Li Zongbao and flew up. Chapter 2535. Li Zongbao regained his composure. An indescribable expression flashed across his eyes. I know. I am not his opponent, but Li Zongbao wanted to say that he had an uncontrollable urge to kill Qin Jian with his immortal piercing whip. But Xiaohua said anxiously, but if you want to take revenge, you have to wait until the next opportunity. Although Xiao Mao also wanted to kill Qin Jian, he knew that he was not Qin Jian's opponent. Perhaps Qin Jian would not personally make a move, but they were not the opponents of the other swordsmen. Thus, he hurriedly activated his magic power and flew away with Xiaohua and Li Zongbao, who knew that Qin Jian's spiritual sense would detect the movements of Xiaohua and the others. While the swordsmen were chasing after them, he also stepped on his flying sword and easily chased after them. This is bad. Xiaohua frowned. If it was a normal day, he might not be afraid of Qin Jian. However, he only had less than 50% of his magic power left. How could he fight with Qin Jian? But looking at the thousands of cultivators, they were really like monkeys fleeing from a tree. They were all panicking, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. Qin Jian's reputation was really like the sun in the sky. After today, it would be even more resounding. At this time, perhaps only I can fight. Xiaohua slowly stopped and coldly turned around. He did not even take out his magic treasures like the wishful staff. He just stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Big brother, Xiao Mao was shocked and was about to shout. Li Zongbao also stopped. You all quickly leave. Xiaohua said coldly, don't turn back. If possible, don't let these cultivators talk. Are you confident? Li Zongbao's eyes narrowed as he only asked one question. Yes. Xiaohua replied, you all settle these cultivators down and quickly return. Okay, don't worry, big brother. Xiao Mao said anxiously, as long as we settle them down immediately. They naturally have their own places to go. Why do they need me to settle them down? Li Zongbao laughed and took out his immortal piercing whip. Xiao Mao came to his senses and smiled. That's right, big brother. This time, you can't get rid of us. And that's good too. Xiaohua looked at Qin Jian and the swordsman chasing after Qin Jian. He waved his hand and said, come with me. After saying that, Xiaohua brought Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao and flew in another direction. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley were led by Jian Boming, Yi Bei, and the others to fly away under Li Zongbao's orders. Qin Jian was not an idiot. When he saw that the three of them had separated, he knew that it was a trap. He waved his hand and ordered the swordsman to chase after them while he continued to chase after the disciples of the three sects. Qin Jian, do you want to know where Ling Yunwu is? Seeing this, Xiaohua waved his hand to signal Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao to leave first, while he himself stopped and stood quietly in midair as he spoke indifferently via voice transmission. Ling Yunwu? Qin Jian frowned slightly. When he saw Xiaohua's Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist robe, he suddenly realized something and said in shock, You're the horrifying phoenix? That's right, Qin Jian. You actually know me. I've been chasing after you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by a hurricane and countless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered around him. He looked extremely arrogant. Ha, you're actually the horrifying phoenix. Qin Jian saw that Xiaohua's appearance was similar to the one in the voice transmission, and that he was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. He had already thrown the thousands of disciples of the three sects aside and waved his hand to signal his disciples to chase after Xiaohua. At the same time, he stopped and flew toward Xiaohua. I really didn't expect this. I just casually tampered with the flowing ice valley and wanted to kill a few cultivators in the early stage of the golden core stage to satisfy my craving. I didn't expect that the famous horrifying phoenix would be attracted here. Qin Jian was really happy. He knew that killing Xiao Hua was much better than killing thousands of cultivators. These thousands of cultivators were saved by you alone, right? Qin Jian looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly, and then looked at the Foundation Establishment stage cultivators who were fleeing in the distance. He asked with interest, I didn't expect that you, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, could actually do something that even Golden Core stage cultivators couldn't do. Just now, the two Golden Core stage cultivators from the Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley rushed out of the Spirit Stone mine with their lives on the line. They only had 1,000 people with them. You saved more than 6,000 people in one go. You really live up to your reputation. You flatter me. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled. This little one's reputation is really nothing. Compared to Brother Qin, I'm still far behind. Brother Qin must have been in charge of this flowing ice valley for many years, right? This scheme really opened the eyes of this Xiao. It scared this Xiao so much that this Xiao's heart is beating wildly. Haha, this is nothing. Qin Jian laughed when he heard this. He carefully flew closer to Xiao Hua and said, however, to be praised by the terrifying phoenix, this old man is also very happy. Of course, today can't be considered perfect. I only killed 3 Golden Core stage cultivators and more than 10,000 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. If I can take the terrifying phoenix's head and kill the 6,000 cultivators, then it can be considered perfect. That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua also clapped his hands and said, this little one only saved 6,000 cultivators and killed Qin Mu Ming and Liang Qi. If I can kill Brother Qin, then today can be considered perfect. Haha, great minds think alike. Qin Jian also clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect the terrifying phoenix to have such lofty ambitions at such a young age. She's only in the Foundation Establishment stage. This old man really admires the new generation. I wouldn't dare. The new generation in Flowing Ice Valley pushes the old one, and the old one dies on the beach. Brother Qin, why don't you be the old one? Xiao Hua said with a smile. What? Qin Jian's words were also followed by Xiao Hua's sarcastic retort, which was out of his expectations. When he understood, he almost held his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha, terrifying phoenix, terrifying phoenix. You're really terrifying, extremely terrifying. Qin Jian laughed until he was rocking back and forth. Seeing Xiao Hua rubbing his nose and enjoying himself, he sneered and said, Xiao Hua, you've been talking for so long. Has the spirit-binding juice in your body been removed? Has your true essence recovered? Oh, so Brother Qin saw through it long ago? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The heaven and earth spirit qi around him swarmed into his body. How could others not see through it? Humph, you just came out from the array I set up. How could I not know? But you're different from those 2 bullshit Golden Core stage cultivators. Qin Jian straightened his back in an instant. You're the opponent I've admired for a long time. Ling Yunwu died in your hands, Yu Ming went crazy because of you, and Zhong Haoshuan also died in your hands. If I can't have a fair fight with you, how can I be at ease? Damn it, you should have said so earlier. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, several pills entered his mouth. He actually closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Qin Jian was stunned again. Which cultivator dared to do this when fighting with him? However, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He actually didn't make a sound and really waited in the air. Wrong, definitely wrong. Although Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged casually, how could he peacefully cultivate in front of the infamous Qin Jian? How could he treat his words as true? This doesn't make sense. Qin Jian was able to kill thousands of Foundation Establishment stage cultivators and even boasted that he was stronger than Tu Hong. How could he be so righteous? However, no matter if it was a Dao sect cultivator or a sword cultivator swordsman, there were both wretched and righteous people. Not to mention Immortal Bright Sword and Li Xiubai, the closest ones were Ji Yi and Li Zongbao. They were both upright people. However, even if Qin Jian wasn't as vicious and merciless as Tu Hong, he definitely wasn't a kind person. Based on how Qin Jian cleanly killed Xia Hui and Su Bo, Xiao Hua knew that dealing with Qin Jian was different from dealing with Ji Yi. But what plans does Qin Jian have? Xiao Hua was bewildered. While exercising the heaven-human body bestowment technique and the cultivation technique he was practicing, He tried his best to refine the pills and absorb the natural energies to restore his magic power. At the same time, he unleashed his Buddhist consciousness and scanned the area several hundred feet around him. It is impossible for Qin Jian to give me the time to recover. So, why did he tell me so much? I want to recover my vital energy. What does he want to recover? Could it be that he used up a huge amount of vital energy to kill those 2 golden core stage cultivators? After another half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's heart was even more shocked. It was indescribably strange. What was even stranger was that Qin Jian really stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, a face flashed in Xiaohua's heart. A pretty face. It was that female sword cultivator called Gu Yu. Formless sword. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he almost shouted out, "Gu Yu, I'm afraid she's Qin Jian's nephew." Thinking of this, Xiaohua slightly opened his hand and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He carefully examined his surroundings. However, within several feet of him, there was only the usual brilliance of heaven and earth spiritual qi. There was only a slightly rich blue brilliance. Strange. Could it be that I'm judging a gentleman with my own mean heart? Xiaohua secretly muttered. Just as he was about to close his Dharma eye, an indescribable sharpness came from his body. Instantly, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Xiaohua's eyes turned. His delusion breaker Dharma eye was still open. He looked around, but his body moved a little. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin is indeed benevolent. This is far from the heartless and unscrupulous people in the rumors." As he said that, his other hand took out a few more pills and put them into his mouth. "Hee, can rumors be trusted?" Qin Jian's smile did not change. He said, "The rumors say that the terrifying phoenix is a person with a phoenix Dharma body. He's several feet tall and has a bloody mouth. He's also good at lightning escape and controlling lightning. But little friend? He seems to be too weak to even stand a gust of wind?" "Oh, that's right. Little friend is in the late stage of foundation establishment. This pill is too fierce. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. This old man has plenty of time to wait for you." Cough, cough. Xiaohua seemed to be choked by the cold wind. His body trembled rapidly. After a moment, he sighed and said, "This little one is so handsome. To think that the rumors say that I'm like that. This little one is really disappointed." Chapter 2536. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed through Xiaohua's eyes. Just now, he clearly saw that in the instant his body moved, all the lights within 100 feet to the left were the same as before. Then, a few feet above his head, a faintly discernible golden thread suddenly stopped. It really is the invisible sword. And it's actually moving so slowly from 100 feet away. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman, but he's actually so guarded against me. I can only say that he's a scheming person. He, of course, if not for my reputation, he wouldn't be so cautious. However, it's also strange. I've clearly been hit by the spirit-binding juice, and my magic power is greatly depleted. Why didn't he directly attack? Why did he use such a sinister method, to act in secret? Isn't this giving me a chance to catch my breath? Xiaohua really didn't understand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that those who were used to scheming would treat scheming as their everything. Qin Jian was famous for his ambushes during the Sword Dao War and was proud of it. He didn't dare to say that this was his only method, but once he made a move, the first thing he would think of was how to set up an ambush. This was already a habit. Moreover, Xiaohua's reputation was really resounding among sword cultivators. Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, Zhong Haoxuan, and the others might not be comparable to Qin Jian, but they were also illusory swordsmen. Qin Jian was still quite afraid of Xiaohua. Besides, Xiaohua actually saved nearly 7,000 cultivators and opened up the Spirit Stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. How could the spirit-binding juice be effective? Qin Jian was almost certain that Xiaohua's weak appearance was for him to see. It was a trap set up for him, waiting for him to fall for it. Since that was the case, Qin Jian naturally had to use his most proficient invisible golden thread sword as a method to kill Xiaohua. According to Qin Jian's thoughts, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily detect this invisible sword. Unfortunately, not only did Xiaohua encounter Guyu before, he also had the delusion breaker Dharma eye and the hand of karma. Qin Jian's most prideful technique was extremely clumsy in the eyes of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua even took the opportunity to consume a pill to recover his mana. After a short moment, Xiaohua moved again. Sure enough, that strand of golden thread stopped again. Cough, cough. Xiaohua used his hand to cover his mouth and laughed bitterly. Brother Qin's spirit-binding juice is truly formidable. I've rested for so long, yet I still haven't completely recovered. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Qin, for allowing me to have time to consume medicinal pills. Hee, if that's the case, please don't show any mercy when you attack later. This is a fair fight between us. Even if I die, I will die honorably. Qin Jian said righteously. Cough, cough, since Brother Qin has said so, this little one really can't bear to do it. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed, and as the two of them were talking, the golden thread slowly approached again. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, the golden thread stopped again, as if it was trying to guess whether Xiaohua was paying attention. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't pay attention, it slowly moved again. However, Xiaohua's casual movement, even if it was a tremble of his shoulder or a twitch of his finger, that golden thread would stop. Only when Xiaohua didn't make any further movements would it slowly descend. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, that invisible sword of golden thread was only a few feet away from Xiaohua's head. Seeing that Qin Jian was so cautious, Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. Suddenly, he thought of fishing. It was as if the golden thread above his head was the hook, and he was the big fish. The hook was trying to approach him, afraid that it would disturb him, and as the fisherman Qin Jian had an expression as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, from Xiaohua's point of view, it was as if he was the fisherman and Qin Jian had become the big fish. Yes, fish or human or butterfly, who could say for sure. Seeing that the golden thread was already 2 feet away, the golden thread suddenly accelerated, preparing to pierce Xiaohua's head with lightning speed. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly moved again and said with a smile, "This little one forgot to say something." When Xiaohua moved, Qin Jian habitually paused, and the golden thread stopped in midair. Qin Jian asked, "Little friend, what do you want to say?" Xiaohua laughed heartily, and his left hand covered his head with his robe. He suddenly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique and said, "Ha ha ha, this little one forgot to say thank you." Ah! When Qin Jian saw that Xiaohua actually covered his head with his robe, he knew that the situation was not good. However, his sword technique had just been used, and the invisible golden thread sword was in a state where it could not be released, so it was impossible for him to control the flying sword as he wished. Moreover, Xiaohua wanted him to be in this critical state. The transcendence energy in his body was suddenly sent out, and in an instant, the invisible golden thread sword was covered in his robe, cutting off the connection between Qin Jian and the invisible sword. Without waiting for Qin Jian to activate his sword origin, the invisible sword was sent into Xiaohua's space. After all, the invisible sword was only invisible on the surface, and Qin Jian had not cultivated it to the level of drawing it into the void. Xiaohua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique caught him off guard. Even Taoist Jing Si's natal magic weapon was taken away by Xiaohua, so how could Qin Jian's invisible sword escape from Xiaohua's evil clutches? You! Qin Jian was so angry that his arms were trembling. You're going too far. He was truly speechless. He was truly infuriated. He had schemed for so long and wasted so much time and effort, but in the end, it was all for Xiaohua. Although he didn't know how Xiaohua discovered his invisible sword, and how he could accurately take it away, did he even need to ask? Qin Jian waved his hand without saying anything. An array of sword light shot out from his hand. Roar! A sharp wolf's howl shook the surroundings, like a hungry wolf howling at the bright moon on a full moon night. Ah! Qin Jian's sword intent is actually seeing an extremely ferocious wolf's head gradually appear in the sword light, and that bloody and murderous intent passed through the wolf's head and covered the area around Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned. He had participated in the battle of Dao cultivators for a long time, and had seen many sword cultivators' sword intent, such as plum blossoms, flowing water, tall mountains, and so on. However, this was the first time he saw a wolf's head. Seeing the wolf's head, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Taoist Bright Sword's little deer. Damn it, Qin Jian's sword intent is so ferocious. It can't be stronger than Taoist Bright Sword, right? The wolf's head flashed, and the ferocious sword intent passed through space and firmly enveloped Xiaohua. That sword intent stirred up the ferocity in Xiaohua's heart, and waves of murderous intent repeatedly attacked Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, Xiaohua's blood vessels expanded, and the blood essence in his entire body surged, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Jian's sword intent is murderous, ferocious, and the wolf's head directly targets one's heart. This murderous intent is only an external cause, but it can actually lure out the murderous intent in this young master's heart. Qin Jian's ability is indeed superhuman. Murderous intent is human nature. Although Xiaohua could silently guard his heart and act according to the Tao of Heaven, it did not mean that there was no murderous intent in his heart. The Tao cultivator battle had been going on for close to 10 years, and the number of swordsmen and cultivators who coveted Xiaohua was truly innumerable. The murderous intent in his heart had long reached the heavens. Now, Qin Jian's ferocious wolf sword intent had instantly ignited the desire in his heart. Although he knew that it was inappropriate, and already knew the intention of Qin Jian's wolf's head sword intent, it was still hard to suppress the impulse, and immediately ignited his ambition or murderous intent. Come, it's just a wolf's head sword intent. Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, the seal of the overturning sea appeared in midair. The magic power in his body surged, and a dragon's roar resounded, even more ferocious than the wolf's head. Roar! With a roar, an earthen yellow dragon shape rapidly swam in midair. With the seal in its mouth, it pounced towards the enormous sword light of the wolf's head. The seal of the overturning sea was so huge. Although the wolf's head had already expanded to several dozen zhang, it was still suppressed by the seal into a kind of flat sword light. There was even a large depression in front of the wolf's head, and the sword light inside was faintly flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. Seal of the overturning sea? Although Qin Jian already had a high opinion of Xiaohua, when he saw the seal of the overturning sea, his expression still changed. Ji also died in your hands? Ha ha ha, Ji is not the first, and you will not be the last. Xiaohua's voice was filled with wildness. The magic power in his body surged out, and the yellow dragon rushed to the front of the wolf's head and spat out the seal like a pearl. Wang, with a sharp sound, the seal of the overturning sea once again expanded. The light around it suddenly retracted, forming a black hole. The space around the black hole was slightly distorted, and the entire black hole was pressing down on the enormous wolf's head. Roar! The wolf's head that was formed by thousands of sword lights let out a sorrowful cry. All of the sword lights were like fireflies at the end of autumn, and were instantly extinguished. Nascent soul. His strength is actually close to that of a nascent soul. Qin Jian couldn't help but groan when he saw that the seal of overturning the sea had released such a powerful aura even before it collided with the sword light. He was secretly astonished. However, this situation was also extremely normal. If Xiaohua didn't have such strength, how could he have killed so many illusory swordsmen? However, Qin Jian's eyes were also very bright. The sword energy in his body surged, and he waved his hands, open. Rumble, with a loud sound that shook the earth, the seal of the overturning sea collided with the thousands of sword lights and directly scattered the wolf's head. Moreover, the wolf's head was pushed back dozens of feet before it finally stopped. This collision created a hurricane that not only completely disrupted the spiritual energy in the air, but also lifted the water in the flowing ice valley into the air. Satisfying. Xiaohua's eyes were slightly red. He was extremely satisfied with the effects of the seal of the overturning sea. Similarly, he waved his hands and shouted. The yellow dragon once again swam in the air, and the seal of the overturning sea also emitted an intense yellow light and fell into the yellow dragon's mouth. Wang, just as the seal of the overturning sea was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in the void where the light was extinguished. That sword light was like breathing, and it gradually grew stronger as Qin Jian activated the sword technique in his hand. After a while, that sword light was like a candle that lit up the space. The sword lights that were extinguished just now lit up one by one, and the light even spread, gradually forming a fierce wolf that was comparable to the yellow dragon. Chapter 2537. Attack! Xiaohua waved his hand. Without waiting for Qin Jian's sword intent to form, the yellow dragon on the seal of the ocean pushed the seal towards the wolf's sword intent, just like how it opened up the passage before. Roar! Qin Jian's face became serious. He hurriedly urged his sword technique. The wolf roared and actually opened its mouth, swallowing the seal of the ocean into its stomach. Seeing the seal of the ocean and the yellow dragon disappear, a powerful sealing power came from the wolf's sword light, as if it wanted to cut off its connection with the seal of the ocean. Xiaohua smiled coldly. The spell in his hand changed again. A strong ray of light came out from the wolf's stomach like a needle. Then, thousands of rays of light shot out from different parts of the wolf's sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light that transformed into a huge wolf was completely suppressed by the light of the seal of the ocean. It was torn into pieces by the light of the seal of the ocean. Ha ha, Xiaohua laughed proudly. Qin you're only a... Even if you have such a fierce sword intent, what's the use of it against me? Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he seemed to have forgotten about his lack of true essence earlier. He didn't even care about the magic power he was using to urge the seal of the ocean with all his strength. He didn't even care about the lack of true essence in his meridians. Seeing Xiaohua being so arrogant, Qin Jian's expression changed. Xiaohua was using true essence, and he was also using sword essence. He really couldn't figure out how much true essence Xiaohua had in his body. He also couldn't figure out whether Xiaohua was a golden core or foundation establishment. Go! Qin Jian shouted. The sword light started to gather again. That terrifying wolf had appeared again. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua smiled coldly. His magic power surged. The seal of the ocean turned into a dragon again and again. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air of flowing ice valley. In the distance, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Even though no sword cultivator came to chase after them, their hearts were clenched together. However, their clenched hearts were also incomparably shocked. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts. Today, they had seen Xiaohua's true strength. It was definitely a strength that overturned their original understanding. Not to mention themselves, even if they were masters, how could they reach such heights? Li Zongbao's heart was filled with bitterness. He had already overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, but now it seemed that what he overestimated was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew was nothing more than a tree in the forest. Other than being shocked, Xiao Mao was also envious and longing. He was deeply aware of the power of the dragon transformation art, but he never thought that the dragon transformation art would have such an effect. When he first met Xiaohua, he was disdainful of Xiaohua, but now, Xiaohua's height was something he could only look up to. However, he remembered that he also had the dragonization ability, which meant that he also had a path forward. Xiao Mao was extremely eager to learn it, and he might be able to reach that level in the near future. This is for sure. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. Xiaohua's encouragement to him was far more than any encouragement in the world. All of his master's methods were also insignificant in his eyes. He knew that as long as he relied on the dragon transformation art, he would definitely be able to condense a core in the future, or even conceive a baby. However, the two of them turned their heads almost at the same time and exchanged glances. They seemed to have realized something. Xiaohua had always been concealing his strength. Even when he met a strong enemy, he would hide some of his cultivation. When had he ever tried to be brave like today? Could it be that his spiritual power wasn't affected by the spirit-binding juice at all just now? Could it be that his spiritual power is so abundant that it can be compared to a nascent soul cultivator? The moment the two of them looked at each other, they saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Jian's scheme. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, let's send a message quickly." At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the battlefield was in chaos. Qi waves and shock waves spread out. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew that they couldn't get close, but they were also afraid of disturbing Xiaohua's attention, so they could only do this. However, no matter how they sent a message, Xiaohua didn't respond. It was as if Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to everything outside the battlefield. This is not normal. Li Zongbao immediately came to a conclusion. He raised the immortal piercing whip and said anxiously, "Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. I'll go over now." "I'll go over too." Xiao Mao was naturally very anxious. The two of them had already thrown caution to the wind. Why would they care about their own lives? However, at this time, the situation on the battlefield changed again. After more than 10 collisions, the huge wolf shape had already dimmed. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with just one more breath. Xiaohua's heart was filled with ecstasy. He urged his true essence, and his magic power surged into the spell that was gradually forming at his fingertips. However, at this moment, Xiaohua's meridians trembled and signs of his true essence drying up flashed by. If it was normal, Xiaohua would have been alert. However, at this time, Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot. He only wanted to tear Qin Jian's head off. Why would he care about such minor details? He waved his hand, and a few more elixirs were sent into his mouth. He shouted, "Come, come, come. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Then, the medicinal power of the elixirs was quickly refined. His spiritual power surged like waves. Just as Xiaohua's spell was sent into the seal of Overturn the Sea, two rays of light flew out from Xiaohua's left and right. One was the shadow of Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, and the other was Xiao Mao's universe ring. They turned into flowing light and rushed into the battlefield. Boom, boom. Although Xiaohua's seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's flying sword did not collide directly with the two's magical treasures, the two of them had fought for a long time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby was completely disturbed. Not only was the sword light overflowing, but the light and power of the seal of Overturn the Sea were also nearby and did not dissipate. Although the two magical treasures were used by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, when they collided with the light of the seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's sword light, they could only let out a roar. The two magical treasures were sent flying. At the same time, their primordial spirits were also heavily injured. They could not help but fly backwards for more than 10 feet. Poo-pew. 2 mouthfuls of blood essence were spat out from their mouths at almost the same time. The two of them were originally injured in the karst cave. Their spiritual power was exhausted. Now that they had just recovered a little, how could they be a match for the two of them? However, even though the two of them were dispirited in midair and barely managed to stabilize their bodies, they still had some gains. After all, they had 2 magical treasures as an external cause. Xiaohua was slightly shocked. The spiritual sense that he had left behind on the battlefield hurriedly swept outwards. When he saw the injuries of the two of them, he was slightly shocked. However, it was only a shock. The killing intent in his heart surged up again, almost unstoppable. Killing. Xiaohua's heart suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Everyone has killing intent in their hearts. Everyone has darkness. It's just that this darkness has always been covered by light and cannot be discovered. Even though this young master feels that he is extremely open and above board, this young master is not an immortal, but only an immortal cultivator. This darkness is far from being removed. Now that there is an opportunity, a reason to trigger this darkness can't be suppressed. However, even though Xiaohua knew, even though he felt that this kind of unrestrained killing was indeed refreshing, but what was the end of the refreshing feeling? He was not clear in his heart. However, he was clear in his heart that this pleasure of killing was provoked by Qin Jian. He had already unknowingly fallen into Qin Jian's scheme. Falling into the opponent's scheme, could the ending be a rise in cultivation? Could it be a safe escape? Xiaohua hurriedly tried to think of a way to save Qin Jian. He wanted to calm himself down, but that uncontrollable impulse kept attacking him, making him unable to control his true essence. His magic power surged out again, and the seal of ocean overturning roared as it rushed towards Qin Jian's sword light. Why can't I control myself? Xiaohua was aghast and began to form hand seals again. Not good, spirit binding juice. Spirit binding juice. Xiaohua suddenly had a thought in his mind. In the jade pendant, it mentioned the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice, but it was not clear what it was. Could it be? This is the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Immediately, Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the calm Qin Jian in the distance, only to see the corner of Qin Jian's mouth slightly raised. He actually looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Damn it! Why does this young master have the aftereffects of the spirit binding juice? Why don't Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao have any aftereffects? Xiaohua was secretly surprised, but in a moment, he gave the answer himself. Nonsense, the two of them just fought in the underground cave for a long time. Even if there were any aftereffects, it would have long been gone. This young master. Alas! What should I do? Xiaohua naturally did not know that when Li Zongbao saw his martial uncle being killed by Qin Jian, the killing intent in his heart also went out of control. If not for the fact that he had already killed many sword cultivators in the cave and was firmly restrained by Xiaohua, he might also be in some danger. Xiaohua's spiritual power uncontrollably flowed into the seal of tumbling ocean. The seal of tumbling ocean overflowed with brilliance. The yellow dragon stirred the air, and it was full of yellow shadows, completely suppressing Qin Jian's sword light. Xiaohua seemed to be winning, but Xiaohua understood that he was only looking good on the surface, completely relying on the support of the elixir. He was falling step by step into the grave that Qin Jian had dug for him. Roar, Qin Jian's giant wolf took shape again, roaring towards the sky. Not only did it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it also awakened the last trace of killing intent in Xiaohua's heart. Kill! Xiaohua's eyes were also completely red. The seal of tumbling ocean smashed towards the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf was vivid and lifelike. The sword light in its eyes revealed a kind of cunning and cruelty. It was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes, and also penetrated into Xiaohua's heart. Seeing such a vivid beast's nature, Xiaohua could not help but think of Reverend Brightsword's little deer sword intent. Like a flash of lightning, Xiaohua's mind entered the space without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Reverend Brightsword's flying sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, a cool feeling from Reverend Brightsword's flying sword entered his hand, and this cool feeling slowly but clearly rushed into his heart meridian, rushing into his body. This cool feeling was like the little deer nimbly jumping over the stream, jumping over the grass, and hiding in the cave. Chapter 2538. This coolness was like a drizzle, drenching Xiaohua's body in the scorching heat. All of his impatience, all of his killing intent, all of his boiling blood gradually calmed down. See, Xiaohua was awake. Or rather, he was awake just now, but he was unable to control himself. At this moment, his control over his body and meridians were gradually recovering. A faint soreness came from his meridians. Humph! Xiaohua let out a cold snort after some lingering fear. His meridians had been ravaged by black sand and countless spirit herbs. At the same time, he had the support of the dragon transformation art. Qin Jian's scheme was to trap him, but if he succeeded, it would not be so simple. Of course, even if Qin Jian did not succeed, what would Xiaohua be like at that time? Thinking about it, Xiaohua felt some lingering fear. At any time, he could not underestimate his opponent, and he could not let his guard down. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly retract his magic power, and the seal of the overturning sea only hovered in the air, Qin Jian was a little surprised. However, he still urged the giant wolf to pounce on Xiaohua. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiaohua sneered and pointed his finger. The yellow dragon of the seal of the overturning sea landed on the seal. The seal suddenly expanded and smashed towards the giant wolf. The sound was still earth-shattering. Although the giant wolf was not completely torn apart like before, it was still scattered. Flying sword. Seeing that Xiaohua's defense was no longer as crazy as before, Qin Jian felt that it was a pity. He thought that the effect of the spirit-binding juice had worn off. However, when he saw the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was puzzled. At this moment, the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand flashed with a faint light. The little deer slowly walked out from the light. The little deer also emitted a faint sword light. Although the sword light was faint, it was extremely sharp. Every time the little deer took a step, the sword light would expand by 1 zhang. When the little deer walked into the air, its small head slightly raised, and it even sneezed. The sword light immediately enveloped an area of several zhang around it. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, the little deer's quiet sword light pierced through the giant wolf's brutal sword intent without any obstruction. All of the killing and savagery were annihilated by the faint sword light. Sword intent? Deer. Tranquil deer? Qin Jian was dumbfounded. Why does this guy have the sword spirit of a swordsman? Where did he get it? And this sword intent is so complete, so supreme. Qin Jian was almost jealous of Xiaohua. Great! Using stillness to overcome hardness with softness. When Xiaohua saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. His heart was incomparably calm, as though he had received a baptism. That little deer looked so weak, yet so agile. However, this pure feeling was precisely the nemesis of Qin Sword's giant wolf, completely suppressing it. Perhaps it's because of Reverend Brightsword's high cultivation? Xiaohua attempted to use the flying sword to attack the Qin sword with the young deer. Unfortunately, the young deer only stayed in midair for a moment before barking at Xiaohua. It flashed again and entered the long sword. Seeing that the little deer wasn't under his command, Xiaohua felt helpless. He stored the sword into his space and used his divine sense to scan Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who had fallen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. After confirming that the two were fine, he withdrew his divine sense. "Haha, Qin Jian, you old fogey." Xiaohua laughed. "This young master's luck is at its peak. Your thousands of schemes will only be for naught. Hand over your head. There's no need to keep the bounty of my Sky Patrol city anymore." "Ignorant child," Qin Jian sneered. "Even if this old man's scheme fails, how much true yuan do you have in your body? You don't even have a golden core. Why should this old man be afraid of you?" As he spoke, Qin Jian waved his hand. The sword light that was scattered in midair gradually condensed into a pitch-black flying sword. That flying sword was extremely bloody. "Go!" Qin Jian let out a soft roar. The flying sword rushed into the air and suddenly split into two. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two flying swords. One flying sword drove the other flying sword, and the other flying sword drove the other flying sword. Flying swords were originally extremely fast, and in this way, the two flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing towards Xiaohua's ribs from two sides with incomparable speed. "Io, this young master understands." Xiaohua saw that the two flying swords were piercing towards him at a breakneck speed. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. It was as though he had discovered something that he had never discovered before. Pu Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green and red flying sword flew out. It was Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng flew out and similarly split into two, like two stars rushing towards Qin Jian's flying sword. You still have a flying sword?" Qin Jian was completely stunned. When he saw Xiaohua take out a long sword with sword intent, he was already surprised. However, when Xiaohua was unable to control it, he was relieved. He knew that Xiaohua did not know anything about flying swords. However, now that he saw Xiaohua easily controlling a flying sword and splitting it into two like him, how could he not be shocked? However, Qin Jian sneered. "You're just using your spiritual sense to control a sword. How can you be a match for me, a sword cultivator? Kill!" As Qin Jian activated his sword energy, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. Xiaohua's flying sword was not slow, but it still managed to block the two flying swords. Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Qin Jian's flying sword knocked Zhu Meng away. Zhu Meng did not seem to be a match for him at all. The quality of this flying sword is better than this old man's flying sword? Seeing that Zhu Meng was knocked away, but his flying sword was still intact, Qin Jian was delighted. On the other hand, Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "Alas, as expected. My flying sword can't be called a flying sword. Perhaps it can be compared to a drawing sword swordsman, but in the eyes of a real illusory sword, it is child's play. Give me your life." Qin Jian laughed sinisterly. He knew the power of his flying sword. Not to mention Xiaohua, who was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even golden core cultivators like Xie Hui and Su Bo could not block the sharpness of his flying sword. Furthermore, Qin Jian sent out two sword lights. Even if Xiaohua's escape technique was fast, he would not be able to dodge. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't seem to be flustered as the two sword lights flew about 3 meters away from him. He casually waved his hand, as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A pitch-black magic staff appeared in his hand. With two swings of the staff, he effortlessly struck the flying swords. Bang! The flying sword shrank, as if it was damaged. What? There's still a magic weapon? Just like all the swordsmen and cultivators that were killed by Xiaohua, Qin Jian could not help but ask as Xiaohua's bottom line was revealed. So what if there's a magic weapon? This old man will let you die of exhaustion in the sword array. Qin Jian sneered and opened his mouth. Poo-pew. With two consecutive sounds, two sword lights rushed into the night sky and landed on both sides of Xiaohua like lightning. Together with the previous two sword lights, Xiaohua was firmly trapped in the middle. A powerful restrictive force was emitted from the four sword lights and revolved around Xiaohua in a mysterious trajectory. The force was like a whirlpool in the sea, but also like a whirlpool in a hurricane. It firmly controlled Xiaohua's body. Not only did the true essence in Xiaohua's body slowly condense, even the blood in his veins showed signs of stagnation. Oh, this is a sword array. Xiaohua originally wanted to struggle, but when he saw that Qin Jian actually used the four flying swords to form a sword array, he could not help but feel happy. He also had a sword array, for example, the Sword of the World, which seemed to be a sword array. As for the Great Seven Stars array, he could only control it through the sword pouch. He could only drive the sword array to display a restrictive force, but he was still unable to display this kind of force similar to a whirlpool. He was somewhat curious about the sword array that Qin Jian used the 4 sword lights. After the 4 flying swords trapped Xiaohua, the cautious Qin Jian began to approach. The 4 flying swords began to revolve, but no matter how they revolved, the position of the 4 flying swords did not change. Xiaohua was trapped in the core position and did not change in the slightest. At the same time, with the rotation of the flying swords, the restrictive whirlpool also sped up. Every time the whirlpool rotated, it was like a stone mill turning a circle. The crushing force on Xiaohua's body also increased by a bit. However, when he saw the faint golden brilliance flashing around Xiaohua's body, and it did not seem to be weakening, Qin Jian understood that Xiaohua's body could withstand the power of the sword array. Hiss! Qin Jian took a deep breath. He felt that Xiaohua was like a hedgehog with thorns. No matter where he attacked, he would not be able to succeed easily. However, his 4-symbol sword array only had this kind of power. If he wanted to increase it, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate to the transformation sword realm. Rise, Qin Jian clenched his teeth and formed a sword seal with both hands at the same time. The 2 flying swords on the 4 symbols sword array flashed with resplendent sword lights. The sword lights left the body and swam around the sword array like fish, piercing towards Xiaohua, who was in the middle of the array. Xiaohua calmed down and felt the changes in the restrictive power of the 4 symbols sword array. He felt that the power of the sword array had reached a certain level, and it was difficult to increase it again. He knew that the power of the sword array had reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Jian changed his move again. The 2 sword lights followed the restrictive power of the sword array and rushed towards him. Moreover, these 2 sword lights were the same as before. There was a mysterious connection between them. As the 2 flying swords flew faster and faster, they pierced towards his shoulder at a faster speed than the previous 2 sword lights. As the saying goes, the expert looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. When other cultivators saw these meteor-like sword lights, they had already panicked and were only thinking of how to block them. However, when Xiaohua's gaze swept over, he was first surprised. That's not right. There are 4 flying swords. How can there only be 2 sword lights? Xiaohua was actually very curious, because he saw the interaction of 2 sword lights, which was much faster than 1 sword light. What if there were 3 sword lights or 4 sword lights? Wouldn't it be even faster than before? If that was the case, Li Xiaobai's 9 stars transit was 9 flying swords. How fast would the flying swords be? Although there was no record of this in the sword slip left behind by Li Xiaobai, Xiaohua felt that the 9 stars transit was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 2539. How could Xiaohua be afraid of these 2 sword lights? The sword array of Yin Yang twin Spring Mountain was many times more powerful than this sword array. Xiaohua was also leisurely strolling around. How could he put this sword array in his eyes? His shoulders trembled as he roared, "Old man, let me show you how powerful this young master is." With that said, the wishful steel staff danced in the air. Flowers bloomed and shadows of the staff appeared. Not only did it defeat the 2 sword lights, but it also broke free from the shackling power of the 4 divisions sword array. The wishful steel staff hit the 4 swords directly through the shackling power. 3 faint sword sounds were emitted from the 3 flying swords. The 4 flying swords were originally rotating in a regular manner, but now it was somewhat chaotic. "Oh, why are there 3 sword cries?" Xiaohua's heart moved, and then his eyes narrowed as he laughed. "Ha ha, this young master understands." This Qin Jian originally had 4 flying swords, but unfortunately, the invisible sword sneak attacked this young master. This young master first broke the sword array. He used one of the flying swords to create a sword light. It seems like there are 4 flying swords, but in fact, there are only 3 flying swords. Since Xiaohua had this idea, he immediately noticed the flaws of the 4 symbols sword array. He did not need to use his Dharma eye to check. The illusory flying sword followed the mother sword every time it spun, almost imitating it. The strength of this sub-sword was also inferior to the other 3 flying swords. How can this sword array imprison this young master? Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed as he looked at the strange Qin Jian. That Qin Jian was like a hungry wolf, opening his bloody mouth wide to devour Xiao Hua, this hedgehog. Who would have thought that although Xiao Hua was forced to curl up, the sharp spikes on his back were so shocking, every single one of them could stab him. No wonder he could kill so many illusory swordsmen. His strength is amazing, and his body is well-tempered. In addition, he also has a flying sword and has studied the flying sword technique of us swordsmen. How can we have an advantage against him? Qin Jian hesitated. Moreover, this guy has not used the phoenix celestial body that made him famous. I don't know how powerful it is. It is said that the flying technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is also very powerful. I don't know how good this guy's lightning escape technique is. This old man. I'm afraid I'll have to see the situation today. Qin Jian had the intention to retreat, but he still did not want to give up this great situation. Just as he was thinking about how to use the secret technique again, he heard Xiao Hua sneer. Such a sword array is really broken. You actually dare to use it to show off in front of this young master. This sentence ignited Qin Jian's arrogance. Ordinary swordsmen only cultivated one flying sword, but he had outstanding talent and obtained the opportunity to cultivate 4 flying swords. Moreover, he relied on these 4 flying swords to set up the sword array, which made him famous in the sword domain. In this sword battle, Black Phoenix Sword Sect's LV Ruochang was appointed as the strategist of the battle by the sword transformation master. He originally had a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which was why he challenged the cultivators of the Dao sect at the beginning of the battle. In recent years, he had been moving unhindered between the country of Shi and the country of Huan. Although he relied on countless calculations and racked his brains, this flying sword technique and sword array technique were really powerful. Not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators, even if a dozen golden core cultivators were to fall into his hands, they would not be able to fight back. Whether they were dizzy from the invisible sword or trapped by the 4 symbols sword array, they would lose their lives in vain. And today, Xiao Hua actually said that he was trash. How could he let him breathe his last? This old man wants to see. Qin Jian sneered. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Xiao Hua's figure suddenly accelerate. Like lightning, he rushed to a spot in front of him. This place was originally where his illusory flying sword's confinement force was. If it was under normal circumstances, the invisible sword would have already confined this place. However, his illusory flying sword was half a beat slower than the flying sword in front of him, and Xiao Hua just happened to fly to the place where the confinement force was not produced. How did he see the flaw? Qin Jian turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to perform the sword technique, Xiao Hua covered his Daoist robe and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique again, attacking the illusory flying sword. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and a patch of fireflies was produced from the sword's light. Qin Jian's illusory flying sword was directly shattered by Xiao Hua. How did this guy have magic power again? How did his magic power recover so quickly? The reason why Qin Jian hesitated was because he knew that Xiao Hua had used up a lot of his magic power. Even if his methods were heavenly, without magic power, Xiao Hua would not be Qin Jian's opponent. However, Xiao Hua did not rely too much on magic power when he controlled the flying sword and waved the wishful scepter. Furthermore, the heavenly man body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art were constantly circulating in his body. Naturally, his magic power recovered very quickly. When the corner of the 4 symbols sword array was broken, the sword array immediately collapsed, and all the confinement force disappeared. Qin Jian was afraid that Xiao Hua would take back his other flying swords, so he immediately performed the sword technique, and the 3 flying swords flew far away. Go, I will let you see the power of this young master. Xiao Hua did not care about the 3 flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. He performed the sword technique, and 7 flying swords flew out. The shining sword light illuminated the night sky and surrounded Qin Jian. 7-star sword array? Qin Jian's face showed surprise, but he was not particularly surprised. After all, he also knew about the sword array of the Lingfeng sword sect. He also knew that Ling Yunwu died in the hands of Xiao Hua. Furthermore, Xiao Hua knew about flying swords. With Qin Jian's scheming mind, how could he not guess? However, Qin Jian was still surprised that Xiao Hua could control the sword pouch. Seeing the 7 flying swords of the illusory swordsman releasing the confinement force, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slightly overflowed. It fought against the sword array, but when the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array reached a certain level, it did not increase anymore. Furthermore, the 7 flying swords followed the trajectory of the 7 stars sword array and did not change further. Qin Jian's heart was at ease. "Ha! Ignorant child," Qin Jian sneered. "You only learned a little of my sword cultivation, and you dare to say that you are teaching me a lesson. With your flying swords, you can't even compare to my grand disciple's disciple." As he spoke, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slowly moved as if he was breathing. This breathing was very rhythmic, as if it was responding to the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array. As he gradually synchronized with the sword array, the confinement force also began to fluctuate, matching with his sword light. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars sword array also began to emit sword light, matching with Qin Jian's sword light. Obviously, this was another secret manual of sword cultivation. Go! Xiaohua was not in a hurry to retrieve the 7 stars sword array. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement force of the battle was still there, he opened his mouth and the dream executioner that he had just retrieved flew out again, like a bright star entering the sword array. "Childish," Qin Jian sneered. He pointed his finger, and a sword light flew out from his finger, piercing towards the dream executioner. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook and turned into 2. Humph! Qin Jian was extremely disdainful. He had already seen the dream executioner's transformation. He flicked his finger, and another sword light flew out to meet the enemy. Whoosh! The dream executioner shook again and turned into 4. Oh! Qin Jian was slightly surprised, but he flicked his finger again and 2 more sword lights flew out. Whoosh whoosh! The dream executioner shook again, and in an instant, 16 sword lights were formed. Qin Jian was panicking. He could no longer care about the sword light around him. He swung his hands and dozens of sword lights flew out. Although he was doubtful about the power of these sword lights, he did not dare to test it out. However, what happened next made him even more dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The 16 sword lights flashed again and turned into 64 sword lights. How is this possible? Qin Jian was shocked. The sword lights around him swayed, and he was like a porcupine again. Many sword lights flew out to meet the enemy. It was also at this moment that the terrifying karma power on the green and red sword light came over, causing Qin Jian's heart to palpitate. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. Not good. Tu Hong was killed by you. Ka 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 ka. 64 sword lights let out a crisp sound at the same time. Qin Jian suspected that the sword lights were all empty on the outside, but the sword lights actually managed to split apart Qin Jian's sword lights. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into a bamboo shoot. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, and they flew towards Qin Jian like a flurry of arrows. No, this is not the Dao Sect's flying sword. It is also not my sword cultivator's flying sword technique. Qin Jian suddenly realized and said in shock, "You? Who are you?" That's right. Since he could kill a sword cultivator and a cultivator, and his divine skills were not the forte of these 2 sects, then where did he come from? Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua wanted to answer him, he could not. Although Xiaohua's sword lights were not as fast as Qin Jian's flying sword, Qin Jian was currently trapped in the 7 stars sword formation. How could he dodge it? The 64 sword lights pierced into Qin Jian's body without any difference. Qin Jian's body was covered with sword lights, as if 64 meteors were crashing into the sea of stars. Countless waves were stirred up. However, the strange thing was that when the 64 sword lights formed by the dream executioner crashed into Qin Jian's body, they valiantly passed through his body and flew out from the other side. However, Qin Jian's body only swayed slightly. The sword light on his body flickered slightly, but it immediately stabilized. A cold snort came from Qin Jian. Using a flying sword to go against a sword cultivator, you are simply a fool's dream. Qin Jian is already at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. I'm afraid he will break through to the sword transformation realm soon. He should be able to transform into a sword at will. Since he can transform into a sword, my flying sword should not be able to kill Qin Jian easily. I have other plans. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, since the dream executioner can force Qin Jian to transform into a sword, its power is also extremely strong. I should be proud. Thinking about this, Xiaohua did not hesitate. On one hand, he controlled the seven-star sword formation to imprison Qin Jian. On the other hand, he used the Dream Executioner to stab Qin Jian. In just a few breaths of time, the Dream Executioner stabbed into Qin Jian's body again and again. Although Qin Jian could transform into a sword, every time the Dream Executioner stabbed into his body, it would also cause him harm. Especially the Dream Executioner's Xiantian metal qi and the power of karma. It gradually destroyed Qin Jian's sword heart and sword transformation realm. Qin Jian increasingly felt that transforming into a sword was not easy. Chapter 2540. Break! Qin Jian clenched his teeth. A mysterious wave emitted from his body. Qin Jian's straight body began to twist. As it twisted, the wave became more and more intense. The 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword formation were already flickering with Qin Jian's sword light. Under this wave, they began to wail and shake violently. Not good. How could Xiao Hua not know that Qin Jian was using a secret technique? He hastily formed a sword sign and was about to activate the sword pouch to retrieve the 7 flying swords. However, it was fine if Xiao Hua didn't form a sword sign. When the sword sign hit the sword pouch also violently shook. There was a strong repulsive force from the sword pouch, resisting Xiao Hua's activation. Damn it! Xiao Hua was furious. The Dream Executioner flashed again and charged at Qin Jian. What shocked Xiao Hua even more was that Qin Jian seemed to be invisible. The Dream Executioner charged past Qin Jian's distorted image without stopping at all. It flashed past. Attack! Xiao Hua no longer hesitated. At the same time that he recalled the Dream Executioner, he used his 2 hands to summon lightning. Kachacha! In the night sky, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared and struck at Qin Jian. The huge lightning bolts struck Qin Jian's image dozens of times. However, as the lightning bolts lingered, the image quickly recovered. In fact, Qin Jian's image became even more ethereal. Ha! Qin Jian's wild laughter sounded from the image. A huge sword shape appeared from the image. This sword shape actually carried lightning. Woo! That sword light seemed to be slow but was actually fast. In an instant, it was in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had never seen such a fast-flying sword. He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly formed a hand sign. It was the heaven and earth sleeve technique. However, when this technique was formed, it was as if it hit the void. That flying sword was not afraid of this restrictive force at all. It pierced through Xiao Hua's hand. This flying sword is not real. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. The wishful staff in his hand hurriedly flashed in front of him, wanting to block this flying sword. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to sweep the tail of the flying sword. That intangible flying sword could not be stopped from rushing into Xiao Hua's forehead. Ah! The golden light on Xiao Hua's forehead flickered, and the golden light protecting his body merely flickered. He didn't even try to resist. An incomparable palpitation spread from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if he was facing a great crisis, a crisis that Xiao Hua was unable to resist. Just as Xiao Hua was about to win, he suddenly appeared. Boom! There was a loud explosion in Xiao Hua's mind as the invisible flying sword pierced straight into his mind and into a mysterious part of his soul. The boom came from the soul armament protecting Xiao Hua's dark clouds. It had blocked the flying sword, but the web of soul armament was reduced to nothing under the attack of the flying sword. Oh no! Xiao Hua was shocked. He never thought that Qin Jian would have such a soul sword technique that could directly kill a cultivator's soul. If it weren't for the soul armament he'd accidentally obtained outside of his soul, wouldn't he have already perished from that attack? You have a soul armament too? Qin Jian's voice sounded surprised. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Countless soul strands extended out from the dark clouds and swept towards the flying sword like thousands of tentacles. The moment the intangible soul sword was entangled by the soul strands, it immediately let out a sharp cry. The resplendent sword light illuminated the entire dark clouds. Woo! The flying sword stirred up a gust of wind as it tried its best to pierce through the dark clouds. Xiao Hua's soul strands flickered as he tried his best to block the flying sword. However, his soul power was simply too weak. It was only able to block for a moment before the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds. A never-before-experienced fear emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. As long as the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds, his soul would be destroyed by Qin Jian. Even if he didn't die, would the Xiaohua who lost his soul still be Xiaohua? Just as Xiaohua was facing an unprecedented crisis, Qin Jian, who was in his sword form, was also in a bad situation. A soul sword wasn't something an ordinary swordsman could use. Even Qin Jian, a third-grade illusory swordsman, couldn't use it. The soul sword used the soul energy of the body. It was something Xiaohua couldn't achieve even after many years of soul cultivation. Qin Jian had a few secret techniques and tricks, but when he used them, it didn't just cost his soul, but his body as well. Even an expert as strong as Qin Jian couldn't withstand the backlash of his soul power when he used his soul sword. Only when he was in his sword form did Qin Jian dare to try it. And even when he was in his sword form, Qin Jian had to pay a heavy price to use a soul sword. It could even be said that he and Xiaohua would perish together. This was something the calculative Qin Jian wasn't willing to do. He would only do it as a last resort. Just now, when Xiaohua attracted the heavenly lightning, he just happened to have a thunder cry sword. This sword was his secret weapon. He didn't reveal it because he wanted to attack Xiaohua while he was attracting the heavenly lightning. However, when the heavenly lightning struck the thunder cry sword, the enormous power of the heavenly lightning stimulated the power of his soul, and this soul sword was displayed beyond his imagination. But much to Qin Jian's surprise, Xiaohua had a soul armament and even soul force. Though the soul force he had was weak, Qin Jian waited for Xiaohua's soul to dissipate. He was already thinking of a way to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. It seems this old man was careless, but I can't remember where I was careless. Qin Jian, who already had victory in his grasp, suddenly felt that there was a flaw somewhere. It seemed that he had overlooked something when he was fighting against Xiaohua. But just as Xiaohua was about to lose all hope and Qin Jian was about to gloat over his victory, a dragon's roar echoed in Xiaohua's mind and shook Qin Jian's soul. Just as the soul sword pierced through the mysterious dark clouds, a ferocious-looking dragon head emerged. Although the dragon head's eyes were closed, and it looked much fainter than the soul sword, it was still a dragon's head. A majestic aura emanated from the dragon's head. The dragon's head opened its mouth, and an unparalleled force enveloped the soul sword. The soul sword was swallowed by the dragon's head without being able to put up any resistance. Then, the dragon head retreated back into the dark clouds. Everything outside of the clouds returned to silence, as if the dragon head had never appeared. Xiaobai. Xiaohua was caught off guard by the appearance of the little white dragon's soul. It was only when the little white dragon retreated back into the clouds that Xiaohua realized what had happened. The little white dragon had saved Xiaohua's life today, but it could also be said that the little white dragon had saved its own life. Ah! Qin Jian couldn't help but scream. The soul sword being swallowed was the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was far more painful than any physical pain. This old man will fight it out with you. After losing his soul sword, Qin Jian's soul was no longer whole. His consciousness was a little blurry. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the dragon head in Xiaohua's soul. He didn't know how to think about such an unbelievable thing. In fact, it was extremely difficult for Qin Jian to get out of the sword form again. But after hearing Qin Jian scream, the sword form suddenly solidified. A huge flying sword let out a loud sword cry. This cry reverberated through the 9 heavens, and a pressure comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was emitted from the huge sword. Xiaohua had lost his phoenix celestial body. How could he resist this pressure? Xiaohua hurriedly used his concealment technique to resist the pressure. However, he was too close to Qin Jian. The pressure was pressing down on him. Xiaohua didn't have much true yuan in his meridians to begin with. The true yuan in his meridians was almost stagnant. Xiaohua couldn't even lift a finger. This old man is stupid. Qin Jian's consciousness was already blurred. But when he saw this scene, he immediately knew where his mistake was. He had schemed against Xiaohua for a long time, but he still missed the most basic of pressure. He didn't expect that Xiaohua, who killed several illusory swords, was only at the Foundation establishment late stage. It's not too late now. Qin Jian's heart was filled with regret, but there was still hope for survival. The entire flying sword slashed down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was absorbed by the flying sword. A huge force comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator held Xiaohua tightly. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth, and the last bit of spiritual fire he could summon flew out. The moment the spiritual fire appeared in the air, Xiaohua's fire control art spread out like a net and flew toward the giant sword. However, wherever the spiritual fire net passed, there was not a single ripple. It did not disturb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. However, the restrictive power of the giant sword was swept away by the spiritual fire net. Fight! Xiaohua now had no spiritual energy in his body. He could only use the wind escape technique to raise his staff and fly behind the net of spiritual fire, smashing towards the huge sword. Rumble! The huge roar shook the surroundings again. Sure enough, Xiaohua's expectation was true. Although the net of spiritual fire was powerful, it caught the huge sword and even began to burn it, but the falling momentum of the huge sword did not change. Xiaohua swung his staff just in time. The huge sword was actually blocked by Xiaohua, but Xiaohua was even worse. His body fell straight into the air like a meteorite. Roar! The spiritual fire ignited the huge sword, almost burning into Qin Jian's soul. His primordial spirit gradually fused with the sword's spirit was awakened. While feeling the pain, Qin Jian also realized the danger. Run! This was the first time Qin Jian made such a decision since the Battle of Swords. Buzz! The huge sword light shone brightly and moved like a stream of light, flying towards the north. But just as the huge sword was flying, a cold voice came. "Old man, are you leaving? This young master will send you on your way." As the voice spoke, a pool of clear water fell from the sky, blocking the front of the flying sword. Innate primordial water? Qin Jian's primordial spirit was burned by the spiritual fire, and he could not help but scream in pain. Where do you have any spiritual energy left? Do you need spiritual energy to drive the innate primordial water? Xiaohua flew crookedly in the air, looking extremely weak. He could only use the flying technique. But even so, the water curtain of innate primordial water changed with Xiaohua's spell and quickly closed up, sealing the huge sword in a space. Buzz! The huge sword cried and crashed into the water curtain. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Jian an arrow at the end of its flight, but the water curtain was so tough that it not only corroded the huge sword, but also confused the part of Qin Jian's primordial spirit that crashed into the water curtain. But the strange thing was that the spiritual fire in the innate primordial water was still not extinguished, and it even showed signs of flourishing. Haha! Qin Jian obediently turned into a sword. This way, you can still accompany Ling Yunwu and the others. Xiaohua's wild laughter came from the water curtain. He was really happy. The quality of this flying sword was definitely better than Ling Yunwu and the others. Qin Jian's primordial spirit was already weak and lost. He had already fused with the sword spirit more than half. When he heard Xiaohua's arrogance, he immediately thought of the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars formation. How could Qin Jian be controlled by Xiaohua after his death? The sword light on the huge sword suddenly retracted, and then expanded again. The huge sword opened up with a boom, and an earth-shattering sound exploded in the innate primordial water. This was the self-destruction of a late golden core stage cultivator. In an instant, the entire water curtain exploded, and the fragments of the huge sword broke through the innate primordial water and flew in all directions. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the sword light reflected the sunlight. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. No one would have thought that this dazzling scenery was actually the funeral of a sword cultivator. Who? A flying sword fragment brushed past Xiaohua's chin and flew away, scaring Xiaohua. Xiaohua only had time to grab one fragment before the rest of the fragments flew all over the place. There were even a few fragments that fell into the river. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and his figure slowly landed on the foot of a mountain. His whole body was numb. Damn it! I escaped from the tiger's den again. Xiaohua was extremely tired as he thought. At this moment, he really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. The fight just now had really made him extremely tired. However, when the ray of sunlight from the east shone on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua stretched, clenched his hand, and slowly punched out the Big Dipper magical fist. An extremely strange scene appeared. The faint brilliance of the rising sun fell on the flowing ice valley. The river water was still sparkling, and it hit the mountain peak. Within the sparkling light, large and small flowing ice roared. Following the current, the sound of the waves was ear-splitting. On top of the towering mountain peak, a tall and thin cultivator was calm and composed. Every move was like a virgin, and every move was like a fleeing rabbit. He didn't know how many divine wills swept past him and how many gazes were looking at him from afar. However, all the gazes flashed by, and all the divine wills were gone. No swordsman's divine wills dared to linger in this place for even a moment. Even the divine wills that swept past him were anxious and cautious to the extreme. That's right, the battle between Xiaohua and Qin Jian was so powerful. Qin Jian's cultivation was close to transforming into a sword, and all the swordsmen within a dozen miles could feel his sword intent. That sword intense anger, the sword intense fear, and the sword intense despair, they could all feel it. Especially Xiaohua's lightning-attracting technique, which made their hearts tremble. Terrifying Phoenix. This name was instantly imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 2541. At this moment, the battle had ended. Qin Jian had turned into a sword and self-destructed. Not only was Xiaohua's innate primordial water unable to block it, but all the swordsmen within a dozen miles had sensed his determination to fall into a desperate situation through their flying swords. Qin Jian had died, but what about Xiaohua from the Imperial Thunder Sect? He was actually leisurely practicing his fists at the foot of the mountain. The indifference on Xiaohua's face and his casual fists only let them know that the battle just now was just a small matter. Although he didn't have any power or terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, which swordsman would dare to take half a step forward? A cool current flowed through his bones, and that comfortable feeling gradually overflowed within Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua closed his eyes comfortably, as if he really liked this tranquil atmosphere. "Big brother," an extremely respectful voice sounded. It was Xiao Mao who had flown over. Xiaohua opened his eyes slightly, but did not answer. He saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao landing about 10 feet away from him, standing with their hands by their sides. They were waiting quietly. Seeing that Xiaohua was ignoring them, they did not dare to ask. After finishing a set of Big Dipper mystical fists, Xiaohua stopped and smiled. "How are your injuries?" "I took some elixirs, so there shouldn't be any problems." Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who had a complicated expression, and hurriedly answered. He did not have any obstacles when facing Xiaohua, whose cultivation was extraordinary, but Li Zongbao probably had some ideas. "And that's good." Xiaohua sighed and said to Li Zongbao, "I'm afraid that we have wasted our trip to the flowing ice valley. I originally wanted to chop off Qin Jian's head, but who would have thought that he would turn into a sword, and this flying sword? I was unable to take it down. Qin Jian self-destructed, so his storage bag and other items are probably gone. We don't have any proof, so how can we claim credit from the conference hall?" Hearing Xiaohua call himself a little brother, a trace of warmth flashed through Li Zongbao's eyes. He pointed to the ground and said, "Things don't seem as complicated as junior brother Xiao thinks." "Oh." Xiaohua looked down and saw a fist-sized piece of flesh. "This is..." Xiaohua was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Indeed, this flesh and blood was similar to a fragment of the flying sword that Qin Jian had transformed into when he had self-destructed. Xiaohua casually took it and threw it on the ground. At this moment, that fragment had turned into flesh and blood again. How strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought to himself, since Qin Jian has already turned into a sword, after the explosion, it should be the fragments of the flying sword. Why did it turn into flesh and blood? However, since there was flesh and blood, there should be fragments of Qin Jian's head as well. Now that Xiaohua and the others had the basis to ask for a reward, who would care about why he escaped from the sword transformation? "Ha ha, the heavens are helping me." Xiaohua laughed loudly. "Big brother and senior brotherly, please wait here. I will go and look for them now." Xiao Mao was also overjoyed. "Junior brother Xiao, rest here. I will go with Xiao Mao to search for him." Although Li Zongbao's face was indifferent, he was secretly happy. Although he did not personally kill Qin Jian, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao were in the same team as him. This merit belonged to none other than the three of them. Okay, Xiaohua did not decline. Although Qin Jian had self-destructed, his flesh and blood were only scattered within a few li. With the two's divine senses, it would be easy to find him. When the two of them went in different directions, Xiaohua released his divine senses and scanned the area within a few li. All the swordsmen who came into contact with Xiaohua's divine senses were shocked and fled. Damn it, this young master's reputation is a little troublesome. Xiaohua had a headache. He actually killed Qin Jian in front of so many swordsmen. It was impossible for his reputation not to spread far and wide. Others were afraid that his reputation would not spread far and wide, but Xiaohua was worried. Xiaohua waved the Big Dipper magical fist again. His primordial spirit that had fused with his bones swam within them. After looking at the condition of his bones, Xiaohua was the same as before. He sighed. This bone tempering is really the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Without a certain degree of polishing, there will not be any progress at all. This Big Dipper magical fist was the bone tempering technique this young master used when he had a fire attribute physique. Now, it is no longer of much use. There are still so many fine orange spots. It seems that the earth crystal Yao milk cannot speed up the progress of the bone tempering technique too much. I wonder when it will reach the limit. Actually, not only was there no improvement in bone honing, there was also not much improvement in the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique. However, now that Little White had returned, he could ask Little White about the dragon transformation incantation after she recovered. Xiaohua waved his fists and legs as he thought. It was rare for him to be able to leisurely practice martial arts on the foothills. After 4 hours, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao flew back. Seeing Xiao Mao's gloomy face, Xiaohua's heart sank. He asked in a low voice, "How is it? Could it be that that bastard Qin Jian really split into thousands of blood vessels, and there is no trace of him left?" He seeing Xiaohua's anxiety, Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed. "Big brother, look." As he spoke, he took out a sword token from his storage bag. Xiaohua glanced at it and did not take it. He shook his head slightly. "Even if it is Qin Jian's token, I am afraid that it is not enough to prove that Qin Jian died in our hands. What about this?" Although Li Zongbao's face was cold, his eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. He reached out his hand and took out half a head from his storage bag. "Oh!" Xiaohua's eyebrows relaxed and his eyes lit up. This head was not complete, only half of it. But what was amazing was that this half was half of Qin Jian's face. If it was put together with the sword token, it would definitely prove the identity of this head. "I also found a lot of remains." Xiao Mao laughed. "If we forcefully put them together, we might be able to piece together a complete corpse." Fuck. Xiaohua finally understood why Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao took such a long time to come back. They had searched the surrounding 10 miles, and other than the corpses that had fallen into the river, they couldn't find anything else. Everything else should be here. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "What about the other things?" "They're all here." Li Zongbao took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua. "Xiao Mao and I knew that junior brother Xiao might be useful. So we came over. But, it might not be useful." Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua's heart that had just been filled with hope sank again. As expected, when he took the storage bag, there were a lot of things inside. It might be Qin Jian's, or it might not be Qin Jian's, but they were all tattered, and not a single one was complete. The sword token and flying sword that Xiaohua wanted was also not there. "Oh, this is in good condition." Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. It was an extremely simple triangular object that was in tatters. He could not see its origin. Xiaohua took out the triangular object and looked at it for a moment. He could not figure out what it was, but since Qin Jian's self-destruction could not destroy it, it must be extremely hard. "This item. I will take it." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. "This is all junior brother Zhao's, there is no need to ask me." How could Li Zongbao have any objections? "Thank you, senior brotherly." Xiaohua smiled and kept the storage bag. He looked around and said, "I have troubled senior brotherly about this matter. This Qin Jian was also killed by you, me, and Xiao Mao. As for the details, senior brother will make the decision." "And I know this." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao. "We obtained such a great merit out of nowhere, and the rewards are also great. Xiao Mao and I will naturally have to consider carefully." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. He looked into the distance and said, "The sword cultivators are already gathering again. My Dao Sex cultivators are also stopping in the distance. Let's go." "Wait a moment." Li Zongbao bit his lips and said, "I still have to find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse. It would be even better if I can find Martial Uncle Subo's corpse." "This." Xiaohua frowned slightly. After all, the flowing Ice Valley Spirit Stone mine was now filled with sword cultivators. Although the 3 of them were powerful, it would be dangerous for them to go there now. That day, I went to the country of Shi for Martial Uncle Chu Hui's personal matters. I met junior brother Xiao and Li Zongbao said intermittently. Martial uncle took good care of me. Even the Taiching sect's Feather Immortal Gathering was promoted by Martial Uncle Chu Hui. If I can't find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Oh, there is such a karma? Xiaohua suddenly realized that the question Li Zongbao had asked about the devil cultivators on the Thousand-Zhang Mountain was actually about Chu Hui. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Senior Brotherly, come with me. Since Junior Brotherly is willing to help because of Junior Brother Chu Hui, Junior Brother will definitely do his best. After saying that, Xiaohua flew up and flew towards the place where he saw Qin Jian kill Chu Hui. That place wasn't too far from here, but at this time, there were many swordsmen entrenched there. Seeing Xiaohua, this fiend, actually flying towards them, the crowd of swordsmen couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. They hastily fled. How could they still dare to stay in place? When Xiaohua landed at the foot of the mountain, he used his divine perception to search carefully. After a long while, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao flew over. Over there, Xiaohua pointed and said in a low voice, the corpses of the two martial uncles are here. I just don't know if the things inside are intact. Let's go over. Li Zongbao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly moved and landed at the riverside. Chu Hui and Su Bo's mangled corpses were hanging on the riverside. Their corpses were still intact, and their storage bags were hanging on their waists. Obviously, after Qin Jian killed the two of them, he immediately chased after Xiaohua and the others. He didn't have time to give orders, so the swordsman didn't dare to casually deal with the corpses. Near there are thousands of corpses. What does Senior Brotherly think? Xiaohua was a little dispirited and asked in a low voice. Junior Brother Xiao is tired. Let me and Xiao Mao clean them up. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with sorrow. However, this sorrow was gradually driven away by the parting love treasure mirror. He only pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 2542. No need. Xiaohua sighed. Let's do it together. These are the brave warriors of my Dao sect. If I don't collect their corpses, I won't be able to rest easy. With that, Xiaohua flew up and flew in a certain direction. He waved his hands, and all the corpses of the Dao sect cultivators fell into his hands. Then he put them into his storage bag. As for the sword cultivator corpses, Xiaohua did not touch them at all. He only collected the storage bag and flying sword. It took them more than an hour to collect the corpses. However, other than the surging river water and the occasional sweep of divine scents, no one came to disturb them. It was quite peaceful. Let's go. After all, Xiaohua was used to collecting corpses. He was the first to fly into the air. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew over. Xiaohua waved his hand and flew to the south. After the three of them flew for a long time, the thousands of swordsmen flew out hesitantly. Some of them cleaned up the battlefield, while some of them flew to other places. They should be notifying the other illusory sword division masters. Xiaohua and the others only flew for an hour. Along the way, they collected many corpses of the cultivators. Then they turned to the west. Li Zongbao originally wanted to point out the direction, but when he saw Xiaohua's confidence, he knew that Xiaohua had found something. Therefore, he kept quiet. Sure enough, not long after, Li Zongbao's divine sense also found that there were thousands of cultivators gathered not far away. They seemed to be waiting and planning something. When Li Zongbao and the others flew closer, these cultivators realized that these cultivators were the cultivators that Xiaohua had opened up the underground passage and rescued. When the cultivators saw Li Zongbao and the others return safely, they were all overjoyed. The crowd shouted and stepped forward to greet Li Zongbao and the others. At the same time, they thanked Li Zongbao for saving their lives. At this time, Xiaohua was extremely shy. He quietly hid behind Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Although he was smiling, he did not speak. Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew Xiaohua's thoughts, so they naturally took half a step forward and returned the greeting. The emotions of the crowd, who had just survived a calamity, were somewhat emotional. Over 1,000 people surrounded the three of them, words of gratitude ceaselessly filling their ears. A long while later, Li Zongbao waved his hand again, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then he said, "Today's battle at Ice Flow Valley can be considered as a setback for us. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed or injured. However, I'm afraid even more sword cultivators will perish under the attacks of these disciples. In this way, we'll be able to give an explanation to the discussion hall. Right now, we need to gather the remaining disciples. First, we need to deal with the future attacks of cultivators. And second, we need to see what plans we have for the future. Yes, we understand. Among the 1,000 disciples, there were disciples of the Utopia faction, the Chongbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Those disciples of the Utopia faction were already shouting loudly. They had been driven so far away by the sword cultivators, so they didn't have the time to check on the situation at Ice Flow Valley. At this time, they didn't know that Qin Jian had been killed by Xiaohua. Li Zongbao tilted his head slightly and sent a message to Xiaohua. Then he turned back to the dozens of disciples of the Utopia faction and said, "You all go to various places. There are other disciples there. After you find them, wait for us at a place more than 300 miles ahead." Yes, the disciples of the Utopia faction received the order and flew in groups of 3 to 5 to the places that Li Zongbao had mentioned. The disciples of the other factions flew forward under Li Zongbao's lead. 300 miles away, there was an ice field that was slightly higher than other places. A group of cultivators landed on the ice field. They consumed pills and adjusted their breathing and true core strength. Some cultivators flew out to patrol the area. After half a day, dozens of Utmost Happiness faction disciples returned. Along with them, there were close to 10,000 disciples from the 3 factions. Half of these disciples had followed Li Zongbao out of the Spirit Stone Mine, while the other half had followed Xia Hui and Su Bo out of the Spirit Stone Mine. Jian Boming, who was close to Li Zongbao, was also killed by the sword cultivators. Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Xiao. Although Yi Bei of the Chongbai sect did not have the highest cultivation among the disciples of the Chongbai sect, he had helped Li Zongbao in the Karst Cave. Now he had gained the support of many disciples of the Chongbai sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Chongbai sect were protected by the sword origin, and there were more survivors than the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. Without Li Zongbao's command, he was the leader of these disciples. However, when he saw Li Zongbao and the other 2, he hurried forward to salute them and thank them for saving his life. Li Zongbao hurriedly helped him up and said, "My sect's martial uncle Chu Hui, your sect's martial uncle Li Feiyu, and Cool Breeze Valley's martial uncle Su Bo have all fallen. When I was collecting martial uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I found martial uncle Li Feiyu's corpse and storage pouch. I will return these items to junior brother Yi." As he spoke, Li Zongbao was about to take out his storage bag. Yi Bei looked sad, but then he waved his hand and said, "Senior Brother Li, don't worry. It's not safe to leave Uncle Li's body with me. Why don't you take the bodies of the 3 Uncle Xia Hui and bring them back to the Sky Patrol City?" "Fine." Li Zongbao thought for a while and nodded. Then Li Zongbao asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yi, you mean you can't go back to the Sky Patrol City with me?" Yi Bei smiled bitterly and looked at the others. He said, "That's right. We are not like Senior Brother Li and the 2 senior brothers Xiao. We were ordered to attack the spiritual stone mine in the Flowing Ice Valley. It would be best if we could conquer it. Even if we couldn't, we had to find out the strength of the swordsmen in the Flowing Ice Valley. Then, we had to wait for further orders in the Flowing Ice Valley. Just now, when I received your message, I had already sent the disciples of my faction and the disciples of your faction and the Cool Breeze Valley according to the previous arrangement. We just need to wait for orders." "Oh, I see." Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He understood that there were further arrangements in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City. However, he had not heard Chu Hui mention it. Apparently, Chu Hui did not intend to leave Li Zongbao there. After all, Li Zongbao's purpose was to kill Qin Jian. Alas, it was supposed to be a smooth attack. Yi Bei looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and taking elixirs to adjust their qi circulation. He sighed and said, "But who knew that there would be so many twists and turns? First, we were at a disadvantage. When the 3 senior brothers turned the tide, we encountered the spirit-binding juice. After the 3 senior brothers used their divine skills to rescue us from the underground karst cave, we actually met the fiend Qin Jian. Not to mention the death of the 3 Gold Core Realm seniors, the 3 factions lost thousands of disciples. There were more than 30,000 disciples who attacked the Flowing Ice Valley that day. Today, there are only about 10,000 disciples left." Then, Yi Bei looked at the distant sky. There were already some dark clouds. He said worriedly, "This place is still close to the flowing ice valley. If Qin Jian chases after us, it will be inappropriate. Let's retreat. According to the plan, there will be disciples from the Sky Patrol City hundreds of miles ahead." Speaking of this, Yi Bei hesitated again. "By the way, if we retreat and attract Qin Jian's attention, it will be inappropriate to lead the swordsman there." "Haha, don't worry," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "I'm afraid that Qin Jian will not be able to catch up with us in this lifetime." "Ah!" Yi Bei was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He looked at Li Zongbao in disbelief and said hurriedly, "Senior Brother Li, what does Senior Brother Xiao mean?" "That's right. Qin Jian was seriously injured under the fierce attacks of Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo. He chased after the three of us, but he fell into my trap. Junior Brother Xiao and I joined forces to kill him. This is considered as revenge for the three martial uncles," Li Zongbao said calmly. Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. Everyone was like Yi Bei, looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao in disbelief. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. Li Zongbao looked at the demoralized cultivators. He clapped his hands and took out half of Qin Jian's head. He raised his hands and said, "Look, Qin Jian's dog head is in my hands. My fellow cultivators, the senior brothers and junior brothers who died in the flowing ice valley can rest in peace." Boom. The crowd could not help but murmur. The whole place was in chaos. All the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. The demoralized cultivators were suddenly reignited. Senior Brother Li's cultivation is really high. He has really made our Utopia faction proud. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted at the side. The disciples of the Chongbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also clamored. "Senior Brother Xiao Hua, Senior Brother Xiao Mao's cultivation is really high. I admire you so much." Li Zongbao watched the crowd clamor as all the flattering words flowed past his ears. Moments later, he kept Qin Jian's head into his storage bag and said in a clear voice, "Qin Jian's cultivation is indeed extraordinary, and the ambush he set up is also formidable. However, he was still unable to escape from the magical treasures of our Dao sect disciples. We are merely at the advanced foundation establishment stage, and we are able to kill him. There is no need for the Jindan stage elders in the discussion hall to act." "What does this mean?" "The swordsman will lose, and we cultivators will win," the disciples of the Utopia faction shouted. "Exactly." Li Zongbao raised his hand and shouted, "Kill Qin Jian, kill the sword cultivators, kill our way through the sword catacomb, and kill our way into the Hung country. Our Dao sect will win. Kill Qin Jian, our Dao sect will win." Li Zongbao's words were really well received. All the cultivators raised their arms and shouted. The shouts of more than 10,000 cultivators resounded through the heavens and earth. Even though there was no echo in the snowfield, the momentum was really shocking. Damn it! Even though Xiao Hua was a little depressed after the big battle, he was instantly infected by the cheers of the 10,000 cultivators. He was a little excited. The crowd waited for the time it took to eat a meal before Li Zongbao calmed them down. After they calmed down a little, they arranged themselves according to the division of their sects and the arrangement of their teams. They formed a certain formation to rest and adjust their breathing. The other three sects, other than Yi Bei of the Chongbai sect, chose another 2 disciples to be the commanders. Chapter 2543. Qin Jian was killed, and the sword cultivators in the spiritual stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley were also injured. "The swordsman won't come after us." Li Zongbao saw that the situation was stable and said, "Junior brothers Xiao and I will not stay here any longer. We'll leave the tens of thousands of disciples to you. Junior brothers, please discuss things carefully and don't be impulsive." "Yes, we understand." Yi Bei looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Senior brotherly, don't worry. Since there are follow-up arrangements in the meeting hall, we won't have to wait here for too long. Besides, Senior Brother Li and the 2 senior brothers Xiao have killed Qin Jian. Even if you're not here, the sword cultivators won't dare to attack." That's true. Junior Brother Ye's words make sense. Thinking of Xiao Hua standing in Flowing Ice Valley, the sword cultivators all retreated. The swordsmen didn't know that the 3 of them had left, so they wouldn't dare to attack. Li Zongbao nodded and replied, "In that case, we'll return to Sky Patrol City. You'd better be careful." "Yes, farewell, senior brothers." The three elders in the later stage of Foundation establishment had white hair and beards, but they didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the three people who could kill Qin Jian. They bowed and sent them off. Seeing the three of them fly away, the cultivators' eyes were filled with admiration. At the same time, the sense of security they had just gained faded away. Xiao Hua and the other two flew back to Sky Patrol City from Flowing Ice Valley. In just 2 days, they met 3 groups of Taoist cultivators who were heading towards Huan Kingdom. They were disciples from Meng Kingdom and Lian Kingdom. There were many of them, and the cultivators who led the group were in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that they were going to make a final attack on the swordsmen of Huan Kingdom. Li Zongbao also found out that one of the groups was heading toward the Flowing Ice Valley. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Chongbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley were with them. As for how to attack and where to attack, Li Zongbao didn't ask much. Apparently, the middle-stage Golden Core Realm Master, who was leading the group, wouldn't tell them. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua was surprised and whispered, "Senior Brother Li, I feel that something is wrong." "Why?" Li Zongbao asked. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua muttered, "I remember that when we were on our way here, we met many Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels varied, they seemed to be obstructing us. However, when we returned to Sky Patrol City today, we did not meet any swordsmen. It's really strange." Li Zongbao smiled and said, "Can't you see that the Dao sect cultivators have already gathered in groups and are about to launch a fierce attack on the sword cultivators? Our Dao sect's cultivators do not hide their tracks, and I'm sure that they have already detected us. Therefore, they must have gathered and prepared to face the enemy. Therefore, there are very few disciples patrolling the area, and I don't even see them. Perhaps after this battle, according to the changes in the battlefield, there will be other unforeseen events." Okay. Xiaohua was skeptical, but he knew that he was not as good as Li Zongbao in this aspect, so he did not ask any more questions. On the return journey, Xiao Mao continued to operate the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes deep in thought, as if he was thinking of something, but also as if he was concentrating on comprehending something. As for Li Zongbao, after seeing Xiaohua's true strength, he spoke even less than before. However, his attitude towards Xiaohua was not overly respectful because of this. He said what he should say, and also called him Junior Brother Xiao. After more than 10 days, the Sky Patrol City was in sight. Before Xiaohua could stop them, Li Zongbao asked Xiao Mao to stop the airship. Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Junior Brother Xiao, this Sky Patrol City, you don't have to enter. You can fly faster than us, and you have this flowing cloud airship with you. It should be good for you to pass some messages. I will send you to the north of the Sky Patrol City and inform the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Utopia faction about the battle in the Flowing Ice Valley and the 7 Extremes Mountains. What do you think?" Xiaohua knew Li Zongbao's intention. He said with a smile, "Senior Brother Li, how can I disobey your order? I will set off now. I just don't know. How can I report to Senior Brother Li after I complete the task?" Li Zongbao disagreed and said, "After the battle in Flowing Ice Valley, our team of 3 will definitely be famous in Sky Patrol City. At that time, you only need to tell them your name or someone's name, which disciple won't know. After you complete the task, you just need to find Xiao Mao and me." Xiaohua understood Li Zongbao's sincerity. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Li. I will definitely complete the task." "Okay, you can kill the swordsman." Li Zongbao nodded. "The credit is not only yours, but also the credit of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded. Then Li Zongbao waved his hand and flew up. Xiao Mao bowed to Xiaohua and flew up after him. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Mao, I have something to tell you." Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and whispered. Xiao Mao stood in the air and listened to Xiaohua's words. He said, "Big brother, please don't worry. I will bring the message. Be careful." After that, Xiao Mao urged his magic power and caught up with Li Zongbao, who had flown far away. They found a hidden transmission array and were transmitted back to the Sky Patrol City together. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Xiaohua smiled and released his divine thought. After looking for a moment, he controlled the flowing cloud flying boat to fly to a place. Xiaohua controlled the flying boat to land in a low-lying place. He kept the flying boat and set up a rabbit array. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Seeing that there was no movement within 100 miles, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a flying sword from the space. This flying sword was very strange. It was only as thick as a little finger and only 1 foot long. There were golden threads flashing on it, as if it was condensed from a lot of golden threads. Is this the invisible sword? Looking at the invisible golden thread sword floating in the air, Xiaohua scanned it with his divine thought. He felt that there was a strange fluctuation in the golden thread sword that seemed to be able to block his divine thought. However, Xiaohua did not know what kind of fluctuation it was. Was it because of the runes or the material? It's a pity that Qin Jian blew himself up. Not to mention the other 3 flying swords, he didn't even leave the sword bamboo slip behind. Sigh, it's a loss. Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that the opponents he encountered were getting more and more powerful, and they more or less had life-saving means. Even if his means were not good, he still wanted to drag Xiaohua down with him and perish together with him. Compared to the fruitful results from the previous battles, this was not worth it. This golden thread sword looks very strange. I can't use it. It's really depressing. Xiaohua thought and waved his hand. The sword light on the golden thread sword emitted a strong golden brilliance, and then it was annihilated. It was Xiaohua who killed Qin Jian's primordial spirit in the golden thread sword. If Xiaohua refined the golden thread sword, he would have to kill the sword spirit in it. Then the golden thread sword would turn into a sword pill. When Xiaohua planted it into his primordial spirit, the golden thread sword would become Xiaohua's flying sword, just like the dream executioner. However, Xiaohua had the Devil Realm's concealment technique, so he didn't really need to rely on the invisible sword to become invisible. Moreover, he already had 7 sword orbs in his Buddha fire that were still being nurtured. Adding another sword orb now really didn't have much meaning. He only needed to control the invisible sword and be able to kill people invisibly. He did not need to spend a lot of effort to nurture the sword. Maybe one day I will meet that little girl Guyu and get the method to use the invisible sword from her. Xiaohua's face revealed an indescribable expression. That's right, what was the deal with Qin Jian's flying sword at the end? Xiaohua looked into the distance again, but there was no movement. He put away the golden silk sword, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds. He thought to himself, it can actually directly kill a soul. This young master's protective golden light didn't have any reaction at all. This is really too scary. If I did not meet Little White in the Yin-Yang Two Springs Mountain, my life would have been gone. Karma, this is karma. Xiaohua sighed and had already entered the heaven ring. But at this moment, Huanqi still had that kind of hazy appearance of moonlight. In the horizon, the half-moon was faint like an eyebrow, sprinkling its emerald splendor all over. A kind of faint tranquility enveloped the entire Huanqi sky, straight to the point that it was like a quiet night somewhere in Dawn Rain continent. And in this tranquil night sky, a dragon body about 1 zhang long emitted a faint white light and danced without restraint, as if the entire sky was his. Dragon dances 9 heavens, Xiaohua's mind saw and immediately gave birth to a thought. Near the dragon body, Xiaohua's primordial spirit also danced without restraint. Above the primordial spirit, there were many soul strands. These soul strands were very strange. Some slowly elongated, some quickly danced, and even more disappeared in a flash, as if they had grown out of the primordial spirit and were immediately annihilated. Little White Dragon's soul seems to have condensed a lot. This white light was also not there before. Although it looked very faint, there is an essential difference. Xiaohua looked at it and understood. Moreover, with the Little White Dragon's soul accompanying me, this little master's primordial spirit has improved by quite a bit. Not to mention a few years, even if it's just 1 or 2 years. I should be able to break through. Of course, this twilight moon seems to have dimmed a lot. You came. Little White's voice sounded. Oh, you can sense it? Xiaohua was surprised. Little White's current situation was more similar to Little Yellow's. Yes, just now, what happened? Little White's voice was still tired. How did a soul sword pierce in? Soul sword? Xiaohua understood and said again. It was an opponent of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Little White did not understand and said, is there still something like the moon? In a while it will be used up. There is. Xiaohua said with a smile. How many do you want? I will give you. Chapter 2544. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another piece of the twilight moon and sent it into the heaven ring. Strangely enough, as soon as this full moon entered the heaven ring, it immediately merged with the previous crescent moon, illuminating the entire heaven ring. Very good, Whitey said and shook its dragon body again. That faint white light flickered along with the fluctuation. Many thanks, Whitey. Xiaohua did not want to disturb Whitey any longer and was about to leave the sky. Thanks. Hee, Xiaohua, you are too polite. Whitey said in a low voice. I can't wait to have more of these things. Don't. Xiaohua's heart still had lingering fear and almost wanted to wave his hand. If there are too many of these things, my little heart will not be able to take it. All right, you can cultivate. If this full moon is gone, try calling me, maybe I can hear you. Xiaohua prepared to leave. And I know. Whitey's dragon head shook slightly. Oh right, there are some things in this soul sword that are hard to chew. I will leave it to you. Don't resist. As it spoke, a jade green crystal thread flashed from Whitey's dragon head and slowly shot towards Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Okay. Xiaohua's primordial spirit stopped dancing and waited for the crystal thread to enter his primordial spirit. A jade green light flashed, and Xiaohua immediately felt that many things appeared in his mind. After leaving the sky and carefully inspecting these things, Xiaohua was almost overjoyed. It turned out that these were all Qin Jian's sword techniques. Not to mention the method to control the formless golden thread sword, even the control of the 4 divisions sword formation, how to connect the flying swords, how to speed up, how to condense the soul sword were all detailed. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that Qin Jian actually had the primordial spirit sword technique. It was also the secret sword technique that he had been looking for. Haha, this young master understands. Xiaohua was wild with joy when he saw so many things. After a long while, he came to his senses. This soul sword is condensed from the soul, so it must have Qin Jian's memories. This soul sword was actually swallowed by Whitey, and Qin Jian's memories were also obtained by Whitey. Haha, it's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. That's right. It's probably because most of Qin Jian's soul has been devoured that Qin Jian's soul can't completely fuse with his flying sword. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form for long. That's why he can't maintain his flying sword form after he self-destructed. That's why he reverted back to his fleshly body. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Fine. Xiaohua sighed. If I hadn't saved the little white dragon's soul, how could I have obtained these things? The primordial spirit sword controlling technique. I'll take a look at these first. After saying that, Xiaohua closed his eyes and calmed himself down to comprehend the secret technique he had always wanted. However, at this moment, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. Could it be that something happened in Sky Patrol City? When Xiaohua looked over, he saw smoke rising into the sky from the direction of Sky Patrol City. Many flying boats were flying toward him. Behind the flying boats, there were figures of cultivators from various sects flying out of Sky Patrol City. There's something going on in the conference hall again. Xiaohua immediately thought of what Li Zongbao said and thought to himself, after this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, I'm afraid that the Sword Transformation Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators will come to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City. Damn it, I've killed so many illusory swords. Will those Sword Transformation Realm cultivators come after me? And that old ghost, Jing Ran, should be coming too. Others are looking forward to the arrival of the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators, but I'm scared. Thinking that the battle had finally reached the second stage and the Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were finally coming, Xiaohua's heart felt heavy. What will come will come. Time is like the morning sun, it can only move forward. Xiaohua sighed. Hiding in the formation, he was not in the mood to cultivate. Looking at the many flying boats flying over his head and the disciples of various sects, he thought to himself. However, right at this moment, an extremely small thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Time is like the sun, it can only move forward? If light can be reversed, then can time be reversed? Of course, this thought only flashed in his mind. Time flow backward. What kind of magical power was that? At this moment, in Xiaohua's mind, this was just a guess. He did not even think that such a powerful person could exist in this time. This was simply illogical. It actually took an hour for all the cultivators to fly over. The number of cultivators was so large that it really made Xiaohua astonished. Maybe. While Xiaohua was hesitating, a figure flew over from the direction of Sky Patrol City. He flew very slowly, and his divine sense swept left and right as if he was looking for something. "You're finally here." Seeing this, Xiaohua removed the formation and flew into the air. The person who came was Bai Fengliang, whom Xiaohua had asked Xiao Mao to look for. "Fellow Taoist Xiao." Bai Fengliang saw Xiaohua hurriedly fly over and hurriedly bowed. "It's really troublesome to leave the city today. I'm late, please forgive me." "It's okay." Xiaohua had just seen the cultivators of the Dao sect leave the city. Of course, he knew that it was difficult for Bai Fengliang to come out of Sky Patrol City. He waved his hand and smiled. "How's the thing I asked you to prepare?" "I'll let you know. Now that the Golden Core disciples of various sects have gathered in Sky Patrol City, it's quite difficult for our Holy Gate disciples to go in and out. The number of pills sent over is not very large." Bai Fengliang took out a storage bag from his waist and handed it over respectfully. He said, "These are the Holy Gate disciples from various big cities. Please check." Hearing Bai Fengliang mention the difficulty, Xiaohua knew that there were not many pills in the bag. However, when he took a look, he was shocked. There were nearly 400 Qianli pills and even dozens of Huayuan pills. "Oh my, this is still not a lot." Bai Fengliang paid attention to Xiaohua's expression. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was not right, he muttered in his heart. He hurriedly smiled and said, "However, I've already told the other disciples that this is specially designated by the sect leader's order. They must spare no expense in terms of money and manpower. No need." Xiaohua estimated that he had used 360 building foundation dawn to build his foundation. Even if he had condensed his core, he would not have used more than 360 building foundation dawn. There were nearly 500 dry separation dawn here, which should be enough. These dawn are already enough. You can pass down the sect leader's order that there is no need to collect these pills. "Yes, I understand." Bai Fengliang let out a long breath. With Xiaohua's words, his task was completed, and it was completed perfectly. Now that all the Golden Core cultivators have gathered in Sky Patrol City, and I just saw a lot of Dao sect disciples coming out of the city, I'm afraid that there will be a war between Huan country and Qi country. You're not safe here, so it's better for you to leave early. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "With the message talisman that I gave you, I'm sure you'll be rewarded handsomely." "Thank you for your generous gift, Brother Xiao." Bai Fengliang bowed and thanked him. Then he asked hesitantly, "I just don't know, the previous agreement between me and Brother Xiao. You and I have an agreement? Why didn't I know about it?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I was muddle-headed. Bai Fengliang hurriedly smiled. He scanned the surroundings with his divine thought and said in a low voice, "I'll leave Sky Patrol City now. However, I received news a few days ago that my Holy Gate might be making a big move. As for where it is, I don't know." That's enough." Xiaohua waved his hand. "This is your business. It has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I have to go somewhere else. Brother Bai, we'll meet again if fate wills it." "Yes, I'll see you off." Bai Fengliang said with a smile, "The war between Dao and sword is very dangerous. I hope you take care of yourself. I look forward to the day when you're pregnant." I'll borrow fellow Taoist Bai's auspicious words. If that day ever comes, I'll definitely remember what fellow Taoist Bai has done for me. Xiaohua laughed as he flew up into the air. He cupped his hands towards Bai Fengliang before turning around and leaving. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not know that he would never be able to see Bai Fengliang again, even if he was pregnant. After all, Bai Fengliang knew the relationship between Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao. Xiaohua was kind-hearted and would not be ruthless to Bai Fengliang, but why would Zhang Qingxiao care about this? He would do anything to protect his loved ones. In the past, it was Xiao Yuehong and the others. Now it was Xiao Xinrui. Since Xiaohua admitted that he was Shang Huaming's disciple, he would never allow any element that could threaten Xiaohua. What's more, Xiaohua's usefulness to him was more than the value of a junior brother. Bai Fengliang, a rogue cultivator who had bitterly pursued cultivation, finally had the opportunity to reach the foundation establishment stage and cultivate. However, because of a simple mission, all of his efforts had gone to waste and he had lost his life. He was like a wave in flowing ice valley, only surging under the sun for a moment before falling back into the river, never to be seen again. Some people have destinies, but their destinies are not in their hands. My destiny is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Sometimes it is a self-comforting joke. Xiaohua flew into the air. He did not know that a cultivator who had been bitterly pursuing cultivation had decided his fate just because he saw him. He only needed to identify the direction slightly before he flew towards the northwest. After all, to him, a direction was just a direction. He would only stop when it was about time to search for his destination in detail. Along the way, what he needed to do was to comprehend the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. Xiaohua did not need to rely on the primordial spirit to control the sword, but he needed the primordial spirit sword controlling technique. He wanted to learn from this technique so that his primordial spirit could do something in the space and not just be a passerby. The primordial spirit sword controlling technique was a secret technique that could be cultivated by swordsmen. It was not easy to comprehend. Not to mention Xiaohua, who was pondering and comprehending along the way. There was a lot of discussion in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. Today's shift was Hung Hung from the Utopia faction. Hung Heng's face was expressionless, but he was a little indifferent. He sat on the futon and glanced at the gold core cultivators. Chapter 2545. When the discussion died down, Hung Feng coughed twice and said, "Fellow cultivators, according to our previous discussion, we have sent out more than half of the disciples from the 300 sects in Sky Patrol City. As for the remaining disciples, we will wait for more than 10 days for more accurate information. Then, we will lead them directly into the Huan Kingdom. The days when we sit in the conference hall are about to end. Alas, I really want to see where that arrogant Qin Jian is. Our nascent soul stage masters are about to arrive, but this guy has not been killed yet. How shameful." "Humph, fellow cultivator Hung Ming." Wang Yi sneered. According to the latest news, Qin Jian's cultivation is at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword stage. His attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. Do you think you can take it safely? Hung Feng knew that Wang Yi from the Seven Skills sect was unhappy about his renting the flowing cloud airship, so he objected. However, he did not care and said with a smile, "Even if Qin Jian's attack is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, it is only a casual attack from a nascent soul stage cultivator. I am not talented, so how can I not dodge it? Besides, I am not as stupid as some people who do not use their strengths and give their weaknesses to others. I have magic weapons, spells, and talismans that can attack Qin Jian. Why should I fight him head-on?" Alas, the disciples of the Seven Skills sect have foresight. We will not do something like throwing an egg against a rock. Wang Yi stretched his back and said, unlike some people who clamored to kill Qin Jian the moment they stepped out. It has been so many years, but they did not even touch a hair of Qin Jian's. I don't know if they are really capable. Speaking of this, Wang Yi suddenly realized something. He patted his forehead and said, "Oh right, I forgot. How can the so-called number 1 cultivator below the golden core stage compete with an illusory swordsman? Everything is just a gimmick." Wang Yi. Hung Zhao was enraged. Our Utopia faction finally has some people with backbone who dared to kill Qin Jian. And after all, we did it. How can we compare to your Seven Skills sect? Your flying boat fell into the hands of a sword cultivator and was taken back by a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You still have the audacity to demand it back. Ha, ha, ha. So it wasn't a disciple of the Utopia faction who stole the flying boat. Wang Yi laughed instead of getting angry. Fellow Taoists, the Taiching sect's De Sun said with dissatisfaction, the conference hall is a place where the cultivators of the 3 states discuss matters. It is not a place where the various sects quarrel. Today is fellow Taoist Hung Ming's turn, so how can there be no rules? Hung Ji's expression froze as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist De Sun. I have some surging qi and blood today, and I feel that something is wrong. I have indeed lost my composure." Oh, is it about the dispatch of the disciples of the various sects? De Sun asked hastily. He didn't dare to be careless when he heard Hung Tung's words. Hung Tung smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked around and asked, "I don't know, so I wanted to ask for your opinion just now." Lu Xinwu of the Shanghua sect smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, you worry too much. We have already made ample preparations before. We launched a surprise attack on the spirit stone veins occupied by the sword cultivators, as well as some of their strongholds. Now, the battle reports from various places have already come in, and the distribution of the sword cultivators' forces has gradually become clear. Just now, fellow Taoist Hung Ming sent out the troops with great discretion, completely in line with our previous discussion. The half of the disciples that were sent out just now were the vanguard, and we will bring the other half of the disciples as the backup, to make up for the loopholes of the first batch of disciples. Isn't this the same as killing the sword cultivators without leaving a single one alive? Fellow Taoist Lu, you are too optimistic. De Sun shook his head and said, according to the previous news, the sword cultivators have also perceived our scheme, and it seems that they are once again dispatching swordsmen from the Huan Kingdom. Aren't there already many level 6 swordsmen in the strongholds of the sword cultivators? According to the report, they are all decisive and ruthless people. According to this old man's conjecture, they should have been dispatched from the place where the sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Say, these sword cultivators also deserve to die. Over there they are fighting with soul cultivators, and over here they are fighting with us cultivators. They are really too idle. Fellow Taoist Yuan is wrong. If they don't fight with us cultivators, how can they train swordsmen? How can they seize the spirit stone veins? AI, fellow Taoist Su still didn't get to the point. Ko Xiangling of the Yeni sect chuckled and said, this war is different from the past. The sword cultivators are not only training swordsmen, but more importantly, seizing the spirit stone veins. Now that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has changed, the spirit stone veins of our Dawn Rain continent are rare, and their Huan Kingdom spirit stone veins aren't enough, so they can only come to the Shi Kingdom and the Lian Kingdom to seize the spirit stone veins. Hee, it's good that we saw the opportunity early. Just at the beginning of the war, we sent disciples to strengthen the defense of the spirit stone veins. Except for some small veins that were seized by the sword cultivators, the other spirit stone veins are safe and sound. De Sun said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Ko is right. Hung Lu nodded. From the information we received, the sword cultivators placed many disciples in the spirit stone veins, far more than their strongholds. If their goal isn't the spirit stone veins, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Yes, the battle report from the Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom has also been sent. The number of swordsmen there is much less than at the beginning of the war. They must have been transferred to the Shi Kingdom. The Feng Meng mountain range of the Lian Kingdom doesn't have any spirit stone veins. The Huan Kingdom's swordsmen placed their swordsmen there to create a diversion, so that we wouldn't know that they wanted to seize the spirit stone veins. Huang Feng of the exotic beast sect interrupted. So the Lian Kingdom's disciples stationed in the Feng Meng mountain range didn't suffer a great loss. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect suddenly said, for this war, shouldn't we transfer more disciples from the Lian Kingdom? When Hung Lu heard this, he was a little unhappy and said coldly, the disciples of the Lian Kingdom are very familiar with the Feng Meng mountain range. If it were the disciples of the Shi Kingdom or the Meng Kingdom, I'm afraid it wouldn't be appropriate, right? Besides, the disciples of the Utopia faction, the Kunlun sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley are all fighting against the sword cultivators in the Huan Kingdom, right? They aren't any worse than your Changbai sect's disciples. Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, De Sun reminded again. In the meeting hall, we have to discuss the matter as it is, don't mention specific sects. Now that half of the disciples in the Sky Patrol City have been transferred to attack the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom, shouldn't we report the latest battle report and the situation to our respective sects? Yes, Hung Lu was a little embarrassed and nodded. That's the right thing to do. Then, Hung Lu transmitted his voice to Xiong Huasong. Fellow Taoist Xiong, how's the big formation you set up in the sword catacomb? Haha, I'll let you know. Xiong Huasong glanced at the Golden Core cultivators on duty in the meeting hall and transmitted his voice back. Fellow Taoist, do you know about the Grand 10 Forces Annihilation Formation? Hiss. Hung Lu gasped and said, that's the legendary ominous formation of my Taoist sect. Could it be that the Black Heaven sect still has this formation? How is that possible? Xiong Huasong laughed. If the Black Heaven sect had this formation, wouldn't it have dominated the Meng Kingdom long ago? Haha, fellow Taoist, don't think too much. After our last meeting, I sent my trusted disciples to transfer the last batch of disciples to the vicinity of the sword catacomb with the order of the meeting hall. I dare to pat my chest and guarantee that this transfer will be done secretly. Not only the Sky Patrol City won't be able to find out, even the sword cultivators won't be able to find out. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist Xiong. Hung Lu nodded and said, Moreover, I secretly contacted the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Fairy Fian, at the station of the Black Heaven sect and obtained her approval. She even repaired the incomplete map of the Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, which is also known as the Minor Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation, and she gave it to me. Heh. I've already started it and handed it over to my disciples to coordinate with the disciples of the 10 sects to set it up. Once the matter here is settled, all of you will head to the Sword Catacomb for the war. Regardless of the result of the war, let's set up this Grand Ten Forces Annihilation Formation first. Great. Hung Lu nodded with a smile and transmitted the situation to the Golden Core cultivators of the 10 sects. Hearing that there was a backup plan, everyone was slightly relieved. However, there was another piece of news that surprised everyone in the meeting hall. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, I have a piece of news that I'm afraid will shock everyone. Oh, Hung Lu asked curiously, could it be that the sword cultivators have some new movements? Yes. Yuan Zhongyu nodded with an extremely serious expression. That's right. My Kunlun sect disciples went to the Northern Clear Cave to investigate the strength of the sword cultivators. When some of the disciples were being chased by the sword cultivators, they discovered that the sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall near the Zhao family of the Clear Cave. The sword cultivators had built a huge ice wall, and inside the wall was a large city. The interior of the ice city was extremely simple, but the area covered by the ice city was very large. It was probably the gathering place of the sword cultivators nearby. Of course, they couldn't see clearly how many sword cultivators there were in the ice city in their panic. They estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them. That's what I said. De Sun of the Taiching sect snorted coldly. Back then, when the sword cultivators invaded my Dao sect, the first thing they did was to destroy the Zhao family of the Clear Cave. I found it suspicious. So, that's what they were planning. The terrain of the Clear Cave is dangerous and easy to defend, but hard to attack. It's suitable to be a stronghold for the sword cultivators. Yes, with fellow Yuan's news, we naturally understand why the sword cultivators had been hiding for so many years. Hung Lu nodded and said, this so-called ice city must have more than 100,000 sword cultivators. We must send enough disciples to destroy this stronghold. That's right. Yuan Zhongyu cupped his hands and said, my Kunlun sect is willing to be the main force in this attack on the ice city. Good. Hung Lu clapped and looked at the others. Which other sects are willing to go? Immediately, a few other sects, including the Imperial Thunder sect, voiced their agreement. Hung Lu and the others discussed for a while and decided. When the matter of the sword cultivators suddenly appearing in the ice city was over, Zhu Jun of the Cool Breeze Valley hesitated and said in a low voice, Fellow Hung Ming, the disciples that my Cool Breeze Valley sent to the Flowing Ice Valley have not sent any specific information. Chapter 2546. It's okay. There are disciples from the Utopia faction and the Chongbai sect, as well as Ai's junior brother leading the team. There won't be any problems. Hung Ming smiled. Besides, the Flowing Ice Valley is not a special place. What kind of battle can there be? Needless to say, it was still the same as before. Cultivators with high cultivation were not necessarily good at arranging troops. If Tu Hong was here, he would not have said so. Well, even if he said so, many cultivators would not agree. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley used to be the spiritual stone mine of the Sky Patrol City. Who knew if Tu Hong had any selfish motives? Besides, Cultivator Qian Mo and Cultivator Peng Dai have not returned yet. Ji Hong of the Bright Leaf sect reminded. Ko Xiangling of the Yongyi sect also muttered, there is no news about the disciples of the Yongyi sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Imperial Thunder sect, and the Huanhua sect who went to the Seven Extremes Mountains. The two spiritual stone mines of the Sky Patrol City are really far away from the Sky Patrol City. Hung Ming smiled bitterly. These two spiritual stone mines are just very small. How many swordsmen can there be? While they were talking, they saw a flash of brilliance in the middle of the meeting hall. Oh, speak of fellow Taoist Qian, and fellow Taoist Qian will arrive. Hung Ming waved his hand, and the brilliance gradually solidified. It was Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and Peng Dai of the Su Yen sect. Both of you have worked hard. Seeing Qian Mo's unfriendly face, and even a little frown, Hung Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although he said that, he muttered in his heart, could it be that my uneasiness has something to do with Li Chengxiu? It's not hard. It's a pity that we still can't do anything. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai. The two of them sat back on the futon and said, we only found the place where Li Chengxiu died. As for how Cultivator Li died and who killed him, we have no clue at all. Oh, where did Cultivator Li die? Hung Ming frowned and asked hurriedly, is there no trace of him nearby? Fellow Daoist Li died in the northwest of Sky Patrol City. It's called Prison Dragon Ridge. There aren't any sword cultivator strongholds nearby, let alone spirit stone veins. Peng Dai looked at Qian Mo and replied, if I were to force myself to say it, there is a spirit stone mine of the Shanghua sect in the west, a 7 Extremes ridge in the north, which can be considered a spirit stone mine. In the northwest, there are more than 10 sword cultivator strongholds. However, those settlements and mines were too far away from the place where fellow cultivator Li perished. Even in that place, a swordsman of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm might appear. Fellow Daoist Peng, can you explain in more detail? Hung Li was baffled. All right, fellow Daoist Hung Ming knows. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo and said, I and fellow Daoist Qian brought the conference hall token, but we didn't find any records of fellow Daoist Li's teleportation in the Sky Patrol City's teleportation array. It seems that fellow Daoist Li must have left through the city gate. However, fellow Daoist Hung Ming should know that the Sky Patrol City's gate guards don't record any exits. We asked a lot of city guards and finally got some clues. However, after we flew out, we didn't find any signs left behind by fellow Daoist Li. Later, fellow Daoist Qian was careful and used the secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. Through the protection talisman given by fellow Daoist Qian's sect, we found fellow Daoist Li's aura in Prison Dragon Ridge. As for the place where fellow Daoist Li perished, it was between several mountain peaks in Prison Dragon Ridge. The place was severely damaged by the battle. Moreover, because of fellow Daoist Li's self-explosion, all traces of magic arts disappeared. It was impossible to find. Peng Dai said simply, if there was the secret technique of the immortal music sect, we might be able to find some traces from fellow Daoist Li's aura. However, there are no disciples of the immortal music sect in the late stage of the Gold Core realm in the Sky Patrol City, let alone a nascent soul realm master. We can only explore this place. Is there nothing special about it? De Sun couldn't help but ask. If that's the case, I'm afraid we can't explain it to Fairy Ma Yingxia. There is something special, but fellow Daoist Qian Mo can explain it to us. Peng Dai glanced at Qian Mo, who was silent. Oh! Everyone was surprised and looked at Qian Mo. Qian Mo sighed and said, the place where fellow Daoist Li perished has traces of a magic array. It seems that fellow Daoist Li fell into an ambush and was killed. Purely from this point of view, it should be the work of sword cultivator Qin Jian. Qin Jian actually killed fellow Daoist Li? Hung Ming gasped. This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? I'm just saying it's possible. Qian Mo declined to comment. In addition to the traces of a magic array, the surrounding water element and fire element spiritual qi of heaven and earth are especially rich. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a magic treasure of innate primordial water or innate primordial fire. However, fellow Daoist Li had already self-exploded. As for his magic treasure, I don't know. Perhaps the innate primordial water and innate primordial fire belong to his magic treasure. Of course, it could also be a flying sword refined by these 2 innate items. In that case, there should be 2 swordsmen of the illusory sword sect who killed fellow Daoist Li. Hung Ming was enlightened. Otherwise, fellow Daoist Li could easily escape from the sword array with the spiritual talismans given by our sect. It's not just that. Qian Mo continued. The place where fellow Daoist Li died seemed to have the aura of another spiritual talisman. It seemed to be made by a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fellow Daoist Li had spiritual talismans made by 2 nascent soul realm cultivators? This still couldn't escape from Qin Jian's killing. Hung Ming sighed. I wonder what fellow Daoist Li went to Prison Dragon Ridge for? Fellow Daoist Hung Ming, things don't seem to be that simple. Qian Mo didn't answer. Instead, he said, just now, I said that there were traces of a magic array in Prison Dragon Ridge, and not a sword array. This means that the magic array was set up by fellow Daoist Li. Perhaps he wanted to kill Qin Jian. Not to mention Li Chengxiu. Even all the Golden Core Realm cultivators in the conference hall wanted to kill Qin Jian. If Li Chengxu was confident, it was possible that he set up another ambush. Anything else? Hung Ming asked. Yes. Qian Mo nodded. There's something that I find most inconceivable. What? Everyone's interest was piqued. At the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge, I found traces of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. Qian Mo said slowly. Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple? Why did he go there? Hung Ming asked curiously. Then he realized something. Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple went to 7 Extremes Ridge. I'm afraid he passed by there? After I returned to Sky Patrol City, I went to the station first. Although many disciples were sent out, I still found something strange. Qian Mo glanced at Peng Dai and said, My Earth Thunder Palace's Golden Core disciple, Marshal Kuan, also disappeared mysteriously. According to my contact with the sect, his natal spiritual tablet was broken. Moreover, the time he left the station was about the same time as fellow Taoist Li Chengxu left Sky Patrol City. Are there any traces of Marshal Kuan's corpse or other traces in Prison Dragon Ridge? No. However, I can sense the strength of a Golden Core Realm disciple through my sect's secret method. Qian Mo shook his head. In addition, we found out too late. More than 10 days have passed. Otherwise, we would have known more. In that case, fellow Taoist Li Chengxu and fellow Taoist Kuan must have joined forces and set up a Dharma formation in Prison Dragon Ridge to lure Qin Jian, or other swordsmen into an ambush. In the end, their magic power was not enough, and they were killed by 2 or more swordsmen. Hung Ming frowned and thought for a while before asking tentatively. Yes, that should be the case. Qian Mo nodded. There were also traces of flying swords at the place where fellow Taoist Li died in Prison Dragon Ridge. Especially fellow Taoist Peng, who carefully found some traces of flying swords piercing into the mountain peak, more than 1,000 feet away from where fellow Taoist Li died. The flying swords pierced deeply into the mountain peak. They must have been sent flying when the swordsmen were fighting with fellow Taoist Li. Or perhaps they were sent flying when fellow Taoist Li self-destructed. But no matter what, those are flying swords of the swordsmen. It could also be the flying swords of our cultivators. A Golden Core Realm cultivator muttered softly. This fellow Taoist is right. Qian Mo said without hesitation. It could also be an ambush set up by a Golden Core Realm cultivator who had some grudges with fellow Taoist Li. Li Jijia of the Changbai sect did not look good. Speaking of which, other than sword cultivators, the Changbai sect was famous for their flying swords. Although the disciples of other sects had their own flying swords, since it was mentioned in the meeting hall, it was naturally hinting at the Changbai sect. I don't think I have any grudges with fellow Taoist Li Chengxu, Li Jijia said coldly. And I don't think any disciple of the Changbai sect is a match for fellow Taoist Li. Hee, fellow Taoist Li, you think too much. Qian Mo laughed. These are all guesses, you can't take them seriously. Besides, if there really was a cultivator who wanted to kill fellow Taoist Li Chengxu, how many people in the Sentry City could be his match? Aren't those who could be his match all sitting in the meeting hall? Humph, Li Jijia snorted coldly and did not say anything else. But there's one more thing that I'm puzzled about. Qian Mo said again. I've never heard that Marshal Kuan knew fellow Taoist Li Chengxu. And Marshal Kuan just arrived in the Sentry City. There's nothing strange about this. Hung Li said in a low voice. How can a cultivator's good friend be known by others? Maybe Marshal Kuan already knew Li Chengxu? Or maybe Marshal Kuan had news about Qin Jian and informed Li Chengxu, who was good friends with him. At this point, everyone basically understood that only such a conjecture could be closest to reality. By the way, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, the Prison Dragon Ridge that you went to is not very far from the 7 Extremes Mountains. Your disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect went to the 7 Extremes Mountains to check it out. Didn't you go and take a look? Hung Li thought of something and asked in a low voice. Of course I know that my disciples went to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Qian Mo nodded. It should be Kansheng's leader. But I have to investigate fellow Taoist Li Chengxu's matter. How can I neglect my work for personal reasons? At this point, Qian Mo suddenly realized something. What? There's no news about the 7 Extremes Mountains? Fellow Taoist Qian, you didn't ask when you returned to the station? Hung Li was even more surprised. Chapter 2547. I really didn't ask anything. Qian Mo said seriously, I only checked the whereabouts of some Gold Core disciples, and then I used a secret technique to contact the sect. Well, thank you, fellow cultivator Qian. Hung Zhao nodded and said, there's no news from Seven Extremes Ridge, and there's no news from Flowing Ice Valley. Alas, fellow cultivator Hung Ming, our sect's communication technique is too backward. Qian Mo sighed, even the communication between the Sky Patrol City and the sect is fixed. Our sect's disciples are fighting in Huan country, and we can't grasp their whereabouts in time. Hung Zhao smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Secret techniques, such as the communication spell, have long been lost in our Suyu continent. The ones that can be used now are left behind from the past. Every sect has racked their brains, but they still can't find these lost secret techniques. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so passive in this war. De Sun smiled and said, Flowing Ice Valley and Seven Extremes Ridge are small places. We sent disciples from the Thunder-controlling sect, the Huanhua sect, the Mozong Mountain, the Yongyi sect, the Utopia faction, the Chongbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. There shouldn't be any accidents. Even if we can't defeat them, we can retreat calmly and act according to our previous plan. If we're all defeated, then there's no future plan. There should have been a message from the second batch of disciples. Haha, it should be so. Qian Mo nodded. After all, he came back from the prison Dragon Ridge, and he didn't see the defeated disciples of the Thunder-controlling sect. At this time, the air in the conference hall flashed again, but this time it was different from Qian Mo's. Oh, there's news from the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? Hung Ming frowned slightly. Could it be the situation in Seven Extremes Ridge or Flowing Ice Valley? As he spoke, Hung Zhao led in a guard of the Sky Patrol City, who was in the late stage of Foundation establishment. The guard showed himself and bowed. Master of the conference hall, the disciples of the Sky Patrol City killed more than 10 sword cultivators when they were patrolling outside the city. There's a communication jade slip from the disciples of our sect. I didn't dare to delay, so I brought it here. As he spoke, the disciple took out a few pieces of jade talisman and handed them to Hung Zhao respectfully. Well, Hung Yu took it and opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and waved his hand to signal the city guard to leave. Ever since Tu Hong was assassinated, the Sky Patrol City had expanded the scope of inspection. The area outside the city that the city guard mentioned was no longer within 100 miles at the beginning of the battle. The jade slip might have been found hundreds or even thousands of miles away. Hung Ming wanted to ask where the jade slip was found, but after thinking for a while, he kept quiet. He threw the jade in his hand into the air and cast a few strange seals on it. A moment later, a red light appeared on the jade like a bubble. Once the light disappeared, Hung waved his hand, and a jade appeared in his hand. After reading it with his divine sense, he threw it aside. It was clear that he already knew the information inside. When he saw the second jade slip, Hung Zhao's face was filled with surprise and joy. He immediately tossed the jade slip to Qian Mo and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Qian from the Imperial Thunder Sect should take a look at this first. Your Imperial Thunder Sect really gives us a surprise. Then he looked at the rest of the jade slips one by one, but he just skimmed through them and didn't show them to the other cultivators. After Hung Zhao put away the jade slips, he looked up and stared at Qian Mo again. Seeing the surprised look on Qian Mo's face, not only the other cultivators who didn't know the situation, but even Hung Zhao was puzzled. What? Fellow Taoist Qian, this John Doe, isn't he a disciple sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect this time? Hung Zhao asked. Fellow Taoist Hung Ming, fellow Taoist Qian Mo, what's going on? Peng Dai asked curiously. Among the crowd, there were a few people who said impatiently, What's going on with the Imperial Thunder Sect? Don't give us any riddles. Hee, I'll let you all know that our Imperial Thunder Sect, Huanhua Sect, Yongyi Sect, and Mozong Mountain disciples have won a great victory in the Seven Extremes Ridge. Not only did we expel the sword cultivator disciples from the Seven Extremes Ridge, but we also killed 2 second-grade illusory swordsmen. What's more, according to the Jade Slip, there's a late-stage Golden Core senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect called John Doe who assisted the Huanhua Sect in killing a second-grade illusory swordswoman. He even killed a suspected third-grade illusory sword weapon cultivator. Unfortunately, this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't like killing, so he let the group of swordsmen go. What? When did the Imperial Thunder sect send a late-stage Golden Core senior brother? Dasun was surprised. Looking at the crowd's bright and doubtful eyes, Qian Mo smiled bitterly and waved his hand at everyone. According to what I know, before our sect leader Qian Lazy came to Sky Patrol City, our Imperial Thunder sect, like the other sects, wouldn't send any late-stage Golden Core disciples. This late-stage Golden Core senior brother named John Doe is definitely not a disciple who participated in this battle. But according to the Jade Slip, this senior brother is wearing a participating disciple's robe. Hung Li asked, fellow Taoist Qian, can you show the Jade Slip to the other fellow Taoists? Qian Mo hesitated for a moment, then passed the Jade Slip to Huaping from the blazing fire mountain beside him. He bit his lips slightly, thinking about something. His eyebrows were knitted together, showing his deep confusion. Fellow Taoist Qian? Hung Li raised his eyebrows. Do you have something to say? Could it be that this senior brother John Doe is a surprise from the Imperial Thunder sect? I really don't know. Qian Mo smiled bitterly. A late-stage Golden Core senior brother is coming to Sky Patrol City. Even if he didn't greet me, I can't blame him. Moreover, he's wearing a participating disciple's robe. I'm afraid he doesn't want others to know his face, right? Hee, John Doe, doesn't that mean he doesn't have a name? Huaping finished reading the Jade Slip and passed it to the others. She glanced at Qian Mo and said, this senior brother is really interesting. Your Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators are also interesting. Oh, right, Black Sky Sect's Xiong Huasong thought of something and said, speaking of interesting Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivators, I thought of an Imperial Thunder Sect disciple who is known as the Horrifying Phoenix. Horrifying Phoenix? Qian Mo was stunned. When did my Imperial Thunder Sect have such a disciple? Ah, fellow Taoist Qian doesn't know? This time it was Xiong Huasong's turn to be shocked. This horrifying phoenix was something I heard from a participating disciple a year ago. It's said that this horrifying phoenix's name is extremely famous among sword cultivators. It's even more famous than Qin Jian. It's almost to the point where sword cultivators tremble in fear upon hearing its name. How is this possible? Such a famous name. How can I not know? Qian Mo was completely dumbfounded. Such a ferocious Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple should be famous in the sect. How could he not know anything about it? Ha, fellow Taoist Xiong, the name you mentioned is correct, but the rumors are wrong. Kunlun Sect's Yuan Zhongjua also laughed. I also heard about it a year ago. However, this horrifying phoenix is a disciple of an aristocratic family who entered the Imperial Thunder sect. He has the true bloodline of the phoenix in him. Every time he fights with sword cultivators, he releases his phoenix celestial body. That phoenix celestial body is extremely powerful. All the flying swords of sword cultivators are destroyed by the phoenix celestial body. Moreover, this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple is extremely cruel. No matter if it's a sword cultivator, 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 or a sword cultivator. Therefore, he's feared by sword cultivators. Qian Mo's face was burning. He really didn't know that there was such a powerful Imperial Thunder Sect disciple under his command. Now that someone said it in front of him, his old face couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, could it be that fellow Taoist Qian really doesn't know? Huaping saw the clue and said curiously, such a powerful disciple, I don't think any other disciple in the sect can be a match for him. That's why you didn't mention it, and I didn't have the face to mention it. Could it be? Who said that no one in our sect can be compared to this horrifying phoenix? Hung Zhao was displeased. Li Zongbao of the Utopia sect is the strongest person below the Golden Core stage. His cultivation is much higher than this horrifying phoenix. However, he doesn't kill innocent people, so he's not famous. This horrifying phoenix is a Foundation Establishment disciple? Qian Mo came to his senses and asked anxiously. Yes, I heard that this horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Hung Zhao replied. No, he's obviously a disciple in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. Huaping corrected. If he's not in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment stage, how can he kill the Bright Sword Swordsman? No. Dasun shook his head. You're all wrong. The horrifying phoenix is a disciple in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment stage. It's just that he killed too many sword-bearing disciples, so his reputation gradually spread, making the bright sword disciples terrifying. It's said that he even killed a few bright sword disciples in front of them, so he became famous. Oh, so he's a Foundation establishment disciple. He also killed sword-bearing swordsmen and bright sword swordsmen, so it's no wonder that I didn't know. Qian Mo heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I'm ashamed to say this, but I really didn't know. I'm afraid that the 8 leaders of the Thunder Palace didn't report it to me because they saw that this disciple was killing all the disciples who were pregnant with swords, which made them feel a little ashamed. Besides, more than a year ago, I was busy with the affairs of the Sky Patrol City, so I didn't know much about the battlefield. When I go back, I'll ask around and bring this mysterious, horrifying phoenix to all of you. Damn it, fellow cultivator Qian, your Imperial Thunder sect is really something. Previously, there was a famous, horrifying phoenix, and now there's a mysterious senior brother nameless. Your Imperial Thunder sect has stolen the limelight from hundreds of other sects. Cheng Ming of the Celestial Ascension sect said with a smile. Let the disciples call the horrifying phoenix here, or ask them who the horrifying phoenix is. Heng Zhao was a little unconvinced. Let me see who the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who killed the sword-bearing swordsman is. Okay. In fact, Qian Mo was also very curious. He wanted to know who this horrifying phoenix was, so he opened the restriction and called the Imperial Thunder sect disciple who was on duty. Chapter 2548. After the disciple returned to the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment, Qian Mo said, From what I've seen, it's not that our Imperial Thunder sect's disciple is ruthless. This is a battlefield, and any sword cultivator is an enemy, so we can't show mercy. Moreover, this disciple's family should be in the north of the country of Shi, so they're quite familiar with the sword cultivators of the country of Huan. His family also has enmity with sword cultivators, which is why they were so ruthless. How many families with Phoenix bloodline can there be in the Xiaoyu continent? Desun frowned slightly. After I found out about this, I also thought about it. The Qingyang Kai family of the country of Shi has Ice Phoenix bloodline, and now they have an extremely outstanding disciple under the Huanhua sect. The Huanyan Huang family of the country of Lian has Earth Phoenix bloodline, but they haven't had any outstanding disciples for thousands of years. The Feng family of the country of Meng's White Phoenix Mountain has Fire Phoenix bloodline, and seems to have a disciple under our Tai Ching sect, but this disciple isn't too outstanding. Which other families have such an outstanding disciple? Qian Mo thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. I don't know if any of these 3 families have disciples under our Imperial Thunder sect. However, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, the bloodlines of many cultivation families have awakened. Perhaps there are other families that haven't noticed it before, and now that there are outstanding disciples, their bloodlines have reappeared. While they were talking, the cultivators of the 10 large sects had finished reading the 7 Extremes Ridges communication jade slip. Everyone had some doubts in their eyes, but they saw Lu Xinwu of the Splendid Sect glance at Gao Wei of the Xuanyan School, and then at Wang Yi of the 7 Skills sect. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Lu Xinwu asked again, Fellow Taoist Qian, if our Shi country has a late Gold Corps senior martial brother, we'll naturally be happy. If he took down the 7 Extremes Ridge, our 4 sects would have suffered less casualties. However, according to what I know, your sect's sect leader Qian Lazy doesn't seem to have reached the stage of lightning cultivation, right? Gao Wei also smiled apologetically. That's right, our Shi country actually had such a cultivator. I have never heard of it. It was no wonder they asked. The other cultivators of the Lian and Meng countries might not know, but the 3 sects of Shi country were very clear about the background of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could it be easy to cultivate a lightning cultivation? Qian Lazy, its sect, how could there be a late Gold Core realm cultivator? If there was such a cultivator, it would be a threat to the 3 sects of Shi country's 3 sects. Hearing this, Qian Mo's heart skipped a beat. Since Lu Xinwu and the other 2 could tell, how could he not know? The thunder escape technique had always had a strict requirement on the tempering of the fleshly body. However, body cultivators and Dao cultivators both needed to spend a lot of energy and time. All cultivators valued their cultivation base and magic power, so who would pay special attention to the fleshly body? Sex, and sect, A, sect. QS not their T, there's body, there's, not there's they, SSS Dao, sex body, there's sect, but a there. Sect, their body kuden, S had, was. In this situation, although the sex lightning escape technique, there were only a few who could master it. Even the sect master, Qian Lazy, could only master it. However, this was only for nascent soul realm cultivators and below. It was different for spirit severing stage cultivators. Cultivators who could step into the spirit severing stage had their bodies tempered and were quite tough. They could easily cultivate the lightning escape technique. Most of the spirit severing stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect could improve on the lightning escape technique. Qian Mo's first thought was that it was impossible when he heard that there was a late Gold Core Realm senior brother who could use the sect's Imperial Lightning escape technique. His second thought was, if there is such a late Gold Core Realm senior brother who can use the sect's Imperial Lightning escape technique, then it would be easy for him to reach nascent soul realm. Even spirit severing stage wouldn't be a problem. How could She Country's 3 sects not value a cultivator who could easily reach nascent soul and spirit severing stage? AI, it's not just the two of you. Qian Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Qian Mo also doesn't know. My Imperial Lightning sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace's Golden Core Realm disciples. There are so many of them. Although this old man isn't familiar with all of them, who wouldn't know? Not to mention that this old man hasn't seen his face before. This name. This old man doesn't even know. He calls himself Wu Ming. Wu Ming, how can he have a name? Wang Yi was somewhat displeased. He felt that Qian Mo was patronizing him and coldly said. Qian Mo retorted, my Thunder Palace's Myriad Thunder Valley also has a person called Wu Ming. If someone is called Wu Ming, then it's normal. Cough cough, Hung Chung, who was on duty at the meeting hall today, lightly coughed twice and said, since fellow Qian Mo really doesn't know about this senior brother, then this senior brother really passed by the 7 Extremes mountain range. Qian Mo nodded. It should be so. But according to fellow Qian's words, his Imperial Lightning sect doesn't have such a person? Wang Yi sneered and said, the Imperial Lightning sect is very powerful now. They even have to hide it from the fellow Taoists in the meeting hall. Forget about the small terrifying phoenix. How can a late Golden Core Realm senior brother not have a name? This senior brother wouldn't have done something that can't be seen, right? At this point, Wang Yi suddenly came to a realization and shouted, that's right. Since senior brother Wu Ming was near Prison Dragon Ridge during the battle of the 7 Extremes mountain range, why didn't he extend his hand? Fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's self-detonation caused such a huge commotion. Didn't he see it? Why didn't he kill the swordsman who killed fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu and fellow Taoist Kuan Shui? Or perhaps, the Imperial Lightning sect's cultivator's aura that fellow Taoist Qian Mo discovered at Prison Dragon Ridge wasn't Kuan Shui, but this Wu Ming? Fellow Taoist Wang is slandering me. Qian Mo's heart sank. He coldly said, pills can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be spoken carelessly. How can my Imperial Lightning sect's Golden Core Realm senior brother use a flying sword? How can he have a reason to kill fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu? After his battle with fellow Taoist Li, can he still calmly kill the illusory sword grade 3 swordsman of 7 Extremes mountain range? Does fellow Taoist Wang feel that fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's ambush at Prison Dragon Ridge was too rash? Does he want to erase fellow Taoist Li Chengxiu's painstaking efforts and contributions? Cough cough, Hung Chung, who was on duty at the discussion hall, couldn't help but cough again. What Wang Yi said had a trace of truth, but it was truly unimaginable. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was trying to sow discord between the Imperial Lightning sect and Immortal Music sect. With one glance, he could tell that Wang Yi was somewhat jealous of the Imperial Lightning sect's late Golden Core Realm cultivator, who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but stop him. Fellow Taoist Wang's thinking is still very meticulous. You dare to think. However, this is the discussion hall. Without any evidence, it's better not to speak carelessly. Isn't fellow Taoist Qian also speculating? What's wrong with my speculation? Wang Yi looked at everyone and pursed his lips into a smile. His mouth was still muttering, but his voice was also softer. Indeed, even a late Golden Core Realm disciple of the Imperial Lightning sect could only escape in the face of the nascent Soul Realm spiritual talisman on them. It was impossible for them to force Li Chengxiu to self-destruct. The entire discussion hall was abuzz with discussions again. It was a little chaotic. Heng Cheng glanced at Wang Yi, Lu Xinwu, and Gao Wei. He was slightly angry. Which cultivator didn't notice their actions of suppressing the Imperial Lightning Sect? Even Heng Cheng had some sympathy for Qian Mo. No wonder Qian Mo is very concerned about the marriage with the Sky Patrol City. Isn't it because of this? While they were talking, the discussion hall was suffused with light again. It seemed that someone had entered. Heng Cheng waved his hand. The light condensed and 3 human figures appeared. Zongbao? Heng Cheng glanced at them and was shocked. He hurriedly waved his sleeves and let the 3 people in. Disciple Li Zongbao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Li Zongbao calmly approached and bowed to everyone in the discussion hall. Disciple Xiao Mao greets the elders of the discussion hall. Xiao Mao did not dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. The other person was a disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect. When he saw this, he also bowed and said, Imperial Lightning Sect's Dui Jiankong greets the elders. Oh, isn't the Imperial Lightning Sect disciple under you Xiaohua? Heng Cheng was stunned and asked curiously, could it be that Xiaohua has fallen? Good I know. Li Zongbao said faintly, junior brother Zhao's flying technique is a little fast. I sent him to deliver a letter to the cultivators of the other teams. Junior brother Dui met outside the discussion hall. He also had something to report to Marshal Uncle Qian, so we came in together. Oh, I see. Heng Cheng nodded and asked, where did you go this time? What did you gain? Li Zongbao frowned and looked at Heng Cheng. He said, so the elders did not receive the message. I came back from Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? You went to Flowing Ice Valley? How was the battle situation there? Heng Cheng was shocked and stared straight at Li Zongbao. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Li Zongbao looked at everyone and said, the situation in Flowing Ice Valley is very complicated. This junior brother Dui came first. Let him report first. See, Heng Cheng's heart turned cold and his face turned ugly. He said to Dui Jiankong, if you have something to report, you can report it to brother Qian first. Yes. Dui Jiankong smiled apologetically. Marshal Uncle Qian, I was ordered to go to the encampment to search for information about the terrifying phoenix. But I have already asked the 8 Thunder Palace team leaders who stayed in the encampment. They all said that they did not find out the background of this terrifying phoenix. Ah! Qian Mo almost jumped up and asked, when did they know? Why didn't they report it to me? Dui Jiankong hesitated for a moment and explained, the senior brothers only knew about it a year ago. It seemed to be very popular among the sword cultivators. But since it was a Foundation establishment disciple, it was not a particularly powerful disciple. They asked the disciples of the aristocratic families and did not find anything, so they did not investigate it in detail. Moreover, the words of sword cultivators were rather erroneous. It might be some kind of trick, so they did not dare to take it seriously. So, they did not report it to Marshal Uncle. Chapter 2549. Maybe after investigating for a long time and discovering that it wasn't a disciple of their own Thunder Palace, they didn't want the other Thunder Palaces to hold their heads high, so they naturally didn't spread the news. Wang Yi gloated. In the end, the Golden Core Masters of our Imperial Thunder Sect still don't know about the extremely terrifying phoenix that sword cultivators speak of. Haha. When everyone heard this, they all laughed. What Wang Yi said was probably the real reason why the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't find the terrifying phoenix. When Li Zongbao heard this, his expression slightly changed. Xiao Mao was even more curious. He didn't know why the masters of the discussion hall suddenly mentioned the terrifying phoenix. Dui Jiankong, you may leave. Qian Mo ordered the disciple to leave. He snorted and said arrogantly, Humph, no matter how powerful the terrifying phoenix is, it's still a disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, it's only a Foundation establishment disciple of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Whether I know or not, it's fine. It's fine if I don't know. It's fine if it's on the battlefield of the Dao cultivators. If you have the ability, why don't your 7 skills sect send out a disciple to compare with my Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix? Fellow Daoist Qian, Wang Yi sneered, not to mention my 7 skills sect's famous disciple. Even Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School wouldn't be any weaker than your Imperial Thunder Sect's terrifying phoenix, right? How is Xiao Mao powerful? Doesn't their team also have my Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua? He wouldn't be any weaker than Xiao Mao, right? Qian Mo said without hesitation. Xuanyan School's Gao Wei was unhappy and said coldly, fellow Taoists, what's wrong with my Shuanyan school's Xiao Mao? His cultivation isn't as good as your disciples? Wang Yi smiled and said, fellow Taoist Gao, don't think too much. I was just giving an example. If your sect's disciple didn't have a high cultivation, how could I think of him? Humph, Gao Wei sneered and didn't say anything. Nanming School's Liang Mingfu didn't say anything. After all, this had nothing to do with their Nanming School. However, when he heard this, he suddenly said, Liang suddenly thought of something. Say, this mysterious and terrifying phoenix. Could it be that Xiaohua? He hasn't fought with the Imperial Thunder Sect's troops, and he hasn't had much contact with the other Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. At the same time, he's also a Foundation Establishment disciple. Li Zongbao was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that when he just came back and didn't report it, someone would already associate Xiaohua with the terrifying phoenix. This was a situation that Xiaohua was extremely unwilling to see. However, Li Zongbao was also clear. After all, Xiaohua wasn't here. So what if someone saw through him? Moreover, although the name of the terrifying phoenix was resounding, it had nothing to do with killing Tu Hong, so Xiaohua was not in too much danger. The moment Liang Mingfu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Even Qian Mo seemed to be deep in thought. However, he quickly denied it. There is still something wrong. Xiaohua was a rogue cultivator, and not a cultivator aristocratic family. He didn't have a true bloodline in him. Moreover, other than going to the Chicken Crow Mountain with my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, he was trapped in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine. He didn't have any special contact with sword cultivators. In particular, he was buried in the Spring Gold Mountain Spirit Stone Mine for nearly 5 years. When everyone received the news last year, he was still in the Spring Gold Mountain. How could he have come out to kill swordsmen? Zongbao, does that Xiaohua have a phoenix dharma body? Hung Feng heard Li Zongbao mention Xiaohua in advance and vaguely knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was profound. At this time, he was also suspicious. What fellow Qian said is funny. Wang Yi ridiculed again. If Xiaohua didn't have too much contact with sword cultivators, where did his battle achievements come from? It's said that he saved hundreds of Shuanyan School's disciples in the Gale Snowfield Spirit Stone Mine. And this Xiao Mao in front of us. If that's the case, I'm afraid these battle achievements are fake. Speaking of fake, Li Zongbao once again thought of Xiaohua's words. He looked up and sure enough, the faces of Hung Feng and the others were ugly. Gao Wei was angry. He stood up and said, Fellow Wang, what's wrong with you today? My Shuanyan school didn't provoke you, right? Could it be that the thing my junior Gao left in Li Zongbao's token was fake? Who knows? Seeing the situation, Wang Yi decided to shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't compromise. I'll let all the teachers know. Xiao Mao hastily stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Shuanyan School's Xiao Mao once again swears a blood oath. Disciple has followed Senior Li Zongbao and Senior Xiaohua for so long and has experienced dozens of battles. Disciple has never seen Senior Xiaohua reveal any Dharma body, let alone a Phoenix Dharma body. When Hung Feng heard this, he frowned slightly. He looked at the silent Li Zongbao and didn't ask any more questions. Fellow Wang of Seven Skills Sect, did you hear clearly? What did my Shuanyan School's disciple say? He even swore a blood oath. Gao Wei said coldly. So what? Wang Yi still wanted to pester, but how could Li Zongbao let them speak? He stepped forward and said, Teachers, it doesn't matter who is the Terror Phoenix. Even if disciple isn't, disciple still wants to admit it. If Xiaohua is the Terror Phoenix, why didn't he reveal his Dharma body? Why didn't he ask for credit? It's useless to pester this matter too much. Marshal Uncle Gao of Shuanyan School, please sit down. Disciple will now report the battle situation of Flowing Ice Valley. Humph. Gao Wei glanced at Wang Yi and sat down. At this moment, Wang Yi was also somewhat regretful. He was originally targeting the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why did he drag Shuanyan School into this? However, Li Zongbao's next words immediately swept away his regret. Golden Core Stage teachers, this time, our Utopia faction, Chongbai Sect, and Cool Breeze Valley attacked Flowing Ice Valley. We were obstructed by the Void Heaven Sword Sect, Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Gorilla Mountain. Under the joint efforts of the Golden Core Stage teachers of the 3 sects, we killed Qin Mu Ming of the Void Heaven Sword Sect, LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, and Liang Qi of Gorilla Mountain. However, among the teachers of the 3 sects, only Senior Li Feiyu of the Chongbai Sect died fighting with LV Jing of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect. After killing 3 illusory swordsmen, the other 2 teachers fell into Qin Jian's ambush. The 2 teachers, Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley, fought with Qin Jian. After Qin Jian was seriously injured, they died in Flowing Ice Valley. Ah? Heng Zhao's expression changed greatly. He finally understood the reason for his uneasiness just now. Chu Hui and he were like brothers. They cultivated from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage together. Their disciples were also harmonious. Chu Hui was not jealous of Li Zongbao because Li Zongbao was more outstanding than his disciple. Instead, he often helped Li Zongbao. Now that he heard the news of Chu Hui's death, how could he not be heartbroken? It turns out that Qin Jian was in Flowing Ice Valley. Heng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that fellow cultivator Li Chengxiu was not killed by Qin Jian. The murderer was someone else." "What? Li Chengxiu?" Li Zongbao was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the location of the Xianlu sect. Sure enough, the futon was empty. Damn it, Xiaohua didn't kill Li Chengxiu, did he? What is he going to do? Li Zongbao was secretly surprised. Li Zongbao, explain everything clearly. De Sun said anxiously, the battle report from Flowing Ice Valley did not come. I'm afraid that it was also intercepted by the sword Xiao. Yes. Li Zongbao sorted out his thoughts and explained clearly what he, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao did in Flowing Ice Valley. However, for Xiaohua's actions, he took some responsibility for himself and some for Xiao Mao. If he couldn't do it, for example, driving away the giant, he would push it to Chu Hui. In short, if others heard it, they would definitely not think that Xiaohua came to Flowing Ice Valley from another place. Xiaohua's cultivation did not exceed the middle stage of foundation establishment. After Li Zongbao finished speaking, Qin Jian's face showed a miserable expression. He clapped his hands and took out 3 storage bags. He respectfully handed them to Heng Ming and said, "Master, these are the corpses of Martial Uncle Li Feiyu, and Martial Uncle Su Bo disciple brought them back. In addition, there are a few storage bags. As long as the 3 of us saw the corpses, we put them in these storage bags." Sai. Heng Ming took the storage bags with a solemn expression. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who took out the other storage bags, and sighed. This old man was uneasy early in the morning. I didn't expect that Chu Hui and the others would fall into Qin Jian's hands. You all took the risk to retrieve their corpses. Not only did you make a great contribution, but your filial piety is also commendable. When Heng Ming sighed, the faces of the gold core cultivators were filled with astonishment. That's right. Although Qin Jian did not appear in Prisoner Dragon Ridge, he did appear in Flowing Ice Valley. He actually set up an ambush to kill tens of thousands of cultivators. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tu Hong. It was the spirit-binding juice. Even these gold core cultivators were afraid when they heard about it. They did not have the confidence to detoxify the poison easily. Even if they went to Flowing Ice Valley, they would most likely end up like Su Bo and the others. Fellow Daoist Heng Ming, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiaohua were able to turn the tide and reverse the declining situation of the Flowing Ice Valley battlefield in one go. Moreover, they were able to remain calm in the face of danger when tens of thousands of cultivators were poisoned, and came up with a miraculous method to rescue tens of thousands of disciples from the spirit stone mines of Flowing Ice Valley. Xiong Huasong sighed and said, "Fellow cultivator, today is your turn in the conference hall. The 3 of them must be heavily rewarded." That's right, it should be so. Gao Wei and Qian Mo also nodded. This old man feels that it's not right. Wang Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said, although these are great contributions, it's a pity that they were all narrated by Li Zongbao himself and were not confirmed by the other disciples. Just based on one side of the story, you want to reward them. I'm afraid that it won't convince the others? At this point, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "That's right, this old man still has a question. I hope that Martial Nephew Zongbao can answer it." "Martial Uncle Wang, please speak." Li Zongbao was confident and seemed to know what Wang Yi wanted to ask. Changbai Sec's Li Feiyu is still okay. However, Precious Sec's Xie Hui and Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo were killed by Qin Jian. How did you all get their corpses? Qin Jian was actually so benevolent to let you all take the corpses away? Wang Yi sneered and asked, "You're tuning in to the Bli Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.